Just getting November non-farm payrolls out, 263,000 versus 200,000 expected, so much higher than the expected number. That's actually in line month over month with what happened last month. We got 262,000 last month, so 263 versus 200,000 expected there. So yeah, big move down for the futures. Here's the SPY, just taking out that low from yesterday on this number. We'll touch on what that means coming up here as we get into things a little bit further this morning. But the unemployment rate was a little bit higher as well, it looks like. We'll get into that coming up. But an interesting look here for the overall market as we kick off the final day of the week. Downside again, 263,000 versus 200,000 for November non-farm payrolls. Futures were very flat ahead of this number to kick off the morning. It's Friday, December 2nd, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. So we go from flat to, pretty red here to kick things off. 1.13 for the S&P 500 now, 1.6 for the NASDAQ. We are still holding on to positive territory down here. These were up 0.5%, 0.8% as I sat down this morning. But if you missed it or just joining a little late there, 263,000 versus 200,000 expected on the November non-farm payrolls. Yes, that means more people getting jobs, but not what the Fed wants to see. Welcome to a Friday, guys, that's kicking off on a red note. Unfortunately, market was pretty quiet ahead of this number, even yesterday. I mean, sideways action. Sean back with us this morning, or Neil, I should say, back with us this morning. What am I talking about?
I'm like, you were here yesterday.
Sean last I checked was here yesterday. Guys, not a good number. Not what the market wanted to see here.
No, obviously not at all. And we were just talking about this before. It's like, I don't know if this is going to be too crazy. And then, life comes at you fast. I just bought the dip in one stock. It was a couple stocks came to levels that I wasn't expecting this quickly, and one of them is going to be Intel 29 even. So we're down 2 1/3 right now on the NASDAQ, and the ES is following suit, but getting pretty close to 4,000 on the S&P 500. So just like we're going to have to get right into things, right? So 4,000 coming back into play here, and kind of anticipating at least a little bit of a checkup and a bounce. So if I find something on support, which I mean, the evens have been good. They were good yesterday. That's where I'm going to go for, something like an Intel. But wow, life comes at you pretty fast. And here we go. I don't want to say it's going to be free fall Friday, but that was a little bit unexpected in terms of the strength of that number. And you're seeing the market definitely react to it here. So buckle up. We're in for a ride today.
Yeah, we just got long AMC down at this bottom spot as well right now. Welcome, traders. It's just another day. We put on our sticky note that the jobs number might change some of the levels that we're looking at. So, I didn't even think we'd get $8 here on AMC, and it looks like we're at 8.11. We're going to get out if it breaks 8. All the markets are starting to fall down a little bit here. We've got Amazon and AMC. I don't know why we stuck with the A's here. I wanted Amazon short, but when I just saw this fall literally $3 or more than that straight to the downside, we did buy. So we're not in that much trouble here. We're just going to wait to see what happens. But yeah, buying some of these dips may or may not work out. It's only 8:34 here. The market still has an hour before we open. So that's, again, more jobs out there. Normally you would think, okay, that's a great thing, right? But that just leads more to the fact that the Fed may not want to go 50. They may want to go 75. Maybe the economy is a little bit better than they thought. Like, there's all these things, like good news is bad news is good news, vice versa. So let's wait to see here. It looks like AMC is going down. It looks like we're getting a nice recovery from Amazon. But yeah, it's going to be a fun day here now. We know that for sure now. Sticky note is out. We got some good names on there. Marvell's going to be moving around today. We've got Amazon. We've got Alibaba I wanted to look at. I should have actually maybe gone long Alibaba. I like the likes level at 86. That's broken as well. All right, this is going to be exciting, man. I'm really jacked up now. We were wondering what we were going to trade, but here we go. Amazon right back into the money, AMC back into the money now, printing some 19s. Let's go right now. So we just got a little out there for Amazon or for AMC, only out of a little bit. Let's not celebrate yet. But picking up some dips at these levels seem to be a little more reasonable. So let's wait to see what happens. Oh man, this is going to be wild.
It's going to be wild. Like I just got a couple of outs there in front of 20s on Intel. Well, one in front of 10, one in front of 20s. I just bought 29 even because yesterday's price action on Intel was about as obvious as it could get. Sometimes you miss a day and it's like, really? Intel goes to 30.50, then a 30 breakdown after the open on the number, and then a 29.50 bottom. It was that easy. Just play every 50 cents and then 30 resistance in the afternoon. So, I mean, obviously at that point, I was looking at 29.5. Had I been a little bit faster on the trigger, I probably would have had a breakdown short, and I was definitely looking short at 30. Just what are you going to do? Like, I have a lot of short levels that are not in play right now. So it came in, and well, what's a level I knew I was going to like, which was every 50 pennies on Intel for bounces and fades. So we'll see what happens. Still plenty to look at and plenty to get to, and we have so much time to go. Yeah, I guess you almost have to do that.
Yeah, I forget who that was.
Oh, and I haven't said it yet, but
chat.
Someone just reminded me, oh yeah, the Bills won. Not that anybody's surprised.
They also, guys, there's another negative aspect to this. They also revised last month's to the upside. So last month was 262. They've revised it to 284, which is higher again. So heading in the wrong direction versus what was expected. So we'll see what happens here if we get any kind of follow through for the overall market, but going to be a very interesting day if you're joining us just a little bit late here. 263,000 versus 200,000 expected has caused this move in the overall market. Back to 400 here for the SPY, down 2.3% right now for the NASDAQ. It's interesting to see oil made a move on that as well, back to basically flat for crude oil futures. I mean, really wasn't much to look at ahead of this number. As we were saying late in the day yesterday, it's going to be all about this non-farm payrolls number. We did hold throughout the entire session yesterday at the top end of the range post Fed Chair Powell's speech going back 2 days ago. 410 was that high up there in the pre-market yesterday on the SPY, all the way back to 400 here, guys.
Yeah, like I think it's obviously you have to start thinking about adjusting a plan of action if you're looking for shorts near the top. And one of the first things I always say is look at the overall market, as you were just talking about. 4,000, there was just a bounce kind of shy of it on the ES. 400 on the SPY, same thing. And I look at the channel that was just broken to the upside the last couple of days. That was this one. We had that huge monster breakout when Powell was talking. That was at that 403.6 area. So if we do kind of get back up there, that's where I'd be looking for maybe a little bit of resistance. So there's your SPY. There's 403.5 or so. So that's kind of where I think if we get back up there, maybe you have a little bit of a rejection of the previous high. So I'm going to kind of lean on that one. A lot of the levels, as I said, I mean, I'm not Intel 30 short. I'm like, what am I going to do? I'm not going to short Intel 30 because it's simply not going to happen. But adjusting your plan of action based on that can make a lot of sense here. Just looking at something even like a Tesla, which relatively strong. Okay, well, previous resistance, it's still above that. So a name like Tesla, I don't have to adjust too much because I think where I would have liked the dip, 180, 188, 187, kind of stands in play, and then you're really not that far away at this point from some of yesterday's lows of like a 192. So I'm always keeping that bigger picture in mind, especially as we come to the upside here. I came in thinking of looking for places I wanted to short Intel, so obviously being long it now at 29, I'm not thinking I'm holding this thing to 30. It's about where to get out. I think that 29.50, yesterday's lows, make a lot of sense for resistance. Tesla, I might stay away from Tesla a little bit here, but some of the Chinese names, I knew that wasn't the first place I was going to be looking, but I did not want to be ignoring them. Just worth noting, I'm just sort of pointing this one out, like NEO here just held $12. It's the first one that came to mind. It was relatively weak. I thought on the day that XPeng went absolutely nuts. It was obviously weak yesterday, but it just held a pretty key level. If there's extension through this move, that's a pretty sizable gap to be filled beneath about 11.95 on NIO. And if it does hold it, well, you know where the support was in yesterday's trade. So a couple of levels definitely coming into play here. NEO 11.95 to 12. I think I'll just get out of Intel if it gets to 29.50, to be honest with you.
All right, we're absolutely banging it out already today off the sticky note, and I just tweeted it out right there. You know, this is, again, a lot of traders won't put stuff out like this, but I'm going to be here every single day that I'm here to do this. Here's Amazon long at $8, right? I mean, we took that long. It just came in. Now it's 30 cents in the money. So, I mean, I'm long at 11, but it did go down to 8 or 8.04. And there it is. So we're starting to get this out right now on the upside. We just got a 29 fill there on Amazon. I keep saying that because I'm in Amazon. And then Amazon as well, man, buy the dips again. We got a nice little trade there, and then out at 94.11. So we're already up half our day's goal right now off the open, off that move. Hard to take serious size, or else we would be really, doing quite well. But, so far so good here on the day. Let's just see what happens moving into the open. We just took another piece out there of AMC a little bit, right there, 27. So now let's just see. I think these bottoms I don't think they're in, but, the market will float around. That jobs number, it's good, right? But again, I don't think it changes Powell or what they're going to do. So for me, that's why we sit there long, and let's just see if it can remain pretty strong today. I think we have some decent levels here. Lots of names to look at, though. I mean, the casino's open again early. That's all that's really happened. There's a lot of volume coming through here, so you can probably respect some levels that you're seeing. So, I'm getting ready to short Marvell as well. There should be some good trades coming through today. Snowflake was a monster yesterday. It's still haunting me a little bit, but so far so good here.
Overall market tends to agree with that assessment here. Here's a look at the Fed funds tool from CME. Only down 7%, I guess, on that number. It was up at 77. Comes back to 69.9 for the half-point hike now coming up in December versus 30% for a 75 basis point hike. So only a little tiny pullback there from the Fed funds tool. I want to mention this because Sharif is sitting beside me here. I just mentioned to him, here's AMC, guys, still up 1%, even with the NASDAQ now down 2.3%, trying to hold $8 here for AMC.
We're long. I mean, that was what we were getting at there before. We were long AMC. So, I mean, I put it on the sticky note long at $8. Yesterday, we had that crazy move to the upside there, right? Just took off, came back in, came to $8 again there. And then that was right at the end of the day. And then today we opened up a little bit higher. So my whole strategy here on AMC was just to say, if we dipped back down in, we have some protection back here at $8. It was holding. So for me, it was like, hey, if this $8 comes into play. And now look, I was just as surprised as the rest of you on that move to the downside, or maybe we weren't surprised, but that was a big move. We were even sitting here deciding, hey, should we even run the intro to the show? And we're like, nah, it won't be that big of a move. So it caught all of us off guard. But right there, $8 came right in. So I took the long. I think it's a pretty safe play for now. If it breaks back down below $8, then we can easily get out. Some of our outs already 25s, 30s, so the numbers are here to make sense of this trade. I just want to see what happens. It's Friday. Could easily get that bump once we open up again. So I feel like this is a strong position. I like the trade right now in AMC, so I'm going to sit here long and just hold it out and see if we can do that. So far so good, man, on this name. Nice move yesterday. Let's see what happens later on. But hey, I mean, hard to disagree here with that $8 bottom temporarily. But yeah, it was a good move yesterday for AMC. I didn't really catch too much of it. We had it, then we got out. Is my trade going to show up here? No, it's not. So yesterday we had some trades. Sometimes if you jiggle it, it shows up, but not today. So yeah, there's the big move yesterday, and there's the bottom of 8, right? So, we took the long there. It makes a lot of sense. Trade off support and resistance. Sometimes trading is a little easier than we think when stuff, works, but it's very, very frustrating when it doesn't. But AMC right now working.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you got that level. I wasn't watching AMC at the time. It's one of those, the stocks you have up or the stocks you have up. I had NVIDIA, Intel, and Tesla were kind of in Asana. And UiPath was another one. Those are the 5 stocks that I was actively looking at. But I like the same level on AMC. I had $8 down this morning as well. And I think, look, I don't know the reason for the move in yesterday's trade, but it both broke out and found support at $8. And then $9 was also a wick high. I did come in thinking if it popped into 9, I was going to take it to the downside. Well, I was going to take it short and into that move. But I don't want to lose sight of Ape as well. This doesn't, it's just had no strength. And look, the AMC goes up, this barely even budges. So for playing weakness, I might even just go over to this, depending on how much volume gets done. It has a shelf break that could happen at 97 cents That is, and it's beneath that $1 level. So I'll have my eyeballs on this one just for that breakdown. If AMC starts going crazy and I miss a short, I do like it over there in something like an A. It's the only meme topic I'm looking at. I know the other day Bed Bath & Beyond made some moves, but it'll be these two I'm paying attention to.
Bring in Michael Noss here and get a look at what he's been touching on and looking at this week in the overall market. Good to see you as always. It's been an exciting week here with this employment number out this morning. We could get a little bit of negativity going into the weekend here, but that doesn't mean there aren't opportunities on the long side. You have a great idea to touch on. And on this note, we're actually going to have Peter Schiff back on the show coming up in a couple of weeks in December. So you want to talk about gold, Mr. Noss?
I do. I have been notoriously and publicly bearish on gold for a very long time, but I was doing my analysis every morning like I do, and then getting something ready for you guys. And I may have to change that kind of tune. So it was funny for people who don't know, when Brendan was talking about Peter Schiff, he's been a very notorious Bitcoin bear and gold bull for years and years and years, and has been kind of wrong until now, and maybe things might be turning around and going in his favor. So that will be a great interview. I'll certainly tune into that. But yeah, let's get into kind of my ideas. Now, what I'm going to talk about here when it comes to gold is going to be a little bit longer term time frame. I'm looking at this on kind of weekly charts and beyond. So most of the time when I come to you guys, I talk a lot about, something that I think may move in the next week or two. This, I'm more thinking months, if and when kind of what I'm looking at occurs. So nice little joke to get us started. And then let's go into the first chart here, which is just GLD, which is the proxy that I use to look at gold. So gold is a very interesting instrument, as it doesn't really do anything. So it's really hard to try to figure out if and when things are going to move based on any fundamental data. So as a technician, I don't really concern myself too much with that anyway, and I'm going to take a look at the chart. And we could be setting up a cup and handle. So William O'Neill kind of invented this pattern. It's one of the most powerful when it comes to looking for reversals. Basically just a big rounded base. You guys hear me say all the time to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces. And then just a little bull flag after that. We broke out. I'm looking at the charts here after the employment numbers. These things are pulling in a bit, which I actually kind of like for my synopsis, because again, I'm a little bit longer term. So if I can save a couple percentage on my entry, for sure. And then the next one here, we're going to look at silver. Silver and gold move together. I just wanted to show the relative outperformance of silver. So I have some gold and I think one silver play for you guys. If you like silver more, the same kind of synopsis would be right. And the next chart here is actually poetic justice, I guess, right? Everyone looks at gold as saying, hey, gold is an inflation hedge. You buy it when inflation is high, and you put your money in gold as opposed to the dollar or anything else. Well, inflation may have topped out. Hopefully we're not going to see 9.1 again anytime soon, and it may have topped out pretty much exactly when gold and silver had bottomed. So just, Max Payne theory when it comes to the market says that most people are going to be wrong. So I think it would be kind of poetic in a sense that if I'm right and we are kind of in a bottoming pattern formation over the next couple of weeks and months on gold, that it happens as inflation is kind of falling off, which is counterintuitive to what most people would think. So into the individual names, a lot of these are Canadian because it's one of the things we just do well up here is mine for gold. First one, easy to remember ticker is just gold, and it's Barack Gold. Basically what I'm looking at here is that little dip below my support line is earnings. So we popped down under earnings, we rallied back up for it. That could create what's just called a bear trap. They break a support area, they get a bunch of people short, and then they pop up in their face. So now those shorts potentially are going to have to look to cover. This one, I'm going to use that $15 or that line that I drew in as my line in the sand to know where I'm wrong on this one. Next one is KCG. Yesterday or last week, I talked about how I really like stocks that pop up after earnings and then base for a while they digest that new fundamental data and then break out from there. That's the pattern we're seeing on this one here with KCG. $4 is what I'm playing around. That's kind of the low end of that that area. See if I can get a good risk reward there playing off $4. For you guys who like cheaper stocks, this one's a low float in NGD. It's a dollar stock. So again, if you guys want low float, cheaper names, this is another gold stock it's around a 600 million share float. I think it's a pretty small company. I think the $1 play is just the way to go. As long as it stays over $1, I'm going to be bullish on this one. Under $1, it's time to move on and get out. And last but not least, for a silver play is just AG. Again, that yellow line that you guys see on the chart from the top to the bottom, that was earnings. It pushed up a little bit on earnings, and it's been consolidating ever since. So I have an order to get me in on this one. If we break $10, my stop's going to be around 8 on this one.
Still a ton of uncertainty as far as what is to come into next year. A lot of people still, using that R word, recession is on the way or could possibly already be here. So, we have to broaden our perspectives here and broaden our horizons in what we're looking at going into the new year. On that note, though, we can take that theory and then apply it to smaller time frames in that, if these are a little bit stronger than the overall market because of those reasons, no reason we can't be looking at them on an intraday basis as well.
Well, exactly, and everything I talk about usually is around the swing time frame. This is I'm a little bit of a longer synopsis, but if even intraday, if this thing's going to be stronger than the market, if people are going to favor gold, a long-term monthly move is just made up of a bunch of intraday moves. So, I always think it makes sense to put things on your watch list that you think are going to outperform the market. Set these levels, like I talked about with AG at $10, put out a alert there. Maybe it takes a couple days to trigger, but if this thing gets through $10 and then keeps going, that just could be a little good intraday scalp to have as well.
Michael Nosh, Chartered Market Technician with Trade Ideas. Always a pleasure. Have a great weekend. We'll speak again next week.
Thank you very much. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks a lot as always. And look, it's not just about sort of every single time frame is going to be different or every trader has to be different, but there's certainly things you can apply. I can't tell you how many times we look at something that may be a swing idea that Michael has put out there, and then suddenly you have, a clean level break, let's just say, as a day trader, or maybe an intraday support level that makes a lot of sense based on those patterns that are found. So, I'm kind of all on board with something like that. Sort of, this is a bit different because it's like an idea that he talked about it recently. I think was it last week, maybe, or at least a couple of weeks ago, because UiPath has one of these setups on a swing standpoint that I know Michael has talked about, where you get the gap on earnings, breaking a channel, then you look for the consolidation above, and then another breakout higher. And UiPath certainly has a chance to set that move up. But the other end of that coin is for the day trader, okay, well, that previous resistance level that it might consolidate into can become a bit of a floor of support. So that's what I want to watch here on UiPath today. We just had a dip, which the move to the downside did provide you with an idea of where buyers might come in, and they started supporting it right around that 14 area where it's sitting now. So above 14 on the daily is where that breakout occurs. Above 14, if we can hold that at the open, is a nice little place to support some longs. Obviously, it needs to settle above there. After that number just kind of took everything to the downside. It's now through that, but we can always get back there. Plenty of time at 9:30. I'm just looking to see if we're above that 14 even. I'm going to be looking for longs on the UiPath. But you know what? If we're cratering down below it, I don't have to take the trade.
You know what, it's always good to have different ideas, right? Gold, completely a way to diversify your portfolio, and if it's starting to break out, take some of those equity names. I definitely like to trade the equity rather than the physical gold, so I think that just makes a little bit more sense. I don't know, man. Are we getting a little too greedy here on Amazon? Amazon just went all the way to $94.35, giving us 70 cents in the money, and I didn't take it. So the NASDAQ is trying to dance a bit. I'm going to put another offer right here, $94.33, see if we can get it, or 30, I think it was, and see if we can get a piece out, just in case Amazon does that move one more time. We're right here right now. There's no difference between taking, honestly, a 20 and a 25 or whatever. So let's see if it can bust through some of this size, print us. Here we go. There it is. Yes, sir. So nice little out there at 29 for us there on Amazon. So dropping down some cash. We just took 50 cents on that one again. So we're going to hold this. Let's see if the NASDAQ wants to go back up to the upside right now. It's been good days so far to buy some of these dips, but you know, you're still down that 2%, and watch out for this market once we open up. When people start to realize some of these moves are to the downside, you could get a bigger flush. However, I'm going to think the other way. I think the market rebounds on the open a little bit here. So let's see if Amazon can get back to 95-ish. The level I really like for this, of course, is 97. It's all on the sticky note, but there's the buy, and here's the rip. Now we're 70 cents in the money right now on Amazon and starting to go higher. So hopefully we can take some of these big levels out. There's lots of size here on the offer. Already 2 million shares. It's really starting to work. We're out of half already of our AMC as well, as that bumped and grinded up here to 25s. So we got out a couple more times right there once that came upside. So we're sitting there again if it wants to try it one more time, but it's Amazon that's got me excited here as we're starting to rip back up to the upside. 35 minutes still before the market opens up. On the imbalance locator, we have APE as a bid, which is good for us. We're long AMC, but other than that, Chinese Neo's on here, Palantir's on here. What else do we look at? Square's on here as a sell. So pretty much mixed board a little bit here as far as the names. So we'll wait to see what the technology names have, but that's not till 9:25, Brendan.
Let's get some analyst moves to go here this morning. Notable names on this board, once again, as per usual. A lot of earnings popping up here to the upside. First of all, there's Path, I mentioned already. Just be aware that with UiPath, with Marvell, with Zscaler, and even Asana, there's moves both directions. So price targets adjusted both ways on all of these. But a few downgrades for ZS on the watch list this morning. Marvell's here, ASAN as well. It's funny, Sean, you mentioned 17% at the end of the day for Asana yesterday. It tagged that to the number almost on that initial move down. Here we are, 14.6. DoorDash as well under a little bit of pressure this morning.
You guys don't think I can call exact moves on stocks? Yeah, no, that was kind of lucky there, but I mean, as soon as we went off the air yesterday, I said Asana is going to go down 17%, and that was the bottom there, 17%. Unbelievable. I don't know. That was just fluke. So sometimes you get those lucky. Wish we had that luck in the open market. But yeah, so Asana crushed. I didn't really look at their numbers. I was looking at Marvell as well, more than Asana. Marvell, not a great name, and the chip space has been struggling. This name has been straight to the downside on the daily chart. I mean, no, I guess not straight to the downside, but it's been still some negativity in the stock here. Downside there, nice little bounce off, but since it's been to $50, it can't break it. So there it goes, straight down. It's trying to break this 50 period, and that's the $42 mark that we written down. So right there, $42, boom, nice move. 47, double topped it, down to 42. We're going to see if we can break that 42. But you're bouncing off to 42.90. So for me, right into there is $44. I'm choosing that as a spot to go short. I'd rather go short 42 than break, 44 than break the 42 to the bottom. So I'm just going to see about testing to some upside here for Asana. Look, this is 44, right? So he's going to see it hopefully when it loads up. It's not a super smooth level, but you know, we'll see. That's 43.80 there. That's 44.20 top. We're going to let it hopefully rip. I mean, if it gets back up to the upside, that'd be nice to go up about a couple percent, get a short there at 44, and then we'll get out if we're wrong. So that's the one name that we're looking at here on that board that I have actually on the sticky note. I think just a break of 42 looks not nice. I mean, here's 42 on a 3-minute chart right there, right? So there's the levels are right there for 42. 44 is a 50 period on a 3-minute. So we could look at that as well. But so far, so good here. Marvell looking to go pretty good.
I just got out of Intel, by the way. That's the other chip name I'll be looking at. 3 of them: Marvell, Intel, NVIDIA, as always. But look, I'm going to see previous support. I want to get out on this move. You never really know. Like a lot of times, you just continue moves like this when you break a big gap down. And if I was short 29.50. And I'd gotten that trade, I'd be asking myself if I was reloading it. So I'm just going to take the profit and get out of Dodge. Said I like 29 to 29.50. But Marvell, I don't have too much that's very different in terms of key price levels other than that 44. I like it a little bit deeper into yesterday's, kind of the afternoon support level. So I'd want to still be thinking about shorts anywhere into that 44.5. And as far as these breakdowns, 40.50. That's what stands out to me on the 15-minute chart. It's got $1 worth of range between 41.5 and 40.50. So that's a pretty deep zone. So if it does break down that 42, I think it could find some support down there. And if I'm playing any kind of bounces in Marvell, I'd have to let it drift in past 41 to get into that 40.50 to see if there's still any buyers. Anytime I see like these wick bottoms where you run to the upside, I tend to think, well, see what happens when it gets down there again. If you get buyers, that can be a good place to jump off.
All right, let's get a check of how things over in Europe are shaping up so far on a Friday morning here. We were basically flat right across the board for European markets. Here's how they look right now. Back to the downside with this jobs report with North American markets as well. About 0.5% more or less top to bottom outside Turkey there, 1.6. In negative territory. Quick look at social sentiment this morning. A few common names on here. This AVXL positive data on an Alzheimer's treatment. We'll have a look at that coming up. Mullen here, again, very positive. Tesla, interesting. That was actually green early on this morning. Now back to basically flat. Same story for the overall market, even with this jobs report. Back to the downside we go. Speaking of the market overall, let's bring in Arun, get a check of the futures here, see what we need to be aware of. For a Friday, Arun, so it's higher than expected. That means market's lower than expected.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting day because we were above that 200 daily for a day, one close and a full day's trading session. And then here we are right back underneath. Remember, we're going into a weekly downtrend. The fact that we barely got above that 200, a lot of this doesn't look good. So now they're interpreting a strong market. Is maybe the Fed going to continue on because the market can handle it? I mean, that's what the interpretation exercise is with these jobs numbers. But keep in mind, we do have a Fed Evans, I believe, is coming in later today with the speech. So that could be something, 11:15 at least from what I see on the calendar. That could be one to watch as well. But this market for the time being has decided that it wants to go down. It has taken out my only support level I had down here, which was 40.20. So we're flirting with it now, but we did crack underneath. I think if we get back underneath, we're probably going to lose that as a support level. So if we lose that as a support level, only levels I've got left are extremely wide. So today could be one of those momentum trading days instead of those technical setup days. So 41.15 is the top end, and then I've got 39.30 as the bottom end. So quite a wide range here, nearly 200 points, and we're in the middle here, cracking to the downside. So I would just kind of pull the levels off and just go with momentum at this point because it's going to be hard to find any key ones that you can work with. So, and with the way the market's been moving too, I think momentum will be just fine today. So volatility's back for anyone who's been missing it yesterday, but today should be an exciting one. Just keep an eye out for Fed Evans at 11:15.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Have a great weekend. It's interesting. We were mentioning the VIX at the end of the day yesterday closed below 20 for the first time since the summer. So yeah, some volatility came off over the past couple of days. Might be back on a little bit today. That's the link to the watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that. If you haven't done so already, join the more than 30,000 getting that every day delivered right to their inbox. All you need is an email address. Hit that link, enter your email, and you can have that for free every single day. Tesla, top of the list this morning. We had yesterday, Elon delivered the first semi-truck to PepsiCo. There was no indication from either side. Tesla didn't comment. Pepsi didn't comment. If you go back to 2017, Pepsi actually ordered 100 of these trucks, and there was no indication from either side whether or not or when those 100 were going to be delivered. But hey, they got one, which is kind of cool.
Hey, man, one is better than none.
It is better than none.
Start in the right direction there. I haven't really looked at Tesla too much. We just got out of another piece of Amazon. Someone in the chat said, am I almost out of it? I have about a third left of Amazon. I just didn't want it to break 94 there, so we took a 94.09 out. We're long at 60, so you know that's another 40 cents there, so we'll bang that one. We'll see where it's going, but here it comes back down to the downside, so you know, we'll see where this one goes. But yeah, for Tesla, Tesla's been a good trade. We talked about it at $200 the other day, that was a good short. Was that just yesterday maybe for 200? Yeah, it was. So right there, December 1st, we did get up to $200 right before the market opened, and then it was a downside move down here to 190 where we are here today. I guess it's a nothing burger, that delivery of the semi, but I think it is. I think it's a good move. You know, Tesla's needed to sort of diversify away from the models that they have, and you know, more talk, more sales. You know, whatever. It's going to be a high-quality truck, I would imagine. So if Pepsi likes it, maybe there's more that to come from this. Today, because we're down 1.5% now on the NASDAQ, or sorry, 2% on the NASDAQ as we continue to move down right now, I don't see Tesla as going upside today. It's been a nice run. I mean, it's been a decent run back from that bottom, 170 up. 170 up to 2 bills. Michael Noss is going to kill me. He's saying, why don't I use trade ideas charts? 170 up to 200, but there's that 200 top. So I still think we got a break there. I'm shorting until we break that 200 top. I don't really have any levels in the middle of the day here. I haven't looked at anything yet, but I mean, you get 198. It's just, we just dipped down. So now you're trying to see what the market's going to do on open. I think a 188, now that I look at this dip down from 2 days ago, that was bought up. We haven't retested that, so that could be a dip buy level. Or what about just smashing the 190 short, right? If the market does fade off here on open, why not just hit that 190 to the downside? So that's what we're going to be looking at here with Tesla. Hopefully it makes a little bit of sense. And we don't have to like battle it too much. Sometimes it does go that up and down. I don't know. It doesn't look like the market really cares too much about that story, though. It's following right now. Market down 2%, Tesla down 2%. So for right now, I think it's a short and fade on any pop up, just kind of like what the market's going to be today. Yeah,
then the level I like that I was looking at this morning was 93. So I'll kind of, it's the same thing like Intel. Like I'll look at that on the way back up for some resistance on that. I don't know if we see get a chance at those highs from, I guess it didn't get to 200, but close enough. I don't think we get a chance at those highs, so we'll just throw those out the window for now. Look at the 93 on the way back into the upside. But the range on it's not super crazy. Like, you know, you'd like to think that for the semi, they'd be doing a little bit better than that. Brendan and I were talking about that this morning, like 300 on the lower level and then 500 for the mileage on the higher end. It's really super cool looking. I just don't know if that, like, does that even move the needle in terms of where Tesla is going to be going and making profitability? I have no, it doesn't make, I just can't see this product moving the needle even if they deliver all 100, but certainly a fantastic sign, and it looks super cool. I'll tell you that much right now. If you haven't seen inside the cockpit of that thing, it's pretty awesome. But 193 on the way back into the upside at the open, that's where I'll be looking for the first fade on Tesla. If it doesn't get there, I don't actually have to trade this one. We might just sit it out. NIO, like I said, NIO, and I know it's a Chinese EV name, but NIO has a pretty more obvious level that I guess we'll be at the open. So I think at 930, it's more likely that I'll be trading NIO off of this bottom than Tesla. You never know, though.
Let's go on to some of the semiconductors. They were very flat yesterday. A little bit relative weakness coming into play. AMD, NVIDIA, Intel. Intel may be the worst to the downside yesterday. Here's Marvell, MRVL on the NASDAQ, down 6% right now. Again, this is a circuit maker, so they're in the group, but not necessarily an actual semiconductor maker, but they are a part of semiconductors. 42 was the low post-report aftermarket yesterday. Trying to hold that here, guys. Both the current quarter and forecast a problem here.
Yeah, and we keep talking about forecasts, right? Like it's, what are you going to do? Like it's people are getting beaten up if they beat top and bottom and the forecast is bad. So what do you think is going to happen if everything, you get like the trifecta being negative? And that's why I'm only really looking for the shorts there. I know I grabbed an Intel long, but that had more to do with the bounce anticipated in the market off a key level than anything else. So, you know, with sort of that out of the way, you know, I guess we just went over this, so I'll be pretty quick about it. But I like the channel here, 44.20 to about 45. Like that's the previous gap. It broke out from this, obviously on on Powell's speech there, and then we'll look at that 45 even. I think that's kind of that terminal, that first terminal spot, about 44.75 to 45 even is where I'd be saying, okay, fine, that's a little too far. I don't know it's going to have that kind of strength, unfortunately, so we could be looking at a dip already into 40.50. That wall breaks today, next week, whatever. I think you get a big move and potential downside. NVIDIA is the other one that I wanted to look at here because I think typically, you know, Marvell's on more growthier side, if that's even a word, whereas something like an Intel, maybe a little more stable. NVIDIA sits in that pocket. What I like about NVIDIA here is it right off of previous resistance, it just made a nice bounce off this 165. I know we're just sort of hanging in the pocket, but if there's going to be a recovery, you know, NVIDIA was so super strong. It's one of the first places that I was looking when we had Powell come on there. And it goes right into the top. It's giving you a pretty clear idea of where you want to take the big trades. anywhere in this 170 range, I think that's got to be a fade on NVIDIA. And then if we run away from this 65, I mean, you got right in here to 160. So I feel like there's going to be $5 to be had in either direction off of the open. Ideally, I usually like playing NVIDIA long until short, but you got to be open to at least both sides of this. NVIDIA stands poised not to hang around here in this dollar range, and when it breaks out of it, I think there's $3 or $4 in either direction. So NVIDIA, Marvell, Intel will be my jam. Intel's levels are pretty obvious. 29, 29.5, 30. I'll be fading 29.5 at the open. I'll be fading 30 if it gets there. Fading just means shorting in front.
All right, so Marvell miss on the EPS, 57 versus 59. They miss on gross margins as well, 64 versus 65. They guide lower. They do. It's just a big nightmare for Marvell. I don't think they have any business being up today. So if that's going to be the case, then we're not going to get back to 45, but we should get back to Lucas, my man. No problem. We should get back to here, 43.50. That's going to be sort of a fade spot for me if it does rip back up. That's the 200 period here on a 1 minute. So hopefully we can get back up to that level. Then we'll watch out for 44 as the breaker spot. So I want to short this name. We're going to wait for it to pop up. If and when it does, then I'm going to be there to short it. But I do like this 42 break low as well. Kind of where we stopped yesterday. We talked about that Brendan mentioned, and I mentioned it earlier, and it's on the sticky note as a breaking down level. It's just, I don't know. I don't know if I want the breakouts and breakdowns early. I don't know. If it does sort of settle down, and it's hovering around 42, 42.50, something like that back and forth, and we get a range, and then we start to break, then I like it. I like that a lot better than an early breakdown. So hopefully we can sort of hover around here off the open, get upside a little bit. Maybe we can grab a short up here, and then we'll fade it back down to the downside. AMD continues to probably be the #1 stock on the show for a long time. I like this name. It's great to trade. It has huge moves, which is why it's so good. And any kind of a dip down on AMD, we're still above the 200 period here. So I like the longs on this name rather than the short. So right down there, this is Marvell. Hold on a second. Go like this. AMD is above the 200 period as well. It should be anyways. Let's go. We're going to have to, yeah, there it is right there. So here's the AMD chart. So as long as we're above the 200 period, I like the longs. We've talked about that. This is that dip down level of $72 that we're looking for. If that can come into play, great. Otherwise, maybe we might have to get a little bit earlier on that, maybe 73, which is right here. So I think there's a lot of dip buy levels here on a lot of different names. So let's just, let's wait. We still have 17 minutes until this market opens up. But there's AMD. So far, so good on AMD. See, yesterday, short. We ran into that 78 level. So, as long as we don't break 80, it's a short. But we are getting near long levels like we just talked about down here at 73. So I like AMD for the long today near 73, but it has to come in. I'm actually going to put the order in right now.
Right, when the overall market is moving in the way that it is right now, positive earnings reports, kind of get put in the back burner or put to the back seat anyways. Here's UiPath coming back into the resistance we saw late in the day yesterday after market on this report. A beat for UiPath back to 14. Trying to hold here, guys. But, on a day like this, when there's a negative overall catalyst, what do we do with a positive earnings report?
Well, I just want to favor
Sell
the longs.
all positive news.
I don't want to sell all positive news. But at the end of the day, you have to alter your plan of action sometimes. And this was breaking out. It looked like it was going to be pretty. I'll go to the daily chart first. It looked like it was going to be pretty clean. You had about 14.10 here on the daily. It got to 14.15 in the aftermarket. So longs above 20, stops at 14 was kind of exactly how I thought this would be going in UiPath. I'm not saying that they're not still expensive or don't have risks or whatnot, but I just like that level on the daily. You had the positive catalyst gap up and a breakout play. Now I need to see it start to hold this at the open instead of catching a falling sword on it. It's worth noting it hasn't even done 1 million shares, so on earnings less than $15 stock. It hasn't done a ton of volume despite that catalyst, but anytime you break what is anticipated to be a support level before the open, I'm not just sort of going to go blindly long when it gets back above there. I need to see it start holding above that 14, then look for a long somewhere 14 to 14.20. That can make some more sense. It's my bias to want to look for it when I see that kind of a break. And if it turns into a wick top, like 14 just completely fails and you spend the entire opening range down below 14 even, yeah, then I could see a gap fill into the backside. But that's not the first place I'll start with. I'll just start with the fact that, yeah, you do have their forecast hopping estimates. Like, it's the opposite of Marvell, right? Like, everything you would have wanted past expectations went in the other direction. So, you know, I'll be favoring it for the long side. But if it can't hold 14, I mean, the dip buy I might not like the dip until 13 even, to be honest. So I just want this to hold 14 at the open. We can go long from there.
Yeah, I mean, they missed, right? I mean, it's not going to be great there. They missed on billings. We saw what happened yesterday when CRM missed on billings as well. So down to $16, that's going to be a great short, I would think. But I don't, you know, yesterday on CRM, if you guys remember, it's just, I wasn't trading, not that I wasn't trading it well. Why didn't that chart change? Oh my God, come on. Let's go, there it is. Yesterday, CRM had that dip down. Remember, we said we would sort of wait for this to happen. So we didn't wait too long, man. We waited till 9:35, dipped down. And then, look at the levels that it held, right? So we were in it a little bit early. It was still a really negative day for CRM yesterday, Salesforce. So big negative day, and it looks like it's going to have another one today. It tried to rally back yesterday, didn't even get back to the close. So actually, it almost, not the close, sorry, where we were on the open before that dip down, 147.50 or so. So what I'm getting at here is that, like CRM's getting close to a level 2 where you could possibly buy this right there at 142. I said use the 3-day rule on this name, so I'll be doing that and probably picking up some more of this at some point. But, you know, look at that. Runs to the downside there on a bad number, right? So, again, very, very similar to what Asana is doing. So you could break the pre-market bottom and then head even lower. But, again, that was only $3 on 140, so maybe Asana dips 30 to 40 cents more than that. But look at the levels that it developed. So that didn't develop until about 10:30 yesterday. That's 10:15, right? So came back, double tested that bottom, then ripped up, tested it again, and then the rest was history. So if we can do the same thing with Asana or any of these names, as yes, a nice little rally back here in the market, sending our AMC and Amazon right back up. Amazon now 50 cents in the money again. But there's the pre-market break. So what I think you could do is break 15 maybe, head down to like 14.30 or 14.70, down about 30 cents, and then maybe a rip back to the upside. So let's see what happens with Asana. But there's Amazon. Amazon just dipped. That's what I was saying. It just dipped down there to 93.70. We should have got longer there. That's a good level there for Amazon. I don't know why we didn't, but we didn't. So there it is. Nice little move down, and then a move right back up now for Amazon. And the same thing happened for AMC. AMC went down to $8 again. So if you liked $8 on AMC, then hopefully you're long right now. We'll put another offer out, see if we can get filled at 16, and then make this move higher on AMC, just taking out a little bit of profit. I still think this name can run off the open. So let's see if that happens. Neo, Ape shares still there. I mean, there's no point in looking Ape, below $1. I don't trade stocks below $1 really. Square right there on the sell side, still downside. Is that down? Oh, no, Square, yeah, Square still down 4%. That's a pretty nasty name, as that's tried to get off the bottoms as well, up to 75. So some names here on the imbalance locator, but hey, I've already promised a fun day, and if you know anything about Trader TV Live, then you know it's going to be a good day. So thanks to Bears vs. Bulls. Great job moderating again this morning. And shout out to everybody that's watching us for the first time, hopefully not the last time. Make sure you hit the like button, hit the subscribe, and let's get ready to party.
There was some Ford November sales numbers that just came across there. The combustion side of things, not good. EV sales, however, up 103% month over month, including more than 2,000 Ford F-150 Lightning sales as well. Ford's not moving on this, but just worth a note, some November sales numbers just coming across there for Ford. Let's talk AMC. Let's talk about this entire group, because it was AMC that led things yesterday. That's Ford. There we go. It was AMC that led things yesterday. Remember, we got that halt, 860 up to 9, and then it came back in a little bit. But I mean, Bed Bath & Beyond started going, GME started going. The only real catalyst behind this that popped up actually late in the day, and then aftermarket, they were talking about 550,000 call buys happening within this period in the early morning, which obviously equated to a lot of stock having to be purchased.
Yeah, that'll obviously do it sometimes. But we kind of talked a couple times about AMC and that $8 level. I'll be looking at Ape as well. If it can't hold $1, I think that could be worth it for sure. But there's another, I don't really know what the news is on tops. you know, I know it squeezed yesterday. A lot of names were squeezing, but it also had a move when I was back, when I was actually here as well. And on Wednesday, I think this whole thing started with tops, and it's got this interesting, I don't know, like it's one of these weird trend lines where you kind of, it's hard to see, but if you look at the top break on Wednesday and sort of line that up with the bottoms that are being put in, it's pretty solid. Then you kind of have a very similar thing going on. So it's a pretty interesting channel that this is making, and not ignoring it. There's not much of a catalyst that I've been able to find for today's action, other than maybe it's just squeezing again. Be careful with it. What I would say is we can short it. People have said you cannot. They can't short it. Their broker's not allowing. We can, but it's 22 cents per share. So I'd probably need to see this thing break out. It would have to almost break 650 and start getting into the bigger levels before I'd want to be paying for the short, just from an opportunistic standpoint. On the daily chart, you do have this 550. So if it pulls back in, I could easily, like you short here, I kind of feel like there should be buyers down in that 550, 560 area, and that's not enough of a risk to return if you're paying 22 cents a share. Like shorting off the pre-market highs here, when that's your upside potential, at least for me, looking at the open, that's where I usually want to get out of a move like that. It doesn't work risk to reward. So if it dips to that price and it can form along off the opening range, then I do like that. That's sort of your previous support or sort of resistance level on the daily. And anytime I see it start holding previous resistance levels, then I like to take longs off that. But if it breaks 750, goes to 8, 9, 10, then I would certainly pay for locates. You can see $10 stands out like a sore thumb. Not saying it's going to go to $10, but if it's up there, I'm more than likely to be shorting it at that point.
Yeah, $10 would be quite nice. Yeah, you got to trade key levels. I think that's obviously pretty important here. You saw Bed Bath & Beyond yesterday. It didn't. Pardon?
Oh, sorry.
No, it kind of went with AMC. A few things went in the morning there, up to $4. So that's what I was going to get at, is that you do have a $4 level there. I feel like we're well off of that. And I don't know if today's going to be a meme day or not. I think that's what you got to sort of watch out for. You want to use some trade idea scans and things like that, that scan for volume. And then when you start to see them pick up, then that's when it's go time. So I would just say very, very careful here. I don't think we're going to go down to 3, and I'm not sure we're going to get up to 4. So I would just sort of short any sort of a pop like that again today, up to 384, 385. I feel like these meme names have a very great opportunity to go, but then they don't continue, right? So AMC's been great, and we had that yesterday, but hopefully my trades will show up yesterday on this name. So we're long now off 8, but you know, like we missed this move, but then we had a move back. I can't remember exactly where we had it. It was about 2 o'clock. No, it was in here, I think. Yeah, it must have been this break. We had this move. Oh, that is what it was. We actually got out at 9:12 yesterday, a piece of it, which the high was 9:15, but then it faded back in, and we actually wound up negative on the day, I believe, or close enough to it, on AMC, because it just faded the rest of the day. So the moves can happen, and I just want to caution that, like, if you're in these moves, a lot of the time you want to just get out if you do have an upsized return there. You're like, wow, this is really moving. Pay yourself like we did, because when we're long here and it goes up to there, you know, 880 up to 910, 915, that's a great long. So you got to pay yourself, because then when it just bleeds down, we talked about these averages, right? It was above the 200 all day. It was above VWAP all day. And then it just drifted all the way down to it before basing out at $8. So, you know, you need to have a catalyst, not just volume. So when volume is there, that's great. It could cause a great spike up. A lot of us take advantage of that. But in order to hold the stock, I feel like Adam Aron or something's got to come out to say, hey, this is the sort of the catalyst for AMC. I don't believe any long move is going to hold for very long. So get out when you're in. And it's just sort of what I'm preaching right now. We're already in at 8. It's popped up. So we're getting out at some of these old resistance levels, or not old levels, but levels that were made here earlier this morning. So I'm just taking my own advice, trying to scalp out of AMC. If it breaks 8, we're gone. And if it breaks 8, we're going to be up today on it, obviously. So it'll be all good. Let's just keep the motivation and the momentum here to trade these meme stocks. Just wait for volume, and let's see if there's a news piece that comes out, because those are the ones I want to trade.
All right, a few other notable names here. DoorDash was one of them. Wanted to mention before we get on to the open here, down almost 5% today. It's just an RBC downgrade and price target cut for Dash. Not a lot of volume behind that move, but worth a note. There's also this one from the watch list, Zscaler, with a huge move down aftermarket, coming back into these lows as well. 126 was support. Their report also not good. It was mostly the forecast for Zscaler as well. You guys mentioned Asana there quickly, but a few others there to consider, including that ASAN.
At least this is one that I know on Friday, I almost said Friday, on Wednesday. What am I even talking about? On Wednesday, was talking about the 50 period, and this 53 area on Dash has just been an absolute wall on the daily chart. If we can show it quickly here, just when you see a support level like this one, can we get my chart up for a second, guys? Thanks. So yeah, when you see a level like this, it's almost obvious, but sometimes if it's too obvious, I'm going to do it anyways. That's about 52.80 to 53 even. You got the 50 period as well. I just think when a level like this goes, I want to be involved, and you can play this in two directions. You can go both long and short. I don't mind usually bouncing off a level like that, risking 15, 20 cents, maybe a little bit more regards to slippage, reversing into a short if it breaks. Worth noting, it did get down to about 50, 52 even, just a little bit lower than that on the 9th, I think it was. So that first out, you want to have a little bit tighter into that low if it does break the level. But I was watching this level all week, looking for it to break, and maybe this is the day that it's going to do that on DoorDash. But it's support until it isn't, right? That's one thing you have to keep in mind. Someone just said Neil's going to short Intel. Breaking news. I'm like, it's not a guarantee that I'm going to short Intel. Only 5 minutes to go, but if we're still beneath that 29.50 and I can get it off of this higher low on the 15-minute in the afternoon than it had, that's 29.50 and a 29.60. Like, that's the first pocket. But if it breaks 60, I'm out. And then I just want to look at resistance at 30 even. As a day trader, if it's going to give you levels like that, I find Intel tends to follow a decent structure to make those plays. So it's not a guarantee that I'll be in the short. Like, if it just falls from here, maybe I don't actually get this, and I'm staring at a 29 break and having to make a decision on whether I want to go short at the low of the day. But yeah, I'm looking at 29.50 first. I'd be out if it broke 60, and then from there I'd be looking at the $30 level. But that Dash, 52.80. Big level on the daily chart, 50 period as well on the daily. So I'll be there when it happens, if it happens.
All right. Amazon just started to rip up again. It went to 94.50 and we didn't get out. I'm going to try to hold this all day. I'm going to think about a long here today for this name. So we're well in the money now for Amazon, up 70 cents. Hopefully that name will continue to work. Yeah, we already talked about Asana. We can probably wipe that off the board now. With only a few minutes to go, we do have NASDAQ right now. Looking at that, there's Mullen. We talked about the 23-cent level on Mullen. That could come into play at some point. Comms, NTX, Uber's a sell. That's something pretty neat right there that we could come into play at some point. Other than that, man, I mean, I'm not really seeing. I mean, there's I just saw gold right there. That's from Michael Noss. So he talked about it being a Canadian name, but of course it's on the New York exchange as well. But there we go, man. Ready to rock and roll here early. So let's go. AMC still trying to bounce off 11, so that's good. We have that long, and again, I have some higher up outs. So if it rips up, hopefully we'll be able to just capture the profit. We're still, we're out of more than half of our Amazon. We already talked about that. I'm liking Marvell. Let's just go over some ideas that are going to come through. I'm really liking this at 42. It's just, I don't want to play the break for some reason. I don't know. I want to let this go. Hopefully it can come back up to the upside, but man, that 42 looks pretty good there on Marvell for the downside. So that's another one that we're looking at. And then one thing that we didn't cover at all today, we didn't really do too much work on Chinese ADRs, but we talked about NEO a little bit. I just feel like Alibaba down here at 86, it has been a little bit of a bottom, but a lot of my opinions have changed here on picking up bottoms just because of this. Boom, down here. Like, it's one thing to say you like an 86 long when you're at 87.50, but then when you come down like that and then test these levels and break it pretty easily down to 85.40 there, now I think you might have to look at an 85 level here, even maybe lower, 85 is pretty good for Alibaba. So let's just continue to that. I'm at the highest spot I've been at all day right now. So, wow, that's why. Look at Amazon. Yeah, Amazon now breaking. Yes, sir. There it is. Start the day off with a bang on Amazon. Like I said, we have exactly half left on this trade. So up to 50 right here. Let's see if it continues to climb. I don't have any offers out for Amazon. I'm thinking maybe 95.25 or so could be a spot. Let's do that right here into yesterday's close. 95.25 if we get a rip up. Only a minute on the clock.
Yeah, and just worth noting here, about $1 up, NVIDIA just made a bounce to the upside. At the same time, Intel went down 30 cents toward the low of the day. So, and that was while Marvell broke the bottom. So Marvell, Intel weak, NVIDIA actually relatively strong. That's why I'm looking for some longs on NVIDIA above 165. I want to get, with only a minute to go here, I want to get to Meta. We didn't have a chance to talk about this. 50 period is right here, right now. At about 120, this is going to stand out like a sore thumb. Look, I loved Meta if it was going to break this and hold a 50 period, but 121 break might not come into play. So 120 is going to end up being resistance for me until it breaks. But that's when I sat down and was like, oh man, above the 50 period, if the market's strong, man, that 121 sets up for a good break on Meta. I'm just going to have to be shorted before I go long after that initial move. Sometimes you got to change those plans of action. Justin is going to be on the bell. I see he is locked and loaded and ready to go. It's going to be a wild Friday. That jobs number obviously changing a lot of things. But hey, we're ready and locked and loaded to go here. First place I'm going to be is probably NEO or NVIDIA, as NVIDIA super strong, man. Wow, NVIDIA. In 3, 2, and 1, ring it. Oh, that was loud.
All right, let's go. We are short Marvell. We took that short early there, not early, but on that break to the high side there for Marvell. Low side, sorry, to Marvell. And there it is already, bang, right there, 50 cents in the money. We just took that trade. You're welcome. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to everybody out there as well. There we go, man. There goes Marvell. There's the trade, 42. It's another sticky note banger for you. There's $1 in the money for Marvell right now off the sticky note. So, I mean, I can't be happier about that than anything. There goes Amazon to the upside as well. This is now $1 in the money. Like, are we living in a fantasy world right here? I mean, some of these plays are just rocking. Look at it. Look at Amazon go. Wow. Great trade here on Amazon, man. We got, not great until we get it out, but nice move up to $95. $1.50 in the money now on Amazon. 70 cents in the money on Marvell. Let's see if this rip has legs to the upside here.
Yeah, I think it might. It might. We're above that 14 on pass, so I'm going to engage in the long on that one. NVIDIA is still going into the upside. There hasn't been much of a bounce in Intel for me to short this thing, but I think it is going to be coming. If the market tries to get to the upside, this is just hanging off those lows. You mentioned Ford very quickly. I didn't get a chance to go over Ford. I know a lot of things happen really fast. $14 obvious on Ford, but $13.90 where we're at right now. That was the breakout that we had yesterday. Well, I didn't have it, but that's where it broke out from yesterday's trade. Beneath 14, I am looking for some shorts in Ford. So the only thing I'm in is UiPath, and I'm up to get into some Intel as we get that one looking weak. And wow, NVIDIA just tearing to the upside.
Yeah, look at this AMC move. Okay, go ahead, Brendo.
I was going to mention, guys, XPeng, one that was super strong over the past couple of days, just popping back up on volume, testing this pre-market high once again, trying to go 3% already for XPeng.
All right, look at AMC going to the upside. AMC, huge move here, man. $8 all the way up to $8.40. Huge move upside for AMC. We've been getting it out. There's Amazon. We got that out as well. Nice move to the upside, 95. Still climbing. Let's go, man. We're ripping this market right now. Marvell, we got out at 2/3 for 50 cents. We should have taken the dollar when it went all the way down to 41. So let's see if that happens again. But we're almost at our day goal here. So it's been a good one so far here today. Amazon now $2 in the money and ripping. AMC, we just took some out. Let's take another piece out here at 28. There it is if we can. So it just rips right through us. There goes AMC. It's sticky note nation today, guys. Marvell gave you $1 in the money. AMC is now 30 cents in the money. And then Amazon, I mean, this was just a great trade off that move on the jobs numbers. So I said we're going to look long today. That's exactly what we're doing. Now the key is to hold. So let's see if we can hold the rest of this to the long side. The only thing else I have written down on here is Alibaba. Other than that, man, Amazon, AMC, Marvell, all in the sticky note at Trader TV. Sean, go find it. What's up, Lucas?
Yeah, so NEO just broke above that $12.25 level. Looks like it's going to hold that support at 12. If it breaks, I still like the breakdown, but at this point, I'm going to find support there. I took half out on Asana on the bounce just to give a quick little update on this. I think it's relatively strong, and I want to give, sorry, I mean Path, not Asana. Oh, I made the same. I think you did it as well, but in our rundown. But Path, UiPath, I mean, took half of it out as it got up to 1450 there. I'll reload this in front of 14 even, but I want to give this room to run. If it can break the high of the day, I still want to be long any kind of high break on UiPath. And speaking of Asana, now I can get to Asana. So Asana, right back into this $16 level. I think it's going to have some trouble getting past there as we continue to go upside on Path. Down 15%. It is short sell restricted, so you almost want to get this on the way to the upside. But this is a huge floor break beneath 16. One of the names I do want to the short side there.
Yeah, I'm looking to get more Marvell, obviously, at some point, but we still need to look for other names here. So let's see if we can do that right now for you. Try to find something that's a little spicy here for us. So that's what we're doing today. Looking for some good trades. So Amazon's upside. Marvell looking to reload this somewhere. So that's going to be pretty key for us at some point to reload this name. So, where do we like it? Probably up near that 43 marker is a spot that I'm going to be looking at for that trade. So let's see if that can come in now for us here on Marvell. But that's the trade that I like so far. Here it comes breaking back down as well. So far so good here, but still a dangerous trade. Not completely in love with this short here. Needs to get it back up to that 43 marker right there, and we'll try another short. But I might just wait. I mean, my idea was 43.80. So let's let this thing fly up a little bit and see if we can get something.
Yeah, I'm still, the only thing I'm going to be in because I got out of Intel is going to be Path. It gets to the high of the day just now. So we got the long in front of 14 like we like. Now it's a matter of will it break the high of the day. If it takes out 1480, 15 is an obvious psychological level, options level as well, obviously being at Friday. So if it gets to that price and makes a curl, I'll take another leg out and try to hold the rest for Dodge. Tesla here is looking, I mean, right now, I like that 190. I like that 193. It blew through it at the open. There was no curl there. There was no pause. It was not stopping to collect $200. And now all of a sudden, it looks like that could turn into a support level. So now that we're about 5 minutes in, I think we put a bit of an opening range. If we can start holding above 93, that actually sets up for a bit of a long trade for me on Tesla. NVIDIA might just be too far gone. Hit enter twice, that 165. I don't want to sit on the bid at 165 if it comes back in. If anything, 166 or 166 half is going to be the dip buy. I only want to be long NVIDIA today. I'll look for my shorts in Intel, which, I mean, the market is bouncing here, and it's like Intel won't even come anywhere near where I want to short it. So I might just be taking a 29 break to the downside on Intel. If it's not going to go up, I mean, I don't know how I'm going to get into the short.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. You gotta be patient with some of these trades. We looked at Asana earlier. Let's see what it's doing now. We talked about that. Yeah, that move up to 16. Okay, good short there. We'll see if that comes through. We did put on another short for Marvell right here. It's at the levels that we sort of talked about. And then I was like, do we want to give it to 43 or just test it right now? This is a small position now. It's not really moving around too much. I am biased to the long side today, so that's sort of hindering me here as I watch this trade. So, let's be careful with it. I am still waiting for that 44 level to come in, so hopefully that will be the case and come through here for Asana, for Marvell. So let's see if that one wants to keep floating around. We've been getting out more and more of our AMC. We're actually almost out of this name completely. So again, well, not completely. Well, we have a few more shares. We have about 30% left, so it's not like it's a huge position at all. But there's another, oh no, we didn't get that out. I was waiting for 29s there. So I'm just trying to massage some of these plays. The thing about Amazon is it just ripped up. So we're $1.70 in the money now on Amazon, but it just bounced off 95.30 there for Amazon. So yeah, not a good one there. We should have held them all, but nice move upside for Amazon. Hey, just $1.50.
Oh, there's NEO again. And NEO and XPeng, these stocks are insane. So it holds that bid, it breaks out in a big way. It's doing that thing where it just goes absolutely ham. Look, 1240 afternoon high, pre-market high, any kind of a pullback into 1240, I'm just going to go long on NIO. If I end up chasing this move and losing on a long after what it did a couple of days ago, then I can certainly live with it. I'm assuming XPEV doing the same thing. With UiPath, just got to 15 and curled, so I took another leg out. But I had to jump out of Asana there as that broke that 16 even area. Brendo?
Saw this one up in the pre-market this morning, but very, very light volume, still kind of thin, but testing highs here for IoT, which is an Internet of Things company. 25% on a better than expected earnings report for IoT.
Yeah, we're just talking about XPeng here going nuts again. XPEV up to $11 as some of these Chinese names just really have no love. Man, they're just straight up to the upside, hold my beer on a lot of these names today. Up to $11 and just breaking. I was like, Neil's like, oh my God, XPeng's do it again. I'm like, what, 11? Because that's when I looked at it. Now it's 11.30, 11.40 as these just keep on running to the upside here. XPeng, big time movement again, upside on this one. Disney Plus and getting closer and closer to Netflix. I don't know what that means. On the subscription side, I guess. Okay, so there's a nice move up for XPeng. This has been the worst stock for me the last 2 days. Pretty much the only stock that I've gotten crushed on. So we'll stay away from it, but definitely something to watch out for here. XPeng, huge move up. Let's see it fall back down again right now. Marvell still floating around doing absolutely nothing. Amazon still on a ripper. Let's see if that can go. And then AMC all the way back to flat. So it's a good thing we started getting out here near that 830 marker. So far, so good on all those plays, guys.
Yeah, and here comes Meta. This is one of the few names that I think actually got to a level that we're sort of just talking about, but it's not quite there just yet. I mean, it's almost at that 120. So a bit of a curl off of 119.80. I'll jump in, got some 30s here. If I'm going to add to this position, it would have to fail again at that 120, like get up there, fail the high, and then I would jump back. I would have liked long if it had held up there, but the jobs number kind of changed everything for us in terms of our expectations. VWAP sits at 119. As soon as we got the curl there, it starts flushing down into VWAP. So this does free me up to get a little more aggressive, adding to it on that flag. If this breaks 121, I want the long off yesterday's high. I mean, this is actually 120, just to be a little bit more particular. But for now, playing that retracement in front of the 120 level. As far as NEO goes, it's just a matter of, okay, like it's just chasing this is just completely insane at this point. The next level up, you can sort of see here a couple of days ago, we got to that 1280 and then it showed some weakness. It's about to break out of that, and if it does, then I have to start going longs off of 1275 if it does get through this. This is insane. XPeng as well, just as strong and straight shot into the upside. All I can say is at least I'm not short.
525, 95.27. Yeah, I was just looking here sorry, not at AMC. AMC, we have an offer at 17, I think. It just ripped to 17. Okay, so hopefully we'll get filled there. Hopefully, if it comes back up. I want to just get out of this name. I still want to hold a little bit in case we rip to the upside, but let's just start to scalp this name out. We've done pretty good on this, obviously, today here. One name I was looking at, there it is. We just got those 17s. One thing I wanted to look at there was Amazon, because we are getting close to maybe just getting out of this, because we've bounced off that 200 period, especially if the NASDAQ right now doesn't want to continue its move up. Kind of a little bit of a barcode action here. So hopefully this will start to go back, and then we'll be able to hold on to this Amazon trade. But what else do we want to look at right now? Just trying to check some scanners. What's relatively weak versus strong?
What about the other Chinese names?
Yeah, XPeng, NEO, Coinbase, strong today as well. Shopify is a name that we always like to look at as well. Let me just look at Shopify quickly here, and then we'll go over to Brendan. Yeah, look at this. I mean, wow, Shopify, big, huge move to the upside. Trying to take out this 43.75. Watch out for that, XPeng. And there goes Marvell. So we're not in this that many shares, but I do want to get short at some point and maybe add to it right now. What's up, Brendo?
How about some cannabis names? CGC, if you remember late in the day yesterday, we saw this MSOS pop up on heavy volume into the close. There was a note on Las Vegas, possibly getting some cannabis cafes, they called it. But this one, guys, CGC off to a good start here, up 2.5.
So I almost do not believe that as the market is just absolutely ripping right now. I just looked at Coinbase ripping. Intel's about to break the low of the day. So it's going to break 29 like any second now. I am short Meta, but I'm going to be cautious about that reload. Coinbase super strong as well, right into yesterday afternoon's high, and then the pre-market highs at 45.50. That's going to be worth it for a play. UiPath is setting up for a bit of a reload, so it did check up at the high of the day. There we go. I just actually got my first reload. So you got a wick high now through the high of the day. If it goes straight down through the bottom, I'm not holding through the low. That's completely insane. But if it can now start making a base off of this 14 area, I'll start jumping back into this. As I said, the market's strong. Intel at the lows. There's a reason I favor the short on this pretty much every single day. I know it held 29 on that report, and we had the long trade there. I wish I could say that was short. It's not. I wanted 29.50. We're not going to get 29.50. If it breaks the bottom, there's only one place to go.
Man, this Shopify is pretty nasty to the upside, man. It's just a huge move. I'm just looking at it. It's crazy, up to $44 right there. for Shopify. It's almost straight up. Like I'm debating taking it off this 43.40 right there and hitting it back down to the downside right now for Shopify. This could be a dangerous trade, but we're here to trade, so let's do it. All right, let's see if, there we go. So now we're in this name at 29. Let's see if it breaks above that 43.50 area. So that was the high there for Shopify. You could see that's 40. We'll wait for this. Let's just wait for yesterday's top. Could get blown out, right? We don't have a huge position on right now, so we're gonna wait out for this 43. Looking at the top side, it's just a matter of, like I said, I think the market's going to rip today. So being short a name that's already starting to go is a little dangerous, but if we do retrace back down, and again, look at the market down 1.5, Shopify only down 0.23, so it is relatively strong, but let's just play it off. Let's just play it off 43.50, man. That's 43.70. Let's go again at 43.50. Like I said, we don't have many shares on purpose, so let's go again there and then take that 43.70. So out is going to be yesterday's high on Shopify, right there. Yeah, 43.70. Okay, so we'll do that. We're going to wait for some more shares, but here it comes back down in 43.70. A quick out. I'm just putting the stop order in right now for that name, that Shopify. It's now in on the board for that. Marvell starting to go back upside. We're going to short that again, which we did at flats. So yeah, it's going to be hopefully a move down as we've just put on Marvell and Shopify, Brendan.
Billy, guys, some of the Chinese ADR are showing some strength, but here's Billy. Up 4%, just took out the highs there on a volume spike once again. Still waiting for a red candle for Billy.
Like it's a lot of them. It's not just, Neo and XPeng. They're all starting to go pretty big. But Neo just broke 13, pull back in. So I'm gonna get a chance to get this dip. I think it's gonna be here. I said that 75 area, but I feel like I want a little something out in front of it just to get a taste. Sometimes if you don't want to chase too far, like wet your beak and get a little bit in early so you don't feel as if you missed the entire move, and so I can quench my jitters of it's doing it again. But if it calms down and goes sideways off 75s, that's when I want to add to that position and get a little bit more constructive with it. It's just off to the races. Neo's the one I am preferring here. I don't think you can go wrong with any of them. It's just Neo's the one I was watching, so that's where I'll be. I did grab Intel as it broke the low of the day, got a partial fill, got the rest, end up with a 98 price. If it breaks out 29.10, I'll accept that this is wrong and go back to the drawing board at 29.5. Meta was able to get the one leg out. Now here it starts coming back into the upside. So it bounced off VWAP. Now you're coming back into 120. Has to fail that top for me to get more short. I still favor a long break at 121. It just has to get to that price. And just going back over to NVIDIA, still hasn't retested back into 165. That is where I like that long in front. That's where it bounced on that jobs number. I'll be patiently waiting for that level to come to the upside.
I like that. All right, here comes Shopify. We are on the bid right now. Give us that. Yes, sir. There it is. Nice little win for Shopify right there. Quick little 25 cents on the downside there. So that's a good little win for us to start on that name. Let's see if it wants to fade out a little bit more. And again, don't get greedy, man. We talked about that over and over again. This could not, the market is very, very flat right now. It's actually not moving at all. So be very, very careful. Here's the NASDAQ. Here's the ES. Well, you can't see the ES because it's over my face, but here's the ES right here, 4,034. This is a level that we've been bouncing around for a while. Not a while, but the last days. We talked about yesterday with Arun. Back coming in. Look at Marvell. Marvell just puked. We did get that short again. Should have just waited for that 200 period, but it came in right now. So here comes Marvell straight down to the downside now. So far so good on MRVL with the reshort. Going to be a positive. We don't have any losing trades on today. So far so good on all of this. Let's see if Marvell does come back in a little bit more. Maybe we'll bid 25s. We're short at 50 here on MRVL. So again, another sticky note name. Let's just take, let's take a piece out. I'm bidding 31s here, so I'm in this group bidding, right there. Come on, one more swipe down. Someone swipe it. Missed it there. So Marvell hopefully swipes one more time to the downside, and we'll get that 31 bid. I hope we didn't miss that by a couple pennies because I didn't want to punch out. That's pretty crazy, but hopefully it comes in. And again, that just goes back to my bidding and offering days instead of just marketing out of some of these names when they come into some levels that I like. But right here, Marvell, come on, print it. Ooh, we just missed the 31 again. There it is. Yes, sir. There we go again. Another one working out for us here today. Marvell, your boy is on fire. What's up, Brandon?
One that's had a pretty good post Cyber Monday and Black Friday week. Peloton, guys, I just noticed Back above $4 billion market cap as of today, or I guess the close yesterday. Just took out $12 there. Nice day so far for Piton.
Oh, it's only up 100% from its bottom.
Yeah, I mean, but when the bottom is where it was, those kinds of things can happen. Like, that's why XPeng could go so far, because if you look at those daily charts, they were pretty much disgusting. The short that's actually working, because the market did bounce off the lows, as you can probably guess, I got to talk about it. It's Intel. I'm going to get on the bid here at 91. I just don't need to do it twice. And then if it breaks 90, I'll probably like 85, 75, and sort of down that line. NEO continues to bounce around a little bit here. I just got some out in front of 13. I didn't really get any more shares down at that 75 level. Like, that initial dip was pretty much the best we were able to get. At this point, like, you could be breaking out the top here, and then you're just trying to play the trend, just like what it did on Wednesday. And it's probably just following XPeng. XPeng now 19% to the upside and about to break $12 even. Yeah, that's right. XPeng is about to break $12 even, again, from $10. So I got to watch this one closely. If this starts failing pretty heavily, I am going to want to jump out, maybe get some shares out or get it all out of NEO. You now have a triple bottom on AMC at $8. It's holding up nicely with size on the bid. I think the scalp trade is going to be able to come into play at this point. Kind of been distracted by other names, but this $8 level looks pretty juicy. And it doesn't matter that there's size on the bid. It's just that tells you sometimes that the level you like, there's other people interested as well.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, let's just continue with this move here in the market. Marvell now 70 cents in the money, breaking back down below 42 right now. So this is a good little level. Let's put another bid out on this name and just take some more profit. I mean, this has been really traded by me pretty well again today, just because it's in one of those earnings names.
Whoa, AMC big break.
AMC big break. Yeah, that just got us out. So we were pretty light on that. I didn't even notice. It wasn't even affecting the net there. But good little level call out right there for AMC on that break. That is a level that we were looking at there on the downside. But I'm not going short that name. I didn't even pay for shorts today on AMC. We're just making money everywhere else right now. Well, and AMC. AMC's my second top. AMC's my second name right now. But look at Marvell, just broke 42. We got that. Look at Shopify. I mean, Shopify as well, banging it out again here for you guys today. So far, so good, man. What a great day trading this has been so far. AMC, big win. Amazon, that the proof is in the pudding there. Marvell right now, 75 cents in the money and still rocking. And then Shopify right now, 20 cents. So we're going to go 4 for 4 right now so far, but we are being patient. It's now 9.50. We could start to look for some key levels and some stocks that we like. So let's do that. Possibly go back to AMD, go to NVIDIA, things like that are moving around. Maybe have a look at Salesforce. What else do we write down here? Alibaba. I mean, there's lots of names moving around. PDD, again, another 52-week high. Some of these Chinese names are just absolutely insane. You've indicated
all of them are.
XPeng today for sure.
I mean, I haven't looked at any. I've been looking at mostly the EV names. I just got VWAP on UiPath again, and if it holds above VWAP, I might start engaging along off of that level. It's going to set up for a $15 break as well, so I do want to have that one in the back of my pocket. Meta did just jump back up and did another wick high, so I got some more short, the shares that we got out, and then now it just did another wick high in front of that 120 level. I came in favoring longs, but obviously the market went down, so that 121 will have to wait. If we break 120, I'm going to get away from the notion of the short altogether, and it has to fail one more time at 120 before I add any shares in there. Intel gave me one fill, or actually no, it hasn't even given me a fill just yet into the downside, but for now it's still holding up weak. Bit of a curl here in NEO, so some concern that it might have made a little bit of a top here. I'll play the range. Which would be 1275 into this 1310, and then if it breaks, continue to look for longs on NEO and XPeng. Watch XPeng pretty closely here. It did wick top through 12 even, so when I see that, back of my mind says if you fail into VWAP, it could get pretty violent for me on NEO. We'll see what happens. I think right now the trend, you just got to be with the trend. I wasn't with the trend on Wednesday, and I think that's going to be the big thing. I'll be long until it breaks that trend, and 1275 is going to be it for me on NEO. Just got first leg on Intel. Tesla probably should have just, maybe should have gone to Tesla instead of Meta off that 196, but hey, I picked Meta at that 120.
We're trying to slide more here. I need to find some more shorts. I don't have enough on board right now. We have Marvell, 75 cents in the money. Obviously, that's broken back down below, or tried to break back down below 42. But I feel like this market's going to break lower. We're below the 50 period right now. We're starting to edge a little bit lower. Stocks like AMD's already had their run up, now come back down. So I'm actually kind of looking for some shorts maybe now that I can play off of a little bit better. So I think that's kind of the play for me here. Looking into some shorts just to see like, hey, is there going to be a possibility here for some more moves down? But we already have Marvell, which we've really indicated that we like to the short side. So now, here we go. Now this is $1 in the money. Oh, Canada right now. Nice downside move there for Shopify, for Marvell. And then we go over to Shopify, a Canadian company. And we've really done quite well on this one, but waiting for lower. Just noticing here, we only have one out on Shopify. So we're only out of a third of this trade. And I'll try, like I say, I'll try to do my best to tell you what percentage of the trade I'm in. I do that every day. But it just bounced off that 42.80, which is the 200 period. And remember, Shopify is stronger than the market today. We picked on this when it was only down 0.25. So we've made about, 75 basis points on this trade so far here today. So it's been a good one. Let's just see if it does hold out more downside pressure in the market. Should send us this for Shopify. So I like it here, but again, needs to push down a little bit more for me to get filled. IBM is relatively strong. A name like Tesla could be something that a lot of people look at to trade.
It's rolling over right
today, yeah. So that's, again, made a nice high. Now is rolling back. Watch out for one. I actually like the 190 bid here on Tesla. Something to look out for.
Yeah, I'm going to re-engage Asana. I just made sure that my stop on DoorDash is still in there for that breakdown, because the market starts coming in. I think Dash is going to get there. But I got wicked out of Asana when it took out 16. But I see wick high. I see down 15%. I see a report that I didn't like. I'm going to jump right back over to it on any kind of a pop. Meta finally got the last of my shares in front of 120. So if it breaks that, I think we'll be out of dodge, unfortunately. Neo did break channel down. I'll get to the stocks that are winning. But Neo broke channel down here, 12.75. We got one in at 85s and then took some out in front of 13. Reloaded. But I don't want to be held in the bag if this pulls all the way back into the downside. So I'm going to be pretty cautious. If it's going to continue to trend, there's always a chance to get back into the trade. Just took a bid on Intel. Finally, been pretty patient with it. Like, if the market comes in, I think this one's almost sure to work, just given how weak it was. Market bounced, it didn't go. Boom. So this is a pretty big gap fill that I think it could put if the market wants to be red today. And then for your Tesla, it just bounced off 192. I think more constructive could be Meta here. And I know I'm short Meta, but that's not much of a pullback. It's starting to convince me that I might just want to look at the 120 to reverse long and not wait for 121.
Shop, baby. We put that in the chat right there. Hit the alarm. That thing just went right down to 80 again, and we got out. So what a great out that was there on Shopify. Like, can you believe? Like, we were just sitting there at 90, like we said, because it's bounced off there a couple times, and then it just rips right back up to the upside. You know what? I might be done Shopify right now. If this market wants to go up, I'm canceling all of this. I'm just going to get out of Shopify. We've already done really well on that. Now I don't need to see this continue to move to the upside. So let's get out if we can for flat if it makes a move back down. That market just got pretty aggressive. There it is. No, that was not out. Sorry, I thought that came down. It went to 40, not 30. Let's watch out here. It is going to take out the top here on Shop. Shop's going to take out the top. That's not bad. All right, so let's see if that happens here. Tops, yeah, watch out for Tops.
I forgot about that stuff.
Friendly neighborhood. That used to be a grocer. Maybe it still is. That's not what that is, of course.
It's Top Ships.
Top Ships, yeah. So here we go, guys. So far, so good on the trade. Let's just see if we can't keep this momentum going. I don't... Amazon's, we didn't reload that, probably should have, didn't. So that's, something that we should have maybe looked at there. Amazon on some sort of a reload down to the upside. When it made that move down to 94, we could have reloaded that long. But again, I do favor the short on Amazon. I'm still looking for more opportunities. So if there's anything here that a lot of you traders are looking at that maybe Neil and I have missed, we're down for... Yeah, we're down for everything. So if there's anything that you guys want to show to us, please do that ASAP. Amazon, Marvell still in the money, and there goes Shopify. So this is at a level now where I'm going to short one more piece here because it's a nice move upside, and it looks like it's just going to continue to go. But I'm only going to give this to... Wow, I'm only going to give this to 44. Wow, Shopify. Someone came in and bought the living, you know what, out of this name.
The market just made a... So the NASDAQ just made a decent check up there, almost like it levitated
Come
up.
back down, baby.
I got it into NVIDIA when it did a wick bottom, double bottom, wick bottom. I got to get to this one because it reclaimed 165 off the open. That was the level I like. Wick bottom, long through 165.
Holy shit.
That's where I'm going to buy some dips. But there was some big moves just now. Like, look what has happened in NEO. It wicks me out. I'm like, oh, I can get back in when it consolidates. Next thing I know, on the same candle, it's breaking the high of the day. Same candle on my 3-minute where it's like, okay, it breaks the low. It's taking out the top. I just feel like you got to give this one a wider berth on any kind of a long. So that's what I'm going to do. Every single dip, forget it. I'll take VWAP, and it'll have to completely run me over for me to get out of this one the next time.
Holy, guys, how good was that trade on Shopify? Okay, it gave us 20 cents in 20 seconds there on Shopify. So there's the trade at 43.80 upside. Here's the move all the way back down to 43.50. So we actually took that trade. Shopify is a great mover today. I'm really glad that we were able to find this one. It's funny because we got away from it. Remember, we were going to short more, and we were like, no. Let's let this thing rip up on crazy strength today. So we identified that Shopify was insane on that move up by the NASDAQ today, or just that Neil was just talking about there, a little explosion to the upside, gave us an opportunity to short Shopify. So we'll take that 10 times out of 10 on that kind of a move upside. It didn't give us much else, man. Amazon continues to fade. This is a name that I've wanted short up at 97. That never came through. So now it's fading out, and it's a good thing we're almost out of everything. We have about 15% left of this Amazon trade, and I'm just letting it go. It's too bad because we should have had a tick there at the 200 period. We should have got out there, but I did think it was potentially going on that number of the employment number this morning. The jobs number came out way better than expected, which you would think way better than expected. Oh, it should send the market upside, but quite the oppo.
Good news is bad news.
Good news is bad. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we did get one more short. So this is perfect. This is exactly, not exactly what we want, but Shopify, if it takes down 44, then we're out. So there it is. We took our last piece in now. Hands off. Look at this name. This is, there you go. This is absolutely, honestly, that's insane. Shopify with a huge move. Oh, I still have a piece on. Huge move up to the upside. There we go. Whoops, we got out at 44 there. So again, not too much damage done there on the short, but wow, huge move up for Shopify. Now that I see this thing move, look at this. Relatively strong, right? Up 1% against the market. So Shopify's a long, not a short.
Yeah,
Sean.
and Neo is Neo and XPeng are both absolutely crazy. I know Netflix is going nuts, but Neo's about to get to that high that we saw on Wednesday. That's 13.25. It sets up for a break at that level. I don't want to wait until it actually gets there to try another long trade. So I'm going to buy a dip in front, still keep giving it into VWAP. But Netflix, you're going. I want to see if I can get a little bit of a piece of this party. It's at 318 when this chart will eventually load up here. Here we go. 320 stands yesterday's top, double top, sends up there for a breakout. If this market goes green, I feel like Netflix could be a big part of it. Before we get to that, and before we go to Brendan, it's chance for the first dip buy or the second dip buy for me on NVIDIA, right back into that 165 level. So it looks like it's going to put a double bottom. And as I say that, it's like I don't get the fill. We'll just go to Brendan. I did not get the fill down there on NVIDIA. Still holding long 165 half, but did not get that fill to add to it. Brendo.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock happening now. Hey, there's Sharif. Happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, points of reversals, and so much more. They're having their biggest sale of the year, up to 40% off. Check them out. Link on screen there, guys. Shout out to Chart Prime. Here we go. We are off the lows, so an improving situation right now. 1% back to the upside for the S&P 500. Downside, obviously, but off the lows, as I mentioned. 0.86 there for the Dow. Still the NASDAQ lagging 1.5, still in negative territory. 0.25% for Ethereum. Bitcoin has gone red. If you joined us early on this morning, we were discussing a few things. UiPath, Marvell, obviously dragging down some of the chips so far today. Tesla as well. I'll show you the chart here in a second, but a bit of a muted reaction overall after what happened yesterday. Path, we saw what happened there, but there's Zscaler. I had up as well off of earnings off the watch list this morning, guys. 145 ends up being resistance yesterday. We're all the way down to 125 on Zscaler off a miss.
All right,
That's still going down?
I don't even know, man.
Oh, by the way,
this
I
market
did
is
get Meta, by the way.
insane.
I did get Meta on that break of 120. Just want to get over to that one because I was trying to get that NVIDIA, never really got any more shares, but I am in the long. It's a 120 break, and it's not the 121, so I don't want to give it as much room. I like that 121 level, and there's a limited upside until you get there. If you reject that high from yesterday, do want to get some out of Dodge. Even though I didn't add to NVIDIA, I did take some more out on the break of 166, so a little closer into VWAP here. I still want to be buying in front of that double bottom, but yeah, I got to take some profit off if it's going to hold that lower high. Trim some more Intel. And UiPath, I don't think there's too much happening here except for the fact that it wants to hold that 14 even. The story for me is going to be NEO and XPeng, and XPeng is still going up 24%, 12 and 12.30 or so. It's NEO that I've been chasing with only one long trade so far, and I did get stopped out. But NEO's pulling back while XPeng is holding strong. So I think there's a little bit of relative weakness in NIO here, guys.
Okay.
I'll buy the dip still, but if there's a big turn on XPeng, I'm probably going to shift to wanting to short NEO. There's a bit of a divergence here, and NEO's not as strong.
Yeah, just as you were talking there, we just shorted NEO right there. So NEO's been a big win for us right now. Now 15 cents in the money. We just shorted it just now, a couple seconds ago. So off of that high, let's see if the NASDAQ and these Chinese names want to pull down. We're out at 20%. I'm going to take out another piece here at 92. Let's go, man. This like, you know, some days, these are the days, man. And there it is. Huge move now for NEO. We have this trade again on the high side right now. So we're really loving life every day, but especially today. Good day for trade today. We are going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 5. Well, we lost on the Shopify trade, I guess, overall. So 4 for 5, but let's go over to Brendo.
A little bit of relative strength, guys, for Meta today, trying to get back to the upside. Just saw a Bloomberg report suggesting Mark Zuckerberg is suggesting regulators take a quote-unquote hands-off approach to regulating the metaverse. But here's Meta trying to go green.
Approach.
I like that.
That's what regulators do, right? They take a hands-off approach.
They don't touch anything.
I don't even know what he's getting with that. But anyways, Meta, I kept talking about that 121, but that does mean is it gets halfway there and want to take some profit out. This ends up being a long that wasn't exactly the break that I was looking for, but the market decided otherwise. So 120 into 120 half. The next leg out will be in front of 121, and that will be getting it all out in front of 121. I am looking for that to still be a bit of a break. Talks a little bit about Netflix quickly there. It did not make the break of the high. It actually just rejected that 318 break. So Netflix turning around a little bit here, and it still has to contend with that 320. If 320 goes, you know, I'm going to like this one into that long side. I want to see the market coming with it, obviously. NVIDIA going to track right back down. Hopefully this time I actually get a fill off that low. I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive. Allow it to break down to 165, and then remove liquidity if I have to. I'll take one. Thanks, Rob. Intel still working the short. I feel like this one, I just got another leg out here. I'm just going to be patient with it. Every 5 pennies or so, it'll check back down and it'll get on the bid. And then I really don't have to worry about this one too much. It's just a weak name is going to stay weak. And DoorDash is the one short that has not come in for me yet. Or sorry, that I have not taken yet because it cannot get through that low of the day. It's back up at the top. I don't feel like I need to be chasing this one. It needs to break that low for me to get Dash.
All right, I'm getting a little excited about NEO because it's not really moving. So it did go to the downside there. I mean, we took profit. It's fine. We're out of 40%. That's it. So I still have the majority of this trade. So we're still in 60% of this NEO trade here. I'm still looking for lower lows, not lower lows, sorry, a lower move than we've just had here. We only went down to 12. I mean, that was my best fill. Let me zoom in to see what exactly that was there. Yeah, 90s. So we got 90s twice. And I think we got an 89 in there too because there's a lower tick. So I still think we go lower. And what I'm talking about is right here. 80s, 75, where we have VWAP and the 50 period. Oh. We've seen these names retrace before, right? So here it is from the day before. Big move up, retracement down. So let's see if we can't hold a little bit of NEO. I actually don't have any more bids until those levels. But you could see what's happening. It's going right back up to the upside. So this is right where we're short. So, you know, there it goes. We are going to get out of NEO if it does break the top of the day. So that's 20. Looks like it's trying to get there right now. So NEO, that's what I'm saying, getting a little bit nervous about that trade. Marvell just continues to be down here at 42. I'm already out of this trade. I have a very, very small piece left. Just want to see if it does continue to flush down, if the NASDAQ goes to the downside. So that's good. And then We're holding, like I said, 15% of this Amazon, but it's starting to get a little nasty against us here as it just wants to go to the downside. So we put on the sticky note Amazon short. It's just we had such a great long 93 that I was giving it a chance to get up to some of the levels that I liked the short at. So, but for right now, it doesn't seem to want to do that. Amazon is floating back down. We will look to maybe get longer if it comes into 93 again. But for right now, yeah, this kind of sucks. We definitely left some money on the table here with Amazon. Shopify insane, you say, David Griffith? Yeah, you are right about that one. I'm glad I'm a Shopify shareholder, but wow, this is a big time move to the upside here. We also said get Alibaba long, if you guys remember there. We just got out of something. Marvell must have.
Oh, wow.
Did Marvell just rip up there? Oh, yeah, the market's ripping.
The market's ripping.
Yeah, so there's Marvell out of Marvell. So that's a good one, man. The money comes in on that name today as we got out once it broke VWAP right there. So a nice move upside there for the market. Chinese names not participating. I'm not going to put a bid. I'm still going to wait for a downside move here in NIO. More downside would be nice. But Marvell on a nice move to the upside right there took me out at 38. So I'm happy with it. Would like to get a little shorter on this name if it gets back to 43. That's Marvell.
So I don't want to Leroy Jenkins it. I'm going to stick to the plan. Stick to the plan, Neil. Don't chase too far on Netflix. It needs to break 320. But there is a dip buy forming, I think, around 316. It's at 319, so a 316 dip doesn't really matter that much. Meta now continuing to get to the high. I'm not changing my plan of action. I'm going to get out here in front of 121 on that 120 break that we had, and then look for either another dip buy, rinse and repeat, or the break of yesterday's top. That's 121 and a quarter. It's actually 20s. I like the quarters a little bit better for break style trades. I did take another leg out of Intel. This is why I keep paying myself out. The market is trying to go up here, and I get it. It's working to the short, and I think you can get to 28 even. But if the market doesn't participate, it doesn't matter how weak Intel is. If the market keeps going up and ends up in the green, at some point the stock is going to bounce. It's just how it goes. So we want to be careful with that. NVIDIA, yeah, the chips are getting dragged down here a little bit. Not nearly as strong as I would have liked. I'll have to check AMD to see if that has any chance of going. But I will still reload off 165. I'm not loving it as much, these longs, as when I look at how strong something like Netflix and Meta are. Haven't even checked on Apple or Softy, and that's exactly what I want to do now. Because when you're looking at the overall market needing to continue, you want to see Apple in an upward trend, and that needs to break at least 146 quarter, if not the 147 for us to really jailbreak to the upside. But as I say that, there goes Meta. Just got out at 120.90 in front of that 121.
Pardon?
So here comes either the dip to reload at 120 even, or maybe even VWAP, or just take the clean break at 121 and a quarter. Meta for the win. Love the strength in that name. And here comes Netflix, very close to 320.
Yeah, we love Meta. I'm going to go short. I'm short Microsoft right now. We're going to take some money out if this gets back into the teens. Microsoft, a very, very dangerous name. If it does break above 30 right now on some of this strength, then we are going to get out, man. I mean, here it comes. Yeah, Microsoft. Microsoft's a ripper, man. Look at the liquidity on Microsoft. It just went to 35 to 50s there, and then it just went right back into the 20s. This is violent. I've never seen Microsoft, the way this name moves. Yes, sir. The way this name moves is absolutely insane. Look at this trade here on Microsoft. We got another one right here. DJ Khaled in the building right now. Microsoft, nice downside moves. Yes, sir. Wow. Fail for Softy. Give it to him, Brendo.
Little one we mentioned yesterday, guys, got crushed yesterday off earnings. G3. GIII on the NASDAQ, popping up here on volume, trying to get back to the upside. If you zoom out a little bit, though, just an absolute destruction yesterday. This thing was $22 2 days ago. We're at 12.
Oh, goodness. And that's so another one I wanted to look at very quickly that's made some crazy moves there. I know GII was great, but tops rejected. If I had paid for shorts, I probably wouldn't have had this one anyways. But it's starting to hold $5 here, so I don't want to ignore it. The longer it holds this breakout, well, the previous breakout, 480 level, the more you can dig into the idea of a second salvo where this can hold 480, give you a bit of a 5 to 515 break and go. So I'm not completely ignoring it. It's not really making that run that it was. We're about to get Meta through the high of the day, and here comes Netflix as well. So a couple of things going, and Xpeng, Neo, I don't want to say I'm speechless, but I'm kind of speechless because I'm about to get Neo through the high, trying to take some 25s here. But I wanted to make sure when I checked, it's like, is Xpeng still going? I guess I didn't need to check that. Xpeng's still going.
Yeah, Neo as well. We were able to get out of dodge there a little bit on Neo, so that was good. But wow,
these things are stupid.
You know, these things are stupid, and I mean Neo's right about that. That's why I've stayed away from them today, pretty much. We only waited for that move to get up to the upside there, and thank God that didn't really matter too much to us because we were already out. We talked about only having 40% of it, and then upside. So yeah, not eyelash here. Not a great trade for Neo, but should have just been long. I mean, I can't. Fighting these trends on these Chinese equities has been absolutely insanity.
The thing is,
right now we're almost out of Microsoft.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you lose long on a stock like this with the way they're going, it kind of just sits better with you sometimes. So sometimes that's just how you have to think about it. I wish I had 13. I wish I was still long 1280, but you got to move on to the next and on to the next. For me, was getting back into some Neo, but also getting Meta. So Meta.
Wow.
Look, I got out of Meta I got out of Meta in front of the high and then just ended up getting back in on the high break. I thought it might have dipped back in after failing the top. It obviously didn't fail the top. So now it continues to go. I'm going to get another leg out in front of 122 as things are starting to move quickly. Berendo.
Yes.
I saw a few people discussing Fed speakers. Guys, we're in the last day before the blackout period. So Fed's Evans set to come. I think it's this afternoon. Actually, it might be this morning. Yeah, 10:15. My apologies, 10:15. We'll get Fed's Evans making some comments. After that, though, absolutely none next week.
And as you might have predicted at this particular point, we're now going to be ringing the register because outside of Intel, which, okay, Intel. Like, this is why I'm short Intel every single day. If someone's like, Neil's going to short Intel today. Well, the market's now booming to the upside. It's like the only short that's still in the money that I can find. Netflix broke 320. I did take some out, 321. If I take a breakout trade, I'm always looking for that first initial scalp, just in case it pulls back and I want that quick reload. There hasn't been a pullback, obviously. Meta, that breakout continues. I just got some out in front of 122, so that was clean. 120, then 121. Now it's at 122. I'm holding on for Dodge. Market's screaming, and I just jinxed it on Intel. Yeah, I was like, yeah, the only short that's still in the money. Oh, Intel's right back at 29 even. So I'm going to grit my teeth, say if we roll over from here, add back into the short. If it breaks 29.10, then I will have zero shorts on at that point.
All right. I'm long Apple. I want to get longer on Apple. The market's trying to go here, obviously, as you guys can all see that. Amazon, big recovery there. We said we were trying to get longer on that name, but unfortunately we miss out on that one and we do not get longer on Amazon. But it's come right back up. So I'm going to take advantage of that move right here, right now. Get a 73, end that trade. That's close enough, man. We just made a nice chunk of change there on Amazon. So good move to the upside there for AMZN. Look at Microsoft. Good thing we got the heck out of that stock. Flat on that name. We got out at 251.50. It ripped to 252. This is one of the craziest stocks in the market by far, in my opinion, the way it moves. Like, you know, I've sat here and watched this name go, and it is wild. Okay, AMD right now. AMD, we just got into that, so we'll hit the thing for a new position again. AMD long right here. We know what can happen when the market goes, and AMD's on board. This name can go. So let's see here. If AMD wants to take out to the upside, we can get out of this name if we need to, down at 50, if it goes back up to 50, down to 50. But I'm going to try to hold out for a little higher here. That's 76. I mean, that would be pretty sweet if we got a 76 print coming through for us on AMD. First out right there, we took a 79 out. Let's see if it continues to go. AMD, I like the long, but I got to manage it.
Yeah, so the longs definitely, obviously you saw them all start to come into play, but I want to go back over to some review because NVIDIA finally broke VWAP. I didn't get that 165 reload, so gonna kind of adjust things here. I was looking to pick some more shares up. I never got them. Now you're starting to break out. I still like 168 for a bit of an out, but I want to give it some room to run. Like if we run to the upside and I haven't added to it, then I want to see this breaking and maybe even holding on to it. We're going to jump back over to, I got some more Intel shares, and at some point, I think Intel will just join the party and end up on the, well, I'm not necessarily going long the stock. I'm already longing NVIDIA. I like that one a little bit better. But if it turns into a 29.10 break, then I'm just going to have to get out. I might have gotten in a little bit early. I should have waited for it to curl, but I'm pretty bearish on it. Netflix has so much room to run. Enter twice, and then it works. There you go. Netflix has so much room to run because really you're into thin air on this massive, and you can't really see the break. There you go. You're into thin air until you get to 330. Like when this gap down on that earnings miss, that was a huge monster break at 330. a move here on Netflix, if the market goes green, has every reason to get to 330 if it can continue. This is just a monster breakout that I could see getting to that 330 level. And if it's above 320, I want to see if it can't play that far. Brendo.
Not a huge move here, but worth noting. Open Door, notable name anyways. Open Door back to the upside this morning with the overall market. They named a new CEO today, so one to watch anyways, down 2%.
All right, new CEO, good for them. Okay, so we're going to get out of AMD here if it breaks through 50. We've already taken some profit out. It didn't run. So again, this is all right. Did it break 50? I just got out there. I don't know. Doesn't look like it broke 50, but we got out there anyways on that. I don't think that broke. So I'm going to punch right back in. No idea why we got out there, but that's okay. We are back in it now. So hopefully we can make some money. I'm going to put another out there, 74.48. Sorry, 75.48, just in case this breaks one more time. Because last time I don't think that broke. But all right, we'll wait for it to break even more solid now on that upside. So here we go. That's AMD. It doesn't, like I said, man, that long did not work. We were able to capture a little bit of profit, but not a lot. So not a good trade there on AMD. That one fell through on us. So yeah, sorry about that. But now we're back into the long. Let's see if we can make a little bit back on this name. Into the 60s would be pretty nice here. So that's what we're trying to track upside now for AMD. Let's see if it goes through 75.60 up to 75.80 again, where we sort of first started this trade. But a pullback in the market there, right? Bounced off of 4,050. So yeah, another key level there in the ES.
Yeah, that's the thing. You gotta look for that key level. And if we bounced off 4,000, and then you got to that yesterday's high. I'm just gonna pull the black chart over. It's just gonna be easier to do that than now I've just lost it. I'll pull to the bigger time frame. But you just bounced off the previous high, so we got the obvious levels sort of sticking around. That's why I'm paying myself out on some of the longs and re-entering the only short that I like, which happens to be Intel. I am looking for other names that I can short at this level. I thought about DoorDash because that's what I wanted for the breakdown. And it might just be in pocket for me. And pocket means at a range that I like. It's not going to break the low of the day. If the market had done just an absolute flush, that's what I like. But I can now short this off the high of the day. I need to see it set up, or at least something set up. If I'm going to jump over a name that I haven't traded or gone over to, then I want it to be a setup that I like. And if the market's at resistance, then weak stock, failed break of the pre-market high, and then a bit of a wick bottom. I know where I'm wrong here, and it's a break at the top. So I'm going to jump into DoorDash to the short side of it. If I find something else I like, I'll get to that as well. Tesla, if you're still watching Tesla, I haven't been tracking it too much,
AMD,
but it is right up at that 196. I considered it, but kind of figured I didn't want to be short Tesla unless it was 200 today. So I'm going to stay away from shorting Tesla. Dash and Intel for me.
Like, we got out of AMD again, and I don't even know if it broke again. So, all right, AMD out on that one. We're going to see what happens now to the up and to the downside right now on all these names, man. It's been an absolutely wild day here for us. We averaged into our Apple trade down here, so now we're long at 60. It's back up to 45 right now. Hopefully Apple can get going here on a rally back for this market. So far, so good here today, but definitely AMD. The funny thing is, the AMD is not really moving, so we're going to have to maybe just go back to a Marvell or something where we're already out of that. So let's just continue to watch some of these names as we get ready to throw it over to Brendan at the big desk. Let's see what small cap he's looking at today.
Hey guys, when the overall market moving around like it is today, another relatively quiet day for small caps. Couple of them to note, however. AVXL was up big time in the pre-market on positive data for an Alzheimer's treatment, got all the way up here to 15 and did nothing but fade off of that throughout the early parts of the morning. So we got back below. The line is 13, which was a bit of a sticking point, and then support finally breaks, ends up being resistance. So breaks down at the open was a fairly straightforward move from 13,1250 down to 11,1075, even at the low there. But starting to grind back up on light volume for AVXL. Was a little worried about that one because it is easy to borrow today. So a ton of shorts available. RMED from yesterday made another move in the pre-market back above $4. Trying to get back below that. The real level on this is 475, 480 if you go to the daily chart, but a bit of a grind back downside. Trying to be patient with RMED, guys.
So I want to double check to make sure I'm not missing something on Enphase, but I was just looking at Enphase. I see a lot of people talking about it. It's going pretty strong there. But as the market starts to curl, I'm going to try to add into this on DoorDash. And then the other name, a couple of names I want to get to here just for updates. Netflix, that was the other break that we took in addition to Meta. gets back through 320. Well, it's kind of through 320, maybe like 20, 30 cents below. I'm looking at 317, 318. Like, that's where I want this to dip. If I think there's room on a break, if the market goes higher, that it could get to 330, then I want to try to stay net long as we're above that 318 area, and then be patient with where I want to buy the dips and give it a bit of a wider berth. I think there's a lot of room for it to run. So just like where I'm kind of holding on to Intel and trying to make sure I'm net short, despite the fact that it bounces and the market's going, I kind of want to do the same thing over there with Netflix, but maybe not exactly the same with something like a NEO here. So as NEO's the other name that I want to get to. I said I need to get into the long and at some point just allow it to go. Well, it's failed the break of the high of the day. And if it stops me out again through yesterday's top, then I just got to be able to accept it. There it goes. It just stopped me out through yesterday's high. If it reloads here, I might jump back over to this one. But NEO, it's just this and XPeng are so almost nonsensical at this point that I almost needed to calm down. And 11 o'clock, if I go back to Wednesday, when I started making money on XPeng was about 10:30 to 11, and then for the rest of the session. So I might just jump back over to that same train of thought and say, let things settle down, and that's when I want to get into these Chinese names, because otherwise, there's so many other things that are working. Chasing these ones has not been the mode of action for me. Going to go back over to that DoorDash. I do want to add to this. I don't want to get too far away from 56 here because my first entry was actually just below 55.5. So I want a little bit tighter to 56 on any bit of an ad. But if the market flushes, I do expect this to get to VWAP, if not even the low of the day here. So relative weakness in DoorDash.
All right, I'm going to, so we did take a little bit of an advantage there for us on Apple, because Apple just ripped up there on some kind of a move. I don't know what was up with that. It just ripped up into the 60s. So we took a piece out there for flat, but we still need to have this trade work out for us. It doesn't seem like it wants to right now. So Apple down to 146 is going to be a target area for me. 146 down there for Apple. We are going to average in at 35, at 25. So if that comes in, that'll be the trade that we are looking for. I did want to talk about a Chinese name because XPeng, again, the name that I sort of thought that I definitely wouldn't trade today, and we haven't yet. But I'm just looking at this 12 break, man, on the 1 minute. I mean, I like when, and I know it's just psychological, it has nothing to do with anything, like the price levels are price levels, but I mean, I just wonder about a 12 break. That's right where the 50 period is, so I am going to test that. I know XPeng's all the way up here at 12.28, and you might say, like, you know, if you like the short at 12, you should like it at 12.30, but the problem with that strategy, of course, is that hasn't been working, because shorting all the way up has killed you unless you've got that short basically in the last 5 minutes. It never would have worked. So I don't want to like take it now after we've already seen this. I'd rather it break a level that I've sort of studied before with the 50 periods and trust that one, because then we can get down to 80, 85 right there, which would be 15 pennies, which I'd be pretty happy with on a short there for XPeng. And then if it continues to crash, we'll obviously hold a little bit out for that name. One name that we sort of left for dead here, and I think it's been pretty justified in doing that. AMC really hasn't done anything today. It started off pretty good early, which you guys know we had that trade right there at the bottom of 811 there on CPI, not CPI. CPI is the 13th. On jobs, downside, upside, got some out. Our best out's 36 or 37. Then it broke 8, and we lost 10 cents on that last piece. So good trade so far today for AMC, but you know, would like to have that one come back in. It's my second name for profit today for me. So my second most profitable trade is AMC. Amazon and AMC basically tied. I should say they're basically both tied there for the best trade. I'm trying to get Apple to go for me and make some nice wins on that one. But we got to get back above 146.60, right where we got out. It's got to take this level out. We're below the 200 period. I was just looking at it. It's relatively weak to the market, but I think Apple has some get up in it. So let's see if it gets going right now, Brendo.
A ton of strength so far, guys, in solar names right across the board. There's individual stories for JKS, for CSIQ, minor at best, but they're both moving. Here's another one, Rensola, approaching 10% after a better than expected report. So a smaller one. This is a $5 name, but still in the solar group. This entire group, though, solar is very strong.
Yeah, like this end phase on the daily, on the breakout, wow. I don't think I've ever traded the stock, to be quite honest with you, but 325, that's an absolute wall. Like if I'm looking at Netflix, And I know Netflix isn't breaking a high like this one, but it's not totally dissimilar. But if I'm looking at a level like that 325, if it pulls back, I usually like to dip buy off a breakout price. So end phase does sit in that pocket. If it gets back $3 or $4, then I think there's a structure long, like a 326 long, and you stop out maybe at 24 even or like 23 half. So you risk like 2 to 3, get back to the high or close to the high. That gives you a bit of a 1-to-1 action, and then sort of go from there. So, I kind of like that one, but I have to be patient. I did miss that. I wasn't really watching for the break. You're going to see NVIDIA here on my 15-minute. Put in a lower high. I still like the long. I got no issues with it. But at some point, I think you retest that 165, and I'm going to wait for it to get down there for any kind of a reload. Different story over there with Netflix, because Netflix is a little bit closer to the high of the day. So I did finally get some back into that 318 area. If it can't hold its breakout, then I'll get out of Dodge and look for another re-entry point there. Meta is still holding above. Not the first long, but the second long, that 121 break. It's still holding above 121. So if the market takes out a fresh high, adding to Meta might actually mean adding more on a break of the top instead of a consolidation. I guess it could happen. We'll have to wait and see. I still haven't made a single trade in Tesla, but it's finding some trouble getting through 196. I keep thinking about Tesla and putting on a short in Tesla off of that pre-market high for a pop and fade. I just put that on in Dash, and it hasn't gone through the high. Tesla's very intriguing for the same setup here, but I might just add to DoorDash instead.
Yeah, we got an intriguing fill ourselves right now because Apple's come back down to 146. So we actually this market is so wild. Like, I can't say that enough. Like, I was looking, look at the NASDAQ coming to the downside. So this probably
now
gets squashed out right now.
Downside.
Looks like we'll lose 50 cents. But what I was getting at, Apple we just got that fill at 20 and then it ripped right back to 50. And I was like, okay, maybe we have a good fill here. But then it was like, no, you don't. And it just came right back down in though. Now here we go. It's going to break 146. We got to get out of the way when this happens. So when that does go through, we will get out of the way of this breakdown to the downside here for Apple. I guess it's a short, guys. Sorry, I'm looking this way because I'm looking at the chart as well of something else. So there goes Apple. We're just going to watch it. It's 146 flat right now. If it breaks it, it breaks it. We're gone. We could definitely withhold that. So hopefully, that's something that we can look at and be positive with. So Apple right now, 146. Looks like it's going to take it out. We're going to be gone on that name. If anything, it's going to be a reload on some other stronger names. Apple today, it's just weaker than the market. We indicated that, and it looks like we're going to have to pay the piper for going long. We thought that there was a chance there of this market possibly bouncing. It doesn't look like it really wants to. It just took 11,900 on the NASDAQ. That's never a good sign. So, not a great trade so far here for me on Apple. But here it comes right back upside. Let's take a little bit of pressure off, to be honest with you. If we're at long at 46, I'm going to take out 20% at 25 if we can. Nice little move back up. Let's just relieve some pressure. It doesn't look like the long is right, but we'll take out 20%. See it, there it is. And then we'll see if we can get it to go for a winner. But right now, Apple loser for me.
Yeah, there's a bit of a breakdown happening on some of the Chinese names, but Alibaba specifically is at $90 even. Bit of a nice little bull flag, but it's breaking the channel into that downside. So if this holds below 90, this could be the one. And I was looking at NEO and XPeng, and I just kind of feel like I tried shorting those ones on Wednesday, and it wasn't the best. Eventually, it was a good short, but I feel like Alibaba might be the better place to go. But I got to track Bilibili as well, and I know a lot of you have been screaming this name, screaming it out, and it got to $20 even. If I see 20 again, that is a level I like to the short side. Almost no questions about it. There's your daily chart. There's 20 on the daily, if you can see. Big breakdown when it happened, and then resistance ever since. So if we see $20 again on Bilibili, I want to be short that one. But Alibaba right here does make some sense. If it can start to hold below that 90 even, I'll be taking that as well. Just when you see a consolidation below, break the channel down, give it back into 90. Going to be reloading some Intel in front of 29.10. It still hasn't broken that. But Dash has proven a little bit difficult to add shares into. It's just sliding to the downside on not a lot of volume. I have a bid out in front of VWAP, and then I'll have a bid in front of 53 even. But I'm not going to chase this to the downside. I need to be getting shorts off this 56. So while it's been going in the money, that's like 30 or 40 cents at a time, and I need more than 30 or 40 cents on Dash. Brendan, it is already time for the crypto update. Haven't looked at a single one today.
No.
Hey guys, we're wrapping up the week on a bit of a sour note for not only stocks, but crypto markets as well. Still a positive week, however, so there's that. We've had a couple of days back to the upside here for not only Bitcoin, but all of the majors. Let's have a look at this. This is all about jobs today, not only for stocks, but Bitcoin downside on that number as well. If you missed it out at 8:30 this morning, 263,000 more, much more than the 200,000 expected this morning for November non-farm payrolls. So if you go into an hourly chart, that caused that move right through 17,000 in the middle of that candle. We are trying to get back to it and test it on BTC after we got up to 17,250 over the past couple of days. If you zoom out, though, as I mentioned, still a positive week, positive couple of days here for Bitcoin. Still trying to hold on to green at this point, 16,942, 1.25 right now for Ethereum, 1280 coming into play. Back and forth for the most part elsewhere, 2%, 2%, 2% downside for Ripple, Dogecoin, and Polygon, guys.
Doge.
All I heard was 2%.
I heard 2%.
Yeah, so
but
nice,
I heard some names.
Nice moves there. Yeah, I heard some names too. Polygon, I heard 2%. I heard Doge in there as well. So yeah, definitely a look there for Coinbase could come through. Look at XPEV right here, guys. Oh, by the way, we haven't asked for this once again yet today. Hit the like button if you can. Thank you very much for that. If you're able to do that, hit the like, hit the subscribe button. More importantly as well. I wanted to look at that's AMD. Oh, AMD bottoming out was going to be interesting to me down there at 75. Let's see if that comes through. It's going to be hard for me to take an AMD trade when obviously we have Apple long as well. I can't just go double long NASDAQ names. That's not going to work. We've gotten burned doing that before, as you guys know, but we're just trying to slow down right now. That's AMD. So breathe, slow down. We have lots of trades to go still.
Yeah.
What I was talking about here was XPeng. I wanted to look at that quickly. I got to find a New York. There it is right there for XPeng. So remember we talked about getting a little bit like, we're waiting for 12. Well, that almost happened, man. We got to 12.13 right there. You could see now that's up to 12.09. So I'm debating flipping that now and just getting shorter at that 50 period and not waiting for 12 even. So that's something that I'm kind of debating right now between me and myself and I, getting short right there on a 12.10 break. So that's something that, again, I think we can probably have 12.10 on XPEV. Yeah, that is where that is where it is on the 1 minute now. So I like that. I'm going to try a short there at 12.10. And again, we're just trying to catch it. That's really all that we're trying to do right now.
Catch it.
Kind of like catch a falling the other way around. We're trying to catch it like it's ripped up. Let's see if we can catch it on the way back down. Apple just ripping back up now on a nice little move. So what's happening with, yes, there it is, Apple right back into the money. Your boy is positive on this name right now. There goes Apple, nice little move back up to the upside. Let's take advantage of that. A couple 53s out right there. And now let's go. Hopefully Apple can continue its march higher here. Nice little break upside there in the market. So we'll take it.
Yeah, so Intel actually stopped me out. So only dash to the short side. Of course, Netflix is going to, the reload off that 318 is going to be working out here. Just got to 320, so we just took another $1.50 there. I'm going to hold on to Dodge, man. Like, if this breaks higher and the market goes, and the market's down 1% on the NASDAQ, and the ES is also down close to 1%. If it goes green, Netflix has all kinds of room that this bad boy could run. So I want to be in this. And someone asked, how did I know it was going down to 318 in the dip? I didn't know it was going to 318. It's just when you get a high of the day break, a lot of times when moves like this has happened, there's still profit takers. So there's that first extension up. A bunch of people have gotten long. They're all taking profits on that break, kind of like I was. And then when you take this out, you have a lot of stops that get run back in here at 320. And then that can take it back down. Usually it'll find support somewhere in between previous support or maybe the middle of the channel, but it had a consolidation earlier off 318 right at 10 o'clock. That's why I was looking for that particular level. It never ended up violating that support area, so we added into the long, and now it's headed back up to the top. So you got to think about all phases of that long trade. People that are long in here looking to trail it, people that are long in here also looking to trail, and then people that are caught at 320 that aren't confident with it, and they start stopping out here, and that gives you that trade back into 318.
Whew. Okay, yeah, a lot of words there, and yeah, like that's what we're doing on the show, man. We're trying to teach you everything that we've learned in our years. I know Neil and I look pretty young, but we've been trading for a while, so try to trust us on. Are you laughing at that Sharif over there?
Yeah, he is.
Just because we all can't look like 19 like every day of our life. Look at this guy.
He doesn't age. He's
look
like
at this guy. Look at this guy over there.
Vampire.
This guy's ridiculous over there. I know what the key is. It's no damn kids. That's the thing. You know, you could see It's like the other day, yesterday. It's funny, not even a funny story, but Brendan and I went to Second Cup and we got flat whites, right? So we love those drinks. And I said it's dangerous to to go with my family to Starbucks because like we were in the car the other day, Baxter, my two younger ones, and my wife. And I think that honestly, my wife asked me, she's like, "What do you want from Starbucks?" I told this story to Brendan because they all got like, this. Creme brulee steamers, this and that, frappe, mocha, cappuccinos. Yeah, my little daughter gets these strawberry drinks that are like $5 or $6. They don't get them often. They're tons of sugar. But the wife, Marissa, asked me, and I was like, no, I don't want anything. Like I was trying to lower that bill. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't order anything because I was like, you know what? Like I can't see water. That. Yeah, I was like, you know what? I'll just drink yours. Don't worry about it. Give me a couple of sips back and forth there. But I was like, I'm not putting that kind of money into Starbucks. But yeah, coffee definitely very nice. But that's the story about not having any kids and having a little bit more money. Things are going through my head all the time.
Your discretionary income,
and it's discretionary income definitely goes. Yeah, kids make us lose hair. There's another one. Thank you so much, Zach, and everybody out there.
This did not start happening or the gray until.
Venti water. That's crazy. A good one.
But it's like it's the best thing that happens to you in your entire life. But at the same time, it's like probably the worst thing that happens to your hairline. And that's just the reality. Although I kind of knew it was going to go on when I looked at like sort of the genetics in my family. I knew where it was headed, and you always want to have a plan of action for that. Now bouncing back into said upside, the only short I got left is Dash because even Intel did stop me out there. I do have to find a way to get some more meta as that continues to look like it's going to want to churn. It just bounced off of 121. When I was getting that reload on Netflix, I did miss out on meta bouncing off 121. Brendan.
A couple things moving around right now. QFIN, I haven't been able to find anything on this, but a big move here on heavy volume as well. QFIN just took out day highs and ripped right up $1 from that point, essentially. Heads up on that one. Then it was about this time yesterday, guys, we started to see this one go. Volume alert down there on AMC starting to tick higher.
Good, funny there, Miss Kim. What's up? Yeah, she's like facts. Yeah, kids are not good on my the tax return. Nah, I don't get enough advantage of that on said tax return there.
I don't know what it's like in the States.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like in the States either. But we don't. I don't have. I mean, my kids are in so many activities that it's like. The $500 tax credit for activities is spent in a month. I just had to check cash for my...
Activities are expensive, man.
Well, my kids' gymnastics is $400 a month.
Yeah, they're not cheap.
So
these things aren't cheap.
You tell me where my money's going. $400 a month for my 8-year-old to do gymnastics. So I need to make some money. And that's why you see me getting excited every time we're able to do something. And thank you for watching the show. And that's just gymnastics. Both my kids are in hockey. They're in violin. That's strange, but they are. We curl, but that's not that expensive. And then swimming, and there's karates in there as well. It goes on and on and on and on and on. And so, but that's why I work so hard, honestly, is for them. So, all right. Now back to some trading. The only position I have on right now is Apple. We've been buying that one up, and I've been just getting out every time it goes back up to the upside right there. We took advantage of that nice little spike up. It needs to go higher for me to actually make money on this trade. So we're fine. It's fine. But I want to make real money, like I said. Got some bills to pay if you didn't notice. So hopefully that can get back up to the upside here. 146.70, 146.80 or so right there upside. I'm going to have Liz pull that little rant about my family and put it up there. Thanks for all the follows, man. We're almost at 6,000 Instagram followers and I think 38,000 or so Twitter. So make sure you follow me on there. Some interesting stories I post up.
You just caught me taking a sip of my coffee.
Okay.
Going to get back on that bid of NVIDIA. I know I haven't talked too much NVIDIA, but it's not been doing a heck of a lot. Someone said, why are you out of Intel? Because it ran my stop. So I always have a stop order out. Usually I'll have a stop order out there. Sometimes if you're only trading one or two names, I might just manually trade off of this. But I didn't want this getting through that 29.10. There's always a chance that that's a wick high. You break down below 29, and I'm just going back to the well, shorting this name beneath 29 even. But I didn't start shorting it till 29. I didn't really get any reloads until 29. And that's the line in the sand for me. We dip bought 29 on the jobs number. We reversed into the short at 29. We like 29.5 for resistance. And if it keeps going higher, I'm going to short 29.5. I just like these 50-cent ranges that have been working out for me pretty well on Intel. But I'm not going to hold it forever. That's just not my style of trade. Not that I think it's a good style of trade. to each their own, but you could have an area stop and say, okay, it only wicked a couple of pennies above, give it a few, play the judgment. That's not really what I'm going to do when I'm trading multiple names. I do want to go back over to Netflix because it's now putting a bit of a barcode. We only have 20 minutes until we get to 11 o'clock. And sometimes it's one of those artificial lines in the sand, but you're getting close to the lunchtime hour where things settle down. And if this gets really range bound, I would like to start playing, okay, dip buy it off of this 17.5 to 18 area, take some out in front of 320, but hold on to see if it can continue to push those highs. And if it's going to do that, I want to get a little bit more out here in front of 320. I did add a couple of times in front of 318. And a similar story with Meta as we go to Brendan for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, still a red board to have a look at here for the S&P 500. We are seeing some improvement, though, in certain areas. As we mentioned there, a number of clean energy and solar specific names popping up this morning with pretty good days. Here's SEDG and Enphase, both 5 and 6% back to the upside. The only bright spot in an otherwise pretty red tech group today, FIS, the other one, 2%. Higher on the day. Everything else, though, very, very negative so far. Software names, hardware, and the semiconductors outside of the clean energy related names. Industrial stocks downside as well. There are a few individual names, including Lockheed Martin, in positive territory. A few names from the equipment makers here in the healthcare group as well that are positive on the day. I just saw LVS popping up on volume there as well. It's back to 2.5% to the upside. So some of the casinos higher on the day. Cruise lines, it looks like, under pressure back to the downside. We saw some negativity in the banking group yesterday. There was a note on WFC this morning as well, downside 3.6%. Individual banks leading, though, as far as negativity is concerned once again. Utilities, communication services, and some of the materials back to the downside. But as we mentioned, though, off the lows for the overall market, guys, an improving situation.
Off the lows are a lot of things. So we've been going arrows to the upside. I want to get back to one because I keep talking about Meta and Netflix because those are the latest trades that I had gotten into. But I'm still in Asana on the reload of Asana. It just hasn't really gotten to the high of the day. So there's not much that I want to be doing with it. We took the dip buy, said wait for 14 to reestablish itself after the market got pulled down in on that jobs number. 14 reestablished ourselves. We went long, got to the high of the day, reloaded, scalped some out. Now I just don't want to be getting anything more out. If it's going to take out the high and get through 15, I want to hold on to this through that high break. It could mean that I'm getting dips into VWAP now, 14.30, but that's about 35 pennies away. It is sitting in the money pretty decently, but as I said, I've already scalped out of this trade. So 40 cents, that's fine, but I'm looking for a heck of a lot more. It's kind of like Netflix. If it breaks that high, I think it can really start going into the upside. I haven't taken a single share out of DoorDash yet, and I know this keeps going. It'll go up there, give me another refill. Hasn't really taken out that bottom. I do want to respect the fact that it could make that jailbreak to the upside, but until it breaks 55, I don't think I want to take anything out here. And as I stated in Netflix, I'm going to start adjusting gears, get some out in front of 320, continue to ring the register on this, and then see if we can't be dip buying into this consolidation area, just taking this $1.50 every time it wants to give it to me, and then if we break the high, I'm still staying net long overall Netflix.
All right, here we go. Finally, XPeng. Let's go, man. See if we can get a break even lower than this, of course. We just took some O2s out. There's that breaker spot that we wanted, man. We wanted that level there for the downside of breaker of 08s or so there. So that's where we went short. We actually tried to get the 10 break was what we were talking about. But I guess everybody else and their mother, I guess, was looking at that level. So we missed it. We had to get 08 because I guess someone smacked 09 before us. Our order just automatically goes out. So I'm taking some profit there where we lie, and then seeing what happens on the upside right now for XPeng. I'm giving it to 25. So 12.25, and we will be out of XPEV if it does break higher than that. I don't know where we're going to go, but I'm sitting at O's as well here to get a piece out. So hopefully XPEV will give us that out around O's, and then we'll work on it from there. So far, not really that good on the short, but hey, we've danced with the devil on this name before, and it has not worked out. So we take 20% out there at 02, only 6 cents. Again, when our target out is 16 cents away, you know, we were trying to get 1-to-1, but it didn't break $8, so we did have to take a piece there, and so that is what we did. We are now out, not out, but we're waiting to get out now at 12 flat, and then we'll see about the bottom take there on XPEG of 12.25. That's where we're punching out of that. But because we got a piece out, I need to adjust my script order. It's 10:46 right now. We haven't really looked at Coinbase today. We've talked about a little bit of crypto when Brendan was talking about it with us. Zscaler, that was a note from Brendan a while ago. That name continues to make moves as well. Wow, Zscaler, nothing but upside here. Some of these Chinese names are starting to retrace a little bit. So let's watch out for XPEV. I got to focus again on that one.
Yeah, and I probably want to update something with you guys on a UiPath here. When I like a breakout like 14, I took top breaks on Meta and Netflix. This 15 break does stand out as well. So I'm not going to say I'm automatically jumping into this long in a 15 break. I want to see some strength in the market as it's happening. Like if the market's screaming to the downside, I don't want to be punching a high. But if the market is still holding up and trending into the upside and there's no crazy down wicks, then yes, I do favor adding to this on the way back into the upside. So if it does take out the high of the day, all I just need is the market going with me to add to that position. I might not get a chance for that dip buy. Meta, I haven't gone back to that in a while. It's been pretty clean. As I was dip buying Netflix, I probably missed a chance to dip buy on Meta. It's now taking out the high of the day. So this one continued to trend. We reversed at 120. We got back in at 121. I mean, all systems go to the upside at this point. Market goes green. This could easily be getting to like 125. Renata, can you look at GME? I mean, okay. Sure. I mean, I haven't looked at GME at any point in here today, and I'm going to suspect that, like AMC, it's been a little bit of active probably on sympathy. Usually my gut is to want to be fading this thing, and so when I see it at yesterday's high, 27.5, then my first instinct is why would I not be? I have to think of a reason to not short this if it fails a 27.50 break. That's not nearly as much activity and volume as AMC, which usually means it'll stop. Brendo?
This AVXL trying to get going here again. Back to this 13 we were talking about early on this morning that ended up getting rejected at the open. But look at the volume coming back in here, trying to break 13 once again for AVXL.
All right.
Which one was it?
Yeah, so I was just looking at, I mean, we were talking about AVXL there. I was looking at another name that's pretty wild today for sure. XPEV almost stopped us out there. We have a decent level, but let's just see where it goes, man. I mean, XPEV to the downside looks like it's fine, but I don't know. I don't know about this name. So let's just be careful with it. We already talked about some levels. We already got out. I don't want to average into this trade at all. While we were just talking there, the NASDAQ ripped up. Look what Apple did. Apple also ripped up to the upside right there. So a little bit of problems, needless to say, for Apple. It doesn't look like it wants to go past that 60 level that we were waiting for. So yeah, not great news there for Apple bouncing off that 60 level. That's going to be, sorry, I'm not even, see, I pushed Apple, but my chart didn't go. There's that 60 level right there that I'm talking about. So not great action there for Apple. So we'll wait to see what's happening there. But that's not a great trade there for that name. But hey, we're in it and we're willing to see what happens. That's Apple. So what's the other name we're in? XPEV, now only down 7 cents. So that seems like it wants to come back a little bit downside as well. Maybe we have a good level there at 25. So let's wait to see if that does hold. We could average in. Let's try to average in a little bit here on this name. Oh, it just tanked. We just put an offer at 16. So we'll take a 16 and see if that one wants to work out for us. 16 short on XPeng into 25. We're going to give it a go.
Yeah, it continues to be a solid day here. It's not timber action, but it's the only short I got left. So that's the only chance I'm probably going to. This market looks like it wants to keep going higher. This might be the only chance I get to use that. I just finally got 55s on DoorDash. So we added to this at 55, 65, and then when it finally gave us a 40 to 50 cent win, or more than a 40 cent win, I should say, I get the first leg out. I'll take more out VWAP. That's where it broke out from. And then if it breaks VWAP, I'm hunting back in for 53.5 to see if this can really go into the downside. So it's been a good one. As we go to Money Talks, Billy just double tapped $20. So I guess I'm looking to short Billy after all. Double tap, rejection of 20 even. I'll short off that level as we go to Money Talks with Brendan.
Hey guys, some dollar strength to wrap up the week. Coming off this non-farm payrolls report this morning, if you missed it, higher than expected at 8:30 for November non-farm payrolls. That caused this move for the DXY. This is an hourly chart, so big spike back to the upside. We're right back into that 105.30, 105. $3.5 area that, if you go into a higher time frame, ended up being support for a long, long time. We did get below it over the past couple of days, but right back into 105.25, essentially up 0.5% here for the US dollar. That has everything else downside slightly. There was some economic data overnight in Australia and New Zealand that missed a little bit, so a little extra negativity there. But right across the board, for the most part, outside of ETH and BTC, slightly higher. Again, that non-farm payrolls helping the US dollar to end the week.
Yeah, I was just sort of saying to Sean, Billy was not free locates for us. So you should never, you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and me. I think that's the line. But I had assumed it was, so that would explain why I couldn't offer it. But it's 1 cent a share for us at Day Trade the World. And look, for those of you that can't short, a lot of times you do have to pay for locates at your broker. Some shares actually are unavailable. We're fortunate at Day Trade the World that most symbols are going to be free for us to get locates. But sometimes you do have to pay. If it was too much, I probably wouldn't do it, but 1 cent a share is obviously reasonable. So I'm trying to get 75 to 80s with a stop at the high of the day here at 20 even. It's a big level on the daily chart. I want to see if I can go back to it. I was just celebrating DoorDash, and it bounced off 55, and it's going to head right back into the high of the day. So if I can get more shares in front of 56, I'll go ahead and do that, but it's got to be a little closer to 56 than last time. I got a 55.5, which I feel isn't perfect in a screaming market to the upside, and if that's screaming, well, Netflix getting back toward the high of the day. We got our reload. I'm holding this for the top break. I want this taken out the top, and then I'm holding on and looking to buy dips to be able to add to this. That Meta, NVIDIA, all over $1 in the money. NVIDIA refuses to ever come down and actually give me these fills that I'm waiting for, 165. But if it breaks 67, I want 68s there. Looking for about $2.50 on NVIDIA before I cover this.
All right, so all is good, man. We're just absolutely rocking. We're going to hopefully end the show at our highest spot all day, drop down some money signs here. XPeng, 13 cents now in the money and rocking and rolling now down to the downside, as we just covered a little bit there. We are now in 50% of this trade, hoping that we can make some downside moves now in XPeng and just retrace all the way back down into the downside here. But that's definitely making an effect there. Look at Apple. We just took 40 cents on Apple, as it just came all the way back. So we're kind of like silent assassin here today, holding on to some more of our trades and trying to be as patient as we possibly can. So right now, Apple, some nice little moves here. Happy with it. Upside move there for AAPL. Let's see where we go on that name moving forward. And it's almost 10:55 right now. Tops, we haven't really looked at that too much.
I had some ideas on it, just that it never really set up, and I kept looking for the short a little bit higher, and it just broke the channel to the downside. So if I had paid for locates on tops, I might be thinking about short beneath 5 even, but at 22 cents a share, I just didn't like it unless it got a lot higher, unfortunately. But it did break the channel down, so that support I was looking for obviously isn't going to be in there. But I just kind of chuckled when you said AAPL describing Apple. I can't tell you the number of times, and I've done this when my daughter loves to write stories, and sometimes we'll share and write stories together. And I'll actually write the word, like Apple, the word. I'm not talking about the stock, and I'll just write AAPL. And she's like, why did you, that's not how you spell it, Daddy. And I won't even think about it. It's just, that's the way that, sometimes it's just old habits die hard. I have to mentally remind myself that you don't spell Apple AAPL, which is kind of sickening now that I think about it.
All right, what's up, Daniel? You want the cash cow? Put it in the chat. Okay. I mean, that's what we're doing today, man. We're dropping that cash down. Those of you that watched me yesterday with Arun, same story, man. Doesn't matter who's beside us. It's the same story. But, it's been lucky so far. Not lucky. I mean, I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad you guys are trading with us. But, some of these calls have been really pretty solid. Like this XPEV name, we haven't got into it until we waited for the 50 period to finally break. So, I mean, this is... I got to call up Michael Noss here, Charter Market Technician, because we waited for that one there, like a technician, waited for the key level to break, and when it did, now we're taking advantage again at VWAP, and here comes the drop down, hopefully, for XPeng, and we'll try to, like I said, try to hold this a little bit longer for us today. XPeng. Now, there, look at this, man, down to 70s again. My best out is 85. I mean, this is what happens. Like when you have a decent amount of shares on, you can afford to take some out at different levels. So let's just continue to do that. We now only have 30% left on this move down, and I'm just going to hold the rest of it. You know, it slows down at lunchtime. We've seen that over and over again, XPeng. So let's just, maybe it will drift. I think like it did yesterday, right? Let's see what it did yesterday. Yeah, so yesterday at this time, we're up here. So that's good. This is 11 o'clock. And then there's the drift down. So, you know, we did drift down. What did we do the day before? We drifted up, so there goes that theory. So we're going to go 1-1 on the last 2 days. But there's XPeng, nicely done to the downside. It's cooking, and we're cooking with it. So hopefully XPeng continues that move down with only 3 minutes left. That's the only position we have on. Apple, look, we did exactly what we said there. So now. Apple again, man. We were nervous about this trade off the long at 146. We talked about that. It danced with us a couple times, but every time it came up into the 60s, we got out. So Apple so far so good here today.
Yeah, I see Magnus asking about Netflix and then Alibaba. I'll go to Netflix first because I'm obviously in it at this point, but I just want to point out Intel is getting close to beneath that 29 and holding below VWAP, which I don't mind re-entering it. As a matter of fact, the market breaks the channel to the downside. It is Intel that I want to be going in short, obviously, because that's the first place I look at for weakness, but I want to go to Netflix for you there, not just because I'm in it, but the market's coming back in. At this time of day, I don't usually like just sitting on the bid where I think it'll consolidate. I'd rather it drop, then go sideways, and then get in, because lunchtime is when you don't want to overtrade. You don't want to be too over-aggressive getting in. And a lot of times it won't just do this, where it wicks a bottom, hangs out there for only a couple of minutes, and then goes back into the high. A lot of times you will get a chance for a better consolidation, which is what I want in Netflix. But if this can't hold VWAP, there's a huge gap to be filled, and I don't have any intention on holding through that gap. I'm in Meta as well in a similar circumstance, although it's not really VWAP. It's the 121 breakout price. And I can show you on the 3-minute. That's just yesterday's high, 121 change, 121 this morning. We had 20s earlier, but that was more of a read on what was going on. It was 21 that I liked as the bigger level. I still have some DoorDash to the short side. I guess I kind of just said I only like Intel short, but I am short DoorDash as well.
All right, yeah, so just some ideas here as we get ready to rock and roll. I just try to get some more Apple down here. Hopefully it will fill us, and for some reason I'm at 26. So let's wait to see if Apple gives us that reload on the long side here. And it's just against this 146. I'm not out of ideas. I mean, we're never out of ideas, but I don't really have an opinion right now too much on this market. It's been exactly this all day. It's starting to inch upside, and we talked about that. That's why I went long on this move down. Just didn't think that it was going to hold those bottoms. Should have gone long the futures. We talked about that yesterday with Arun. Like, I should just be trading the futures, to be honest with you. But that's a nice little move to the downside right now. Downside right now in the market, but it's a nice move down and then just started to go back up, and that's why we picked our poison with AMC and Amazon. My 2 number 1 stocks today were based on some of those bottom picks there, right? Marvell, also a good stock today. Let's check back in Marvell right now. We did like a 40, yeah. So again, good name here. No outs, no outs higher than our ins. So obviously a positive day there on Marvell. The only name that we lost on, I don't want to say significantly because it's not, was AMD. We didn't make money on this trade. So long and out. We did not make money on this AMD trade. And it's a good thing we got out as it's barcoding a little bit down here at 75. This could also be a good long, but how much better do we like 74.50 down here, right? So let's see if the market continues to fade out. We do have our target for Apple at 146. So that comes out. Then we go.
Oh, I did just get into
11.
Intel.
Wow.
It is 11 o'clock. I did just get Intel, but the other name that's breaking a channel to the downside that we're talking about was Alibaba. Baba below 90 and looking to break this consolidation at VWAP as well. So there's a couple of names that could start coming into play for the short side. I'm already in one of them, Intel, but Baba looking like it wants to break said channel. Bilibili, I missed it at $20. I had to pay for the locates, but $19.99 is the high on Bilibili. And much like the other names in the space and the overall market, it is now testing low. I'm just going to cancel my offer here.
Look
if it goes back
XPeng.
up there,
Wow.
we can definitely
Are you short
add to that.
Bilibili? Or you're waiting?
Locates weren't free.
That's right. That was the story.
So preparation matters at the end of the day. Like you shouldn't just assume that the locates are going to be free because they usually are. I should have checked to make sure the second this one was in play. I didn't, so I didn't get the short up there. But it's 11 o'clock. I see they are ready to go. Sharif and Trader Prad, go get them.
XPav.
Oh, he's got the Harden jersey on.
XPav. He's got the jersey on. Let's go.
Overrated.
XPEV making a move, Sean. You had that
I see
short.
you, Neil.
Yeah, I had that. I tried to take that long, actually, off VWAP. Welcome, guys, to the midday show. It is Friday. We are happy to have you. Bradley and I are looking at some stuff. I know I'm looking at a whole bunch of Chinese stuff today. All these Chinese ADRs are moving. And guess what? Your favorite stock's back on watch today, Bradley, Peloton.
Oh, yeah, buddy. You know it. We love that stock. Anytime that stock's moving, I actually didn't know it was on play. So we'll have to rely on you for the catalyst for that and see what's going on and how the stock's moving. But, hey, you know what time it is. It's midday market movers mayhem time. And for some reason, I think you might have to restart the position board over there, Lucas. It's wrong 100% for sure. For me, I'm not sure about you. You're not even in a position, are you?
No, I'm definitely
And it says
not.
you're in a position. So
No,
yeah, we're going to need to refresh that. Let's just show you a couple trades I'm in at the moment. It's going to be a Meta platform short near the high of day around 122 coming in for a short over here. We were in a 30-cent winner on this position. Did take some, I mean, we still are in a 30-cent winner. Did take some out on the flush there. But I would like a bigger flush. This market came out with a random drop. Well, I guess not random. It was off of a number. It was a jobless number. And it was a payroll number, sorry, not jobless number. Payroll number coming
Stronger than
in.
expected.
Way stronger than expected. And that surprise in the market, or that surprise in the numbers, absolutely destroyed the market and pre-market, dropped it to the downside, turning the markets red. And I'll be honest, I did not expect to see that number move in the market that way. In my 2 years of watching the market, I haven't seen it move it like that at all. So watching this one move it, I was like, wow. But surprisingly enough,
Well, Brendo said it was very headline dependent nowadays.
Right.
Anything's really big
Exactly.
news item like that.
Exactly. That's what I said in the trainee chat too, in our Google chat that we have with on the floor. That I guess any number that the Fed's watching right now for inflation in the current environment that we're in is just going to have to be on watch, because any surprise, even for the positive side or the negative side, is just going to sway the market crazily. So big monster move for anyone who did have shorts ready to capitalize, or even got into shorts to capitalize on it. But the market, ever since having bottomed out around 40.10, has been going up. We're now above VWAP for both the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 market. And the most important thing, even though the markets are down, UVXY is actually down on the day. It was down about 1.6%. Now we're only down 1%, but still being down 1% is a little bit of like, what the heck is going on type of question. If the markets are down, you would expect UVXY to go higher, especially when it was trading around $8 not too long ago. These do get repriced, so the chart could move around a little bit. So even then, we need to see the volatility go up, and in order to see that the fear is coming into the market and the markets to go down. But that's not what we're seeing at the moment. Lots of confusion. So I'm pretty confused as to how I want to position myself in the market today. I do have a couple longs and I have a couple shorts also. And now the position board's updated. You guys see over there, both my longs are out of the money. Baba and Pinduoduo out of the money at the moment. And both my shorts, Affirm and Meta platforms, are both in the money.
Yeah, I'm not short 1171 on XBEV. Just FYI, so the position board hasn't fully updated for mine, I think. But speaking of XBEV, these Chinese ADRs are now pulling back. Let's bring in the side chart here. Some of the ones that I'm looking at, in fact, 3 of them are Chinese ADRs, that being XBEV, Jinko Solar, and Billy. Jinko is kind of consolidating sideways, and it has its own independent catalyst. We'll get to that. Those are the solar stocks. Brendan mentioned to you that earlier in the morning show. Look at XBEV and look at Billy. I mean, they're much more downward trend. They have a much greater downward trend than JKS, which is still consolidating sideways and holding well above VWAP. XBEV has now broken VWAP to the downside. It looks like Billy's about to test it. So I'm trying to think of the play here on the Chinese ADRs. Do you just continue south and maybe retrace back closer to opening prints, or is there a bounce to be had somewhere here? I mean, looking at JKS and XBEV as well as Billy, they're all above the 50 period at the moment. I do like using the 50 period for intraday trading. No question about that. If you watch the show, you know that. So I'm not willing to write off the bounce play quite yet, just based on where the chart is at the moment, Bradley. But looking at all three of those, in addition to the Chinese ADRs, I'm also just keeping an eye on tops. I mean, it's not doing much at the moment. It technically is up 30%, but it is below VWAP, so it's not, a long-minded play. In fact, it looks like it's setting up for more of a short. We have an aggressive break of VWAP to the downside, and then we have an uneventful consolidation period here, and that usually is prime for what I like to call a flat bottom breakdown, where we just get that sideways move and then we continue downward. We're above the 200 period right now on the 3-minute chart, so I'm looking for tops. For reclaims VWAP, we'll talk about the long, but right now setting up for a nice short. Let's see what else. Yeah, what is this company called? It's called eHealth. Okay, so this one just popped up on my scanner. It's a $5 stock, which is not bad. Done 1.3 million shares, kind of dying off at the moment. This one was a better play earlier on. Now that the volume and the tape is getting quite thin, so it's not the play it was. We'll have to wait for volume to come back in on this one, but I've definitely got my eye on those 6, Bradley.
Right on. I'm just actually pulling up Peloton over here to see what exactly is going on with this position and see if we had it on our watch list. We don't. So what's going on with Peloton today? What was the catalyst for
I don't know what the catalyst was. Here, let me just pull it up real quick.
Sure. While you do that, I'm just going to look at the daily chart over here for Peloton. Peloton obviously up 7%. Launching to the north side today with some sort of a catalyst. Would love to learn what it is. As you know, already Sharif is looking at it. Here's a daily chart, just for a quick reference as to where we might see some barriers coming in on Peloton. It looks like around.
What is it?
Around $13.50, I think we could see some issues, or even $14 we could see some issues. The stock's already at $12.66 today. We did break 13, but sadly getting under 13 and now forming a base around VWAP as the S&P 500 and NASDAQ are trying to stay above VWAP at the moment. Our 2 longs that we have on board are trying to move back up slightly, slowly. We'll see what happens. Pinduo Duo. The reason why I'm actually getting long Pinduo Duo around 85 is because yesterday it struggled around 85. That was the high of the day. We had some good shorts around 85. We had a monster long around 80, and we took a $4 per share winner. We got out around 84 yesterday on Pinduo Duo. Then we flipped short at 85s. Sadly, we only got a $1 per share trade on the short. It would have been a bigger trade if we got to hold on to that side, but we didn't get to capitalize on that move. So today, as Pinduo Duo did drop down to 82.50, then started going back higher, pretty much exactly what it did yesterday off the pre-market. It would drop down, then rip up, make a new high, and then start consolidating sideways. So I'm expecting 85, the yesterday's high of 85 to come into play as support. So I'm going to keep buying all the dips all the way up to 85, maybe even all the way up to the 100-period EMA, and then expect to move right back to the north side for myself to take profits on PDD. Meta Platforms now 50 cents in the money, so I'm going to take some more size out there on that move to the downside as the S&P 5, as the NASDAQ, slowly starts to get under VWAP over here. As the NASDAQ gets under VWAP over here, but the S&P 500 still above VWAP. UVXY finally starting to go back to the north side, so we're expecting the market to come down, which means my longs might be a little scary as the market might go back down here for a little bit.
You ready for some data?
Yeah.
Okay. Peloton is currently up 7 consecutive days, on track for longest winning streak since December 2020. Let's talk about some facts here. Currently would be the highest close since August 24th, and we'll get to that in a sec. The close on August 24th was 1432. Currently we have a high of 1307, 1269 is where we're trading. It's currently up 7 days, 7 consecutive days, up 31.9% over this period. So in 7 days, it's up 32%. Okay. Longest winning streak since December 23rd, 2020, when it rose for 8 straight days. Best 7-day stretch since the 7 days ending March 23rd, 2022, when it rose 42.
Well, first question, who's coming out with all this data? They themselves?
No, this is by a DJ. This is the Dow Jones Global News.
Okay.
Right? So this data is not up for question. It's just like, what's the other side of the coin say? Are there
everything's up for question, Sharif?
No, I mean, I'm not questioning these facts, but what I am questioning is what they're leaving out. Are there
That's
any
a good question.
Countervailing?
That's a good question.
Or is there any?
What are they not telling us?
Exactly, right? These facts don't have to be inaccurate. Anyway, it's up. There's a whole bunch of data here. If you can, I don't know if you've had my screen up the entire time.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, perfect. So this one, interesting to watch. It's kind of slowing down volume-wise, though, if I'm telling the truth. Let's flip to it real quick. Do we have it on? Okay, no, we don't. So let's flip to this one. Peloton is NASDAQ or NYSE? NASDAQ. Okay, there we go. Peloton, here we are. Up 7.6% on the day. Yeah, the volume profile is slowing down a bit. I mean, it's not what it was at 10:15 or so when we made day's highs, but it is above view up and pulled back and respected that level. That's a nice indication right there. You like to see when that level gets respected and tested several times over a longer period. The more it gets tested and for the longer, I think it makes the level better. It's a better level. So I'm looking for a possible dip back into 1250 or a breakout of this little range that we've created here above 12 3/4. Peloton, if the volume holds up on this one, I think we could have some plays into the rest of the day, Bradley.
Peloton, yeah. I mean, if the volume is in there and the markets are moving, and for sure we're going to look for the opportunities. Currently looking at the volume leaderboard, TQQs. I would have expected the TQs and the SQs to really be up there, elevated on the volume, already be trading 100 million plus as the market did, nosedive in pre-market off the 830 payrolls number. So I was surprised to see that we're only sitting at 88 million shares on the TQs. I mean, probably going to break 100 million before lunch. I'm just guessing. But yesterday, by this time, or at least by 11:30, we were already at 100 million shares traded on the TQs over there. It's a little bit of just a question mark in my head as to what's going on in the market in terms of liquidity and volume and so on. Tesla today at 32 million shares, but nowhere close to where XPEV and NIO are doing. They're both doing 60 million shares each. You guys have already seen Neil Sean trade XPEV all day, most likely. XPEV today up another 18%, absolutely launching to the north side. If you guys remember me talking about XPEV a couple of days ago, I think I drew some lines out. Maybe not XPEV, huh? I thought I was XPEV that I drew some lines out. Maybe I did it on this platform instead. Let me quickly try opening up this platform. If Michael Noss is watching, I do apologize for pulling this one up at the moment. But here we go. I was talking about the breakout of 1130 to the north side of possibly going to $15. So $15 is what I was expecting to come into play on XPEV in sometime this week or sometime next week. And looks like with the way the stock is moving right now, it's not too far out. We got what's the blue line on this chart? The blue line is the 100-period EMA on the daily chart, which is apparently at $14.05. We could most likely see the retest of that level coming into play sometime this week or next week. I mean, this week's already over, so maybe not today, but sometime next week we see the 14.17, 14.05 level come into play, and then a most likely test of 15 also. These Chinese ADRs that are absolutely launching thanks to the decrease in COVID cases and more vaccination numbers coming out from their elderly, at least. That's the last number that we heard about from the Chinese regulators and everything. But, as we always say, not trying to get political, not trying to do anything to incite that type of topics and conversations, but just something that you talked about a couple of days ago about the TikTok showing you riots and everything.
Yeah.
I actually saw that on YouTube Shorts today in the morning. They had like plastic full shields going all over their body, and shields were covering on top of the cops' bodies, and they look like stormtroopers.
They do. They're like completely.
They look like stormtroopers.
They look like hazmat suits almost. They're a version of them at least. But you know what? You asked me an interesting question, like how come TikToks allow, or the algorithms allowing that kind of stuff to.
If that was my country and that's my app, I'm like, yo, turn this off. Where's my propaganda coming in?
The whole thing is like, how do you allow that to propagate? Yeah. But I think that I'm pretty sure, chat, fact check me on this if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that the North American algorithm is a little bit different than the Chinese one. So they'll allow some stuff here that they may not get away with back there. Anyway, having a look at Peloton.
But like just on that topic, even if, for example, if I was the CCP guy, right? And if I knew that they are showing the content, they know that they're showing different content in different countries. But if I knew that they're showing this content that's going from their country to other countries,
It's not a good look.
I would just like straight up Jack Ma them. Just take the CEO and just put him in the jail or something, you know?
Yeah, I
so
mean-
like that's what I'm afraid of would be going in there.
Well, I think TikTok's actually made efforts to separate its American division
Right.
from the Chinese division.
Is it
I think-
Tencent owned?
Not 100%. No, it's
No?
ByteDance. It's a private
ByteDance?
company. Yeah.
Okay.
They've agreed to keep their data in North America, like for North American users.
Okay.
I think the agreement was, again, fact check me on this. It was Oracle or something. They were supposed to keep their data there so that it could be monitored by American regulators, this and that. But you know just how this stuff works. Nobody's sure what like loopholes or back doors there are to this kind of stuff. Anyway, tin hat conversations, but stuff that is super interesting to speculate about. I like TikTok. I'll tell you the truth right now. I think it's their version of Reels is superior to that of Instagrams. I find it more captivating. You know that also when you're on TikTok and you're on there for a while, some dude comes on there. He's like, "You've been scrolling a long time. It's probably time for you to take a break." Da, 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 da. Or like, yeah, and he like makes you take
That's
a break.
when you
and
need
stuff.
to put the phone down.
Like Instagram never does that. I've never been told by Instagram to stop scrolling. So it is some interesting stuff, right? That's different.
That's
between
pretty interesting
TikTok.
indeed,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. Anyway, long Python. I took a half position long through. I tried to jump it. I was actually waiting for that 12 and 3/4 break. And instead, I took it at 71, trying to jump it. That was a mistake. Either way, it was a half position. What I'm looking to actually do is get a dip trade above VWAP. So currently, I've got it set to 52 or 53. We're printing in the 60s. So I'm looking for that. This is a 100% position. The one that I took to the north side is 50. So waiting for that, and then my stop will be somewhere a little bit below VWAP, but it'll be tight.
Looks like a couple of our longs that were in pain state were at least working flat at the moment, but they were in the money for a little while just not too long ago. They're not ready to take profits though, so didn't take any profits on those moves over there. Pinduoduo is the one I was talking about, and Meta Platforms now 70 cents in the money as it still continues to go to the downside, ready to take some more size out on that trade. Just protect the profits that are being offered on these positions for ourselves. The market is losing a lot of volume very quickly though. Notice how much volume we had on that 830 flush, and then off the 830 flush afterwards, we kind of died off on volume. This is the opening volume candle right here. It says 830 on that chart. You probably can't even see it, so let me just make it bigger. This is the opening candle volume down here that you're looking at. That's an 830, but it's actually 930 because 830 Chicago is 930 Eastern Standard Time, and volume after that has been just really dying off. We're going into the volume levels of after the flush level, so not the right amount of volume that you want to be watching in the market. You want to see maybe a little bit more volume than here at the very least, which would mean that there are traders over here that are willing to move some position around, getting ready to put some risk on table. But it seems like it's people are getting ready to just be a no risk type of day. A lot of people I've actually seen on Twitter make money off of this move and say, hey, I'm done for the day today. And forget about Twitter. Our Discord moderator, Blind Jedi, smoked this trade. Blind Jedi, I know I don't have your permission to share this, but I'm guessing you already shared this on Discord yourself. So I'm just gonna pull the screenshot over here to the downside, and look at this. He smoked it. He wasn't even prepared for it. For him, the time was 5:30 a.m. in the morning, and because he's in California.
Right.
So look at it. He shorted 40.52, got out 40.34. He shorted 40.27, got out 40.17. As he's messaging me, I'm actually just finishing getting ready because I slept past my alarms today, sadly, and he's showing me profits being raining into his account. So congratulations to our brother. Shout out to our brother. Congratulations to our brother, Blind Jedi. Look, half of this job is just showing up and being ready for these opportunities. He woke up, was ready, took the advantage of the opportunity and made more money than most people will probably make since the open going into the close, all in the first 30 seconds of the 8:30 trade. So congratulations to him. things like that do happen. You just have to be ready for it and take advantage of it.
No, Michael J., he did not say that Chicago is Eastern Standard Time. He said it's Eastern Time here, so it's this time in Chicago. That's what he was saying. It's Central Time in Chicago. We got that. Guys, do we know the catalyst on solar? I've been looking. A few minor headlines, but nothing major saying, okay, yeah, because I wasn't able to find anything. But JKS to me, let's pull up the solar watch list here. JKS to me is the strongest of the bunch, up 10.4%. There's also Sol, which is up, 13.85, 14 now, but that's a $5 stock. I was trying to look for a catalyst here to find a news headline. Haven't been able to find anything, but they're all green. I mentioned to you JKS earlier with respect to the Chinese ADRs, but now kind of like trying to delve into the solar, see if I can play it. The volume kind of dropping off a little bit on here. There's not much with a lot of volume except Run. Run looks like it's got 2.3 million shares, but the chart looks really crappy. Look at this. Retracement back into VWAP, now straddling VWAP from the bottom and below the 50 period. So this one doesn't look very good, I'll tell you the truth, unless there's a decided trend change here. Nova hasn't done enough shares. Let's look up a little bit more. FSLR has only done 1.27 million. Enphase is probably the one up here with the most amount of shares, 2.74 million. That has a best looking chart, not gonna lie. Look at that, far above VWAP, bounced very cleanly off that 50 period here, and close to day's high is not that far off, $2, but keep in mind, this is a $335 stock. Hard to really size in with a decent account. Looks like we bounced. We started the day down at that 307, 308 area, and we topped out at 337. So a hell of a move, up 7%, I mean, and it's up 8.15% since the bell. So this one more directionally strong since the open, Bradley, but definitely a lot of money to day trade, $335. So I'm looking for JKS to make a move here. I don't see any bearish indicators. All I see is a consolidation sideways and a real distance between it and VWAP here, about 60 cents or so. I want some level to bounce off. I try to keep an order here for a bit at 554 and a quarter. Trying to catch that dip off VWAP, but I just don't want to be buying at day's highs, right? I mean, I don't want to be buying at 55.80. That's day's high on JKS. So trying to figure out how to get into some of these plays, but I'll keep squeezing my mind for the moment.
Squeezing your mind, I like it. I actually got out of meta platforms here as the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 both form a nice little base around VWAP and start going back to the north side, UVXY going back to the south side. So we're going to be out of meta for our best out at 70 cents and all of it out around 50 cents for the most part. BABA at the moment, which was not really working for us for the long side, getting ready to start paying us profits, looks like, as the markets are going back up. And same with Pinduoduo. Those are going to be my trades on the board at the moment. So feel free to tell us what stocks you're looking at in the chat for us to, take a look at it. Maybe give you some levels that might be interesting for ourselves over here, and also join you on the trade if the trade does look good for ourselves over there. So throw in some levels that you're looking at. Michelle, we'd love to see you in the chat. Our fellow Ontarian coming in over there. He's a Quebecian, but no, he's a fellow Ontarian coming in over there. Michelle, that's from yesterday's joke. Calgary activist also coming in and saying Chicago's in Ontario, he said, leeching off the yesterday's joke over there. So I almost banned him on the chat.
Have you looked at
What is Enphase?
Stock is completely counter market. Bradley, look at the daily chart here. I want you to have a look at it.
Montreal, Ontario. Yes, that's right. Mike. Montreal, Ontario.
Look at this. Enphase's daily chart is unreal. Back in 2019, we were at $5, guys. It's now at $337. And compare this chart to the chart on the ES. I mean, we're at all-time highs right here. Nothing in the big tech, nothing I don't want to say nothing because I haven't vetted every single stock, but most things are not at all-time highs. That's just the way it is right now. I mean, this is unbelievable. Let me look at this. I wonder if I can do a comparator between this chart and the ES. I wonder if I can load them on studies or something like that. I'll look at that. Index comparisons. There it is. Okay, awesome. So then the SPX. So we'll go SPX like that. And then how do I apply? Okay. So look at this. Completely different than the SPX. Look at the SPX. Oh my goodness, I think it messed up. But anyway, end phase looks like a hell of a chart. Obviously, buying into all-time highs would make me nervous. I don't know anything about our viewers, but I don't know how to fundamentally invest well enough to be confident in pulling the trigger at the moment on something like end phase. But wow, that really caught my attention. Thought I'd pass that on. Now with respect to the day trade at hand, Piton, back in the money on this one. Looks like we're moving beyond that.
We can't be friends, man.
Yeah, it's okay.
You're
it's just
going
a day
long
trade.
Peloton?
I'm trying to take the momentum trade, whatever it is. Long,
you know
short,
what? Whatever. Just
it doesn't
you
matter
can
to
go
me.
long Peloton here, make money. Just don't buy a Peloton. That's all I care about.
No, I would never buy a Peloton. I got at my condo. They have a nice bike in the gym.
In the
area,
gym, yeah,
so
nice.
I use that. It's not Peloton, but it's cool.
Nice. We're currently also watching our trades go up along with Sharif's Peloton go up. So markets actually might turn green here, question mark. You think SPY turns green, Sean?
SPY?
Yeah.
No, probably not.
Probably not? Aw, man, I was excited to say yeah if you were going to say. Neil, what'd you say? What'd you say? No clue? Okay. SPY, sir?
He didn't hear the question.
He didn't hear. Okay, no problem. So we're watching the markets here go back up at the moment, but still under the 100-period EMA for the Nasdaq, still under the 100-period EMA for the S&P 500. But Pinduoduo going back up, thankfully, and Baba in the money. Pinduoduo in the money. Here's Baba. Let me pull up Baba for you guys real quick. I just have to do this, sorry.
Baba,
yeah, that's right. They found Jack Ma again.
Wasn't he in Spain or something like that?
Spain? Yeah, I just see him running around in this picture. That's pretty sick. Let's go, Jackie. But here's Baba, baby. Hey, talking about Jackie, Baba over here moving to the north side for me. We're not $90 in the money. We're getting back above 90. We're 30 cents in the money on this move. Let's take some profits on that bad boy. And even Pinduoduo, only 17 cents in the money. I'm not ready to take profits on this one yet. I'll wait for the stock to go climb a little bit to the north side. Looking back to the scanners right now, Trade Idea scanner. Use code TraderTV, or unless the Nightbot says TraderTV 30, then obviously we still have that TraderTV 30 still going around. That gives you 30% off. So keep your eyes peeled for what Nightbot is saying about trade ideas. Coming back to the scanner over here, though, all I see is Asian stocks on my scanner. Baidu, JD. Then I see a bunch of other stocks out there. Then I also see Li Auto. So the Asian ADRs are once again back in play.
Oh, yeah.
This whole week has just been about China.
Yeah, I like that. XBEV looking relatively weak to some of these other ones. Like, look at JKS here, just building a bit of a top. We're still in the range, though, on JKS, guys. I put a resting order out there to break if we break these tops. But, you know, it's going to be for smaller size because we are a little bit elevated at these levels. It's not like it's a dip trade where you can just identify key levels at which you can get in and get out. This one's a bit riskier. So I'm going late on that one. But let's also have a look at the Piton trade. This one I'm gonna get some out if it makes it up in the 1280s. Again, this is a half position, so I don't want to take too much out too early. Otherwise, it's really not profitable. I'm still got a resting order here, guys, at 1253 above VWAP. Should it, flush down, bounce off VWAP? Oftentimes that happens, right? So I want to be ready if that happens. I want to capitalize on it. This dip trade here is going to be for 100% size, and then I'm going to give it a really tight stop of like 10 pennies below that amount. So we'll update you guys on the Peloton trade. We'll also update you guys on whether there is a news catalyst on Peloton and whether there's a news catalyst on solar. It looks like there's some dispersed things, but nothing really to speak of exactly. Billy is doing a nice move here, Pradley, on Billy. Is Billy New York or NASDAQ? It's NASDAQ. Okay, so Billy bouncing nicely off VWAP here. Looks like created a bit of a double top here at that 19 or 20 level, give or take a few pennies, and then it retraced off VWAP, really respecting that level. That's nice to see. And then now retracing back, creating newer recent highs. Let's see if we can start testing back closer to that 20 level and maybe not create a triple top, but a flat top breakout, and then maybe test some other levels. Let's have a look at the daily chart actually on Billy, so we can anticipate some levels to the north side. Let's flip here. Let's go to the half-an-hour chart. See if this can show us anything. Nope, we're gonna have to look at the daily on this one. Okay, so what do we got on the daily here, Bradley? Oh, I gotta take off this index comparisons. Me no want that no more. Apply, okay, there we go, that's gone. So Billy, we have a nice level, a great level actually at that 2350. That's the better, yeah, that's the better of these two. I would say 2360 or so. We're currently at 20, so that would be a that's unlikely to happen unless we really get some legs there on Billy. We're likely to see maybe another dollar or two. And 20, that whole dollar level, Bradley, at 20, that could see some resistance as well. So looking at those stocks, I'm probably going to drop XPEV off my list now for a long. It looks like it's a better short holding VWAP to the downside, but I've got my eye on Billy, JKS, and Peloton.
Currently getting into a little bit of a Wikipedia rabbit hole over here about a person that's probably interested in buying out a team that we all have been talking about. Guess what team that is?
No idea.
Man U.
Oh, Man U, okay.
So apparently the previous owner, or not the owner, the person who created INEOS, I don't know how to pronounce that properly, but this is the company, as we know, or as the F1 fans know, as you see it plastered all over Mercedes-Benz cars. This is the company, the person who's in question over here is Jim Ratcliffe, Sir Jim Ratcliffe, full name Sir James Arthur Ratcliffe, is apparently interested in buying Man U, which we know that our boy Neil has been absolutely loving to the long side not too long ago, all of last week. What happened to one of my charts? Let me quickly pull that one back. There we go. Has been loving it, but today actually very muted on the move over here, not really doing anything. We did get a big volume spike around 11 o'clock, right when the midday show started, but still negative on the day. But look at the daily chart over here. The daily chart showing you a beautiful move to the north side ever since that news came out. We broke out on the volume end, we broke out on the price end, and are now hanging out near $23, $22. So would love to see how this news continues to evolve going into the future. We're gonna go to Brendo to learn about what's happening in Europe.
Yeah, wrapping things up for the week here for you. The European session, guys, just waiting for a few of the final prints to come through. A bit of a mixed day. We did bounce off the lows. If you remember when we were looking at it in the pre-market, we were down with North America after that 8:30 non-farm payrolls report. Here's how things end the week. Right across the board, we're still seeing negativity. England did come back to basically break even. It was down 0.5%. Germany back to positive only just. Sweden back to positive only just as well. But the rest still pretty red to wrap up the week. It was some of the telecoms. If you look at Italy here, 0.4 among the leaders anyways to the downside. Telecom Italia over in Milan among the weakest, 2% downside, ends the day right at day lows. So a bit of a mixed session so far as we head into the weekend, guys, for Europe.
Speaking of Germany, Pradley, what a turn of events yesterday that unfolded in the World Cup.
My brother is crying right now. My older brother, not the one who's getting married, the one who's already married. He's a big Germany fan. The day that Germany beat Brazil 7-0, 7-1, whatever, he came into my room and was like, loser. So today I got to go to his house and be like, loser.
There you go. Germany getting knocked out in the group stage is definitely not anticipated by many analysts and odds makers, but that's why you play the games.
They're kicked out. Germany's out.
But they weren't in the same group, though. Yeah, I know. Belgium, look, you guys know, go back to the tape. I said Belgium was overrated. I called them older. I said they had great players, but they didn't have speed and they didn't necessarily have the defense. So I didn't like them going in, to be honest with you. I think they're past their prime. 2018 was their best opportunity, in my opinion, and it's done. But the amount of back and forth that happened in that group yesterday, Bradley, what is that group, by the way? the Germany, Croatia, Japan, Spain group.
Right here.
Unreal. Every goal in that match, can we go to Pradley's screen? Every goal in that match basically...
Rob, can we go to my screen, please? Yeah.
Every goal in that match shifted the landscape of that group and who would qualify and who would get eliminated. And it was live updating. So it was so crazy. Costa Rica was beating Germany 2-1 at one point, and they were going to go through, and it was going to be Costa Rica and Japan going through, and Germany and Spain eliminated.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't like that. And I had a conversation with Sean earlier this week, and we talked about,
legacy teams.
I don't know how this is not very equitable, but for rating purposes, for interest.
Can I just do something real quick? Guys, Baba is $1.16 in the money. I'm taking profits. If you are in that, take profits also. And Pinduoduo 80 cents in the money. I'm taking more profits on that. I would suggest you to do that. Now let's get back to real quick on that topic that we were at.
Yeah. Just basically the idea is having the teams that a lot of people like and a lot of people follow. Some of them should have their way into the World Cup without really qualifying. And the idea or the reason we were talking about that is Italy not being in the World Cup and the amount of interest that the World Cup is losing because the Italian team is a heavily followed team. There's another side to that argument. Obviously, it's a meritorious competition. You have to earn your way in, and we realize all that. We're talking spitballing.
Yeah.
But that group E, what a group. Anyway, let's get back to some stocks. Peloton, not really doing much, holding within that range, but not breaking through the top of the range or breaking below the bottom of the range, and I've got orders both ways, so I'm waiting for that one to do something. JKS, I've got a break, a resting order through this top break here. I feel like we're creating higher lows, maybe not necessarily higher highs, but definitely some higher lows here, which, has me feeling that this one is more upwardly inclined than it is to break below VWAP. But, that could change very quickly. That's why it's a resting order and I'm not in it at the moment. Billy, this is the one that I really feel I messed up on and that I should have been waiting on. I kind of assumed that Billy would retrace in the same way that XBEV has been retracing, and it really hasn't. Billy has been more upwardly inclined than XBEV, which is now consolidating sideways and trading below VWAP. So Billy, I feel like a doo-doo head not having got into this trade. But anyway, it looks like
You mean Amber Heard?
Yeah, we're coming close to possibly a triple top here. Some really important resistance levels around that 1990-20 area. So we'll see how it acts around those areas, Pradley.
Right on. Lucid Green says chat. Wow, really? LCID turning green on the day. Let's go look at the stock real quick. LCID on NASDAQ. Yeah, look at the move coming in on this baby. VWAP bouncing, breaking the 100-period EMA just now on the 5-minute chart, turning green and being green about 0.2%, I think is the highest we saw. So a little bit of a move coming in on this bad boy. I saw a comment in the chat saying, why is this show so afraid of taking more than 2%? It's not about being afraid. Look, I'm taking profits on Baba while Baba's giving me profits. I'm $1.33 in the money, and I still have 70% of my size left on this position. It is called the day trading show, by the way. So we are taking profits and scalping our profits. I'm not here to portray the dream of getting rich on one trade, becoming a millionaire on one trade like half of those YouTubers out there are doing and trying to scam you to pay hundreds of dollars on a Discord server. We're showing you a profitable setup, how to rinse and repeat the same setup again and again. So here's Baba taking profits. I'm taking more profits at the high of day right now on that position. But guess what? I still have 60% of my size left on Baba. And guess what? On Pinduoduo, as I'm about to take more profits being $1.20 on this position, I still have 60% of my size left for a possible move to 88. And I'm doing all of this for absolutely free. Absolutely free, $0. I'm not telling you to pay hundreds of dollars to go join my Discord to learn how to make these type of moves and then scamming you out of those moves. So I understand that this might not be the type of trading you want to see at the moment, but this is how I trade as a day trader, as a trader on the floor, on the prop firm who has a shutdown to worry about. If I get shut down on the day, I can't trade anymore, sadly. Would it be fun for me to be on the show and not being able to trade at that point? Most likely not. I'll probably be sitting here with a pouty face crying for the rest of the day and not being happy. And today is a Friday. And sadly, free fall did initiate to begin the day with, but there's nothing free about this fall going into the open as we have been moving north side ever since. So free fall Friday is canceled. Free fall Friday got taken out by Powell actually 2 days ago on Wednesday when he showed up on that podium talking about everything to the dovish side. So thank you to Papa Powell for canceling free fall Friday 2 days earlier before Friday even shows up. Dan saying, what's your shutdown amount? It's X amount of dollars, whatever it is, but the point is I gotta trade in relation to my shutdown. I can't be always aiming for those 17%, 100% movers, those 400% DWAG baggers. I gotta bag my 1 to 2% trades every trade that I can find. And if I can get a 70% win rate like Sean was talking about on those 1 to 2%, they keep adding up. I keep compounding on them, and then I keep sizing up on the good trades, sizing down on the bad trades. There's nothing wrong with winning, guys. There's nothing wrong with winning.
Definitely not. And the gamblers are back on Wall Street in full effect, buying up this market on bad news. Don't you just love Wall Street? They're so sensible and level-headed. All right, so let's have a look at the futures here, because I had some lines drawn out earlier. I had that 40.32 level to the downside. I felt that was a good level. You had an attack of it here, a breach of it here, and then a retracement. Then you had the final break here, and then look at this consolidation area. It kept bouncing off that level. Then we had the 40.54 level pegged off, and so the market had been basically trending between that 4.32 and that 4.54 for the better part of the morning, and that 4.54 level came from this half an hour chart here. Look at this dip period yesterday that we had right at the market open. Goes right to 40.54 and then bounces back up. And that level got tested again today for the better part of the morning, now being breached, obviously, to the high side. And that's why I proudly was telling you guys we are headed north in the market. 40.81, I believe, is the close yesterday at 5 o'clock Toronto time, 4 o'clock Chicago time. 40.82 is the level that I had. I think the pre-market high, though, from earlier this morning, and that's on thin trading, is 40.84. So that 4.82, 4.84 to the high side, definitely for that market, for a market retracement. So be on the lookout for there. And then also look, if we don't make it up to 4.84, and we retrace south, look for a possible bounce off that 454, 450-ish area. So there could be a buying zone in and around that area. So that's my look on the futures, proudly. Peloton printing for me now. I'm printing in the mid 80s, and now I'm in the high 80s on Peloton. So this one ending up to be a really good trade. Curling making me wait for it, though. We're going to take a little bit more out here. Let's take some at 89s. Looks like we don't get that fill. It retraces, back down into 86s. We'll be a bit more patient there, proudly.
Wow, Meta Platforms, boy, am I glad to punch out of my short at those levels where I did, because look, this is where that topic again that I was talking about of the whole 1%, 2% trades comes in. Like, if I didn't get out over there and I held it to my stop, then I was going to lose on my last few sides that I have left. And now look at Meta Platform making a new high a day, going right past the 122 again, now trading at 122.69, 123 most likely coming into play over here. We already know how strong the stock has been going into this Friday over here. I mean, why am I showing the 15-minute chart? Let me just show you the daily chart. That move over there from 110 to 120 almost. Then this day over here from 111 to 120 again. And then today 116 as the bottom to all the way up to 123. I'm guessing the stock wants to reclaim this range of 125 to the north side. Most likely we're going to expect Meta to pull up to 125 sometime today if the market keeps on going higher. But if Meta Meta doesn't, if market doesn't keep on going higher, maybe Meta doesn't actually pull up to 125, and we see Monday or next week coming into a question for that 125 level. We'll see if we reject 125. We'll see if we get above 125 and we start trading between 125 and 135 on the market over here for Meta platforms. Lots of fun moves coming in. Lots of fun moves coming in for Meta. Ranges breaking out are always good because we're going to get some volatility, some moves, some fun to take advantage of it. Sharif just said AMC high a day, so let's send it to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we broke high of day there. 860 now is the high of day. We're at high of days. Some size coming in here on the book. But the chat was lighting up with AMC, let's go, let's go. So I'm like, okay, well, I've got to look at AMC. And here we go. We're at high of days on that one. You know, we're still up 5 and almost 0.25% on the day. Nothing too crazy in terms of volume coming in. I mean, let me look at this last 3-minute candle. We did about 260,000. The one before that, yeah, good volume, man. 684,000 for that particular 3-minute candle. So a lot of volume actually coming in. I got to stand corrected. That 60 level is holding, though. The seller is really showing up there. Not too much. There we go. 60 breaks. Now we're up to 62. This one's printing, guys. Whoever's in this long, kudos to you. You guys are printing. I'm still looking at my Peloton long, though. I'm looking to take some out in the 96s. I'm getting 94s now on the ask. So close there. We're long 71. So it's a good trade, Bradley.
Yes, sir. I love it. I'm just so glued to the sports at the moment, but at the same time also glued to the profits, baby. Baba, let's go. Almost $2 in the money. We're taking more profits on Baba. Baba with the crazy move right now, and same with Pinduoduo. Let's make it 50% of our size left on both of these trades. That way, the rest of the size that we have left is house money. We have some money already profited. This is kind of gambling mentality. Obviously, you don't want to be thinking of the market as a casino and gamble it. But if you apply the same amount of risk management then it doesn't hurt thinking about it that way. So if you are at the casino, you walked into the casino with $100 and now you're at $200. Take out the 100, put it back in your pocket, and play with house money. That's what I'm doing right now. I walked into the casino, I put my money on the table. The casino paid me for my risk, and they're paying me more now. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna cash out my initial investment. I'm gonna let the rest of the shares ride over here. But hey, you know me. Most of the time when I say I'm gonna let the rest of the shares ride, I see something wild out there in the market. I completely Alt F4 out of my trade. So as soon as I see something crazy coming in, I'm gonna Alt F4 out of it. But right now we are $1.50 in the money for both Baba and Pinduoduo. Something that's popping out on the left side of my screen over here is Coinbase. We actually haven't talked about cryptocurrencies all of yesterday, and I don't want to do that today. We don't want to miss out on that topic. So here's Bitcoin, around 17,000. We did get a nice little move back on Bitcoin, at least back to 17. We're not continuing to go down into the abyss, which is always good, especially for a cryptocurrency investor. Ethereum barely positive on the day. Solana just keeps on robbing me. That's amazing. Cardano up, but flat, up 0.64%. Dogecoin actually, the most down of every single stock every single currency that I track on the day. Dogecoin down almost 3%. So cryptocurrencies are moving. Coinbase apparently moving to the north side. It just won a relative strength race. A new high a day for Coinbase, up for almost 4.5% on the day. So monster move, breaking 47 just now. NASDAQ around the 100 period EMA, just shy of 12K. With how the market traded around 12K all of yesterday, and how NASDAQ traded off of 12K off the 830 number, I think we're going to stay under 12K on the market. Sean already said he believes the S&P 500 is going to stay red for the rest of the day and not actually turn green. So if he believes in that, and if I believe that the market, NASDAQ, is not going to go above 12K, then it might be actually a good reason to not hold 50% of our size left on Baba and Pinduoduo. Let's make that only 30% of our size left on Baba and Pinduoduo. That way, if these stocks do turn back to the south side, we're not sitting there with 50% of house money. Now we're only sitting with 30% of house money.
There has been a major development in the Korea Republic versus Portugal game.
Oh, yeah?
We're not going to tell you what that development is.
So-
If you would like to know, go and find out for yourself so we don't spoil it for anyone. But a major, major, major development. I'm short Billy. The reason I felt like a bit of a triple top here is forming.
Portugal is already qualified, right?
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
It's already
Yeah,
qualified.
remember, I told you I'm not 100% sure. I haven't been able to follow. So, by the way, my out on Billy's, I got a really super tight stop. It's going to be the breach of this high candle here on the 1 minute chart, which is 1993. If it breaches that and continues to 20, I'll try it again at 20 with smaller size, and then if it doesn't go, then I'm going to flip to the long. But I'm just seeing a bit of a triple top forming here, which is why I was more inclined to go short than to continue to the long trade. I mean, I know it's above VWAP, I know it's up 16% on the day, I know the trend is my friend, but I thought I'd just test the waters here with a little short with a tight stop, see if I can catch some downward momentum. We've got ample amount of room between where the stock is currently trading and where VWAP is. We got 19.06 on VWAP, and then we have that $19 level. The price action also reflects a possible move down there as well. Look at these two troughs here, both ending at 19. So 19 looks like it's a good level if this one starts heading to the downside. But, I'm looking at the 1 minute chart. The 1 minute chart obviously is the most sensitive. Not the most. You could get 5 and 10 second charts, but you know what I'm saying. I haven't seen any indicators like my 7, my 20, my 50 cross each other, giving me an indication of a possible downward trend. Typically you have the 7 cross the 20 first, and then the 7 may cross the 50 or the 20 may cross the 50, right? And then you have like what some people call like the cross of death or whatever. I haven't seen anything like that here yet, so I'm still nervous a little bit about the short, hence the tight stop. Let's go and have a look at Piton. Piton still well in the money, but not printing for our next out here. We're still holding 30% no, not more than that. Sorry, we're holding more than 50%, about 60% of the position on Piton. 1296 is my next desired out. It's a little bit above the close of these candles, but definitely below the wicks. Top wick, like I said on Piton earlier today, where did I have Piton? 1307 proudly.
Yeah, so here, look at this real quick. Portugal and Brazil, no matter what the results are, they don't matter.
Portugal and Brazil are both in.
For both end on those teams, it doesn't matter.
Both of them have 6 points with 2 and 0.
They don't matter.
So then
they don't matter. But right now,
it's the fight between Uruguay and South Korea.
South Korea. So
and
the goal differential is 0. So Uruguay needs to score more and.
This guy, he's killing me. He's killing me. I'm like doing all that I can to hide like that.
Well, no, you can't help it. Now it's on the screen. You already see it. It's live updating. So like it's not even my fault. So Uruguay needs to score more, and then South Korea needs to score more if they want to make it. So monster moves. But here, coming back to the market, what did I tell you about that 12K area? Most likely putting some pain on these moves to the north side. So hence we got out. But Baba's still wanting to pay me more. Baba just now hitting me at $2 in the money. So obviously I'm going to take some more out over there if they're willing to give me $2 per share. 91.50 coming into play. When in doubt, what do you want to do?
Zoom out.
Let's go, baby. That's what I want to hear. So when in doubt, zoom out. I want to see what this trend line over here is. It actually says right here, it's a simple moving average 130 period on the daily chart. So on the daily chart, simple moving average 130. Never really used it. It's the one that Trade Ideas already had it in it pre-programmed. The charts come with it on Trade Ideas. So that, according to that, we are exactly around those areas for BABA. But I'm trying to find a resistance area or some sort of a reason for me to get out of Baba, and I'm not really seeing that. I mean, we're in the high of this range over here. $95 is the high of this range. The high of this range is 103, 100. Now I'm not expecting 100 to come into play today, but with the way Baba is moving, saying only up 6%, and I'm only saying I'm saying only for fun, but already up 6%. I think it's already way past this ATR. Let's go verify that real quick. For anyone who's wondering what an ATR is, it's an average true range.
Ooh, I haven't used that in a while.
It's a number that's calculated based off of obviously how much a stock moves in. And for BABA, ATR on Finviz says, according to the last 14 days, this stock moves on average $4.59. And today, the stock has already moved $5.38. So we're already above one ATR band move on BABA. For it to give us another ATR move to the north side, we need volume in the market, which we're going to actually lose as we're going into 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock lunchtime, everyone who's made money, trust me, if I could leave the show right now, go get me some hibachi, sushi, grills, whatever I want to go eat, I would be leaving already. So a lot of people who can do that, who can go get food, will be leaving. They'll be taking their profits, exit stage left, go get their lunches. So that volume will be running away from the market. So be careful. Don't go dancing with the robots like I did yesterday around lunchtime and give money back. I don't want to be seeing that.
Guys, you guys are going to see like a more sinister side to me here. And for that, I apologize a little bit.
Sinister side.
Yeah. Yeah. And the sinister side,
Scary.
it comes as follows. I keep liking when competitors to Arsenal, players that play for competitors to Arsenal, go deep into the World Cup, because they're kind of exhausting themselves and then they won't be available to play for their respective teams upon resumption. And Arsenal has like very few players that are actually in the World Cup and playing every game. So all those guys are staying fresh. So we come back, we're good to go. They come back with a couple of bumps and bruises and exhaustion, and all of a sudden a 5-point lead on City turns into a 10-point lead. And that's my dream a little bit. So, as much as I want fair competition, this and that, as much as, hey, I'm playing within the rules. So you can't say,
fans proud of Son. Who's Son?
oh yeah, that's the guy right there.
Oh,
that's the guy. Yeah, Son Heung-min. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Actually, good call. Okay, Bradley's like knowing soccer now. Anyway, guys, yeah. So long Piton doing well, but guess what? Billy's not doing well. Billy is continuing to create higher lows, not necessarily higher highs, but those higher lows are showing me that the trend really is continuing to the high side, and that I may look at getting stopped out here through that 1993 break. We're printing 85s now on the bid, and 85s on the bid. I don't see a trend reversal yet. I see slowing down and possibly exploding through that 20, but I'm just going to give my stop the room it needs. I got in at 72. I'm risking 20 pennies here through 93. My entry on this one was subpar, should have been a little bit higher, near these triple tops here, that 1990 area, 1995 area. That would have been ideal to get in at those tops. I didn't, so I've got to pay the price for having a closer stop. But Peloton still holding up quite well, creating higher lows, kind of similar to Billy, but we're long this one. 1296 is my next out on that. Let's have a look at some of these side charts here. Some of the stocks we were looking at earlier and what they're up to at the moment. AMC, yeah, looks like it's also bouncing off that top. 863 was where we stopped, and then look at this reversal candle and a whole bunch of red candles south. This is a 3-minute chart, by the way. VWAP currently at around 830 or so. This one looks like it's respected VWAP a little bit. On the day you have a couple of breaches here, but you got to forgive this one because this is right the 930. This is a move on the market. There's so much liquidity and buying and selling at that time that these levels are likely to be broken quite easily. But once things slowed down just a bit, it looked like these levels came back into play. So possibly look here for a dip off VWAP. It's still it's all of 9 pennies away, actually, so we should probably be getting ready for that dip if we want to take it. But I'm looking for a dip off that 830, maybe put an order 831 or so off AMC and try to play some more momentum. But obviously, guys, tight stop on that one. AMC could head south real quick. Peloton now. Yeah, still holding out. Geez, and so is Billy. Billy retracing off that 1990 top. Looks like we're creating lower lows a little bit on Billy, at least on the micro chart here, the 1 minute. So this one, if we start getting some 70 prints, I think that would be good news for me.
Part of me was itching to get into a Meta platform short again, just because I got it right the first time earlier on. So this might be the wrong trade, just letting you guys know right away. But the market is going back down. We have the idea that 12K is going to be a barrier on NASDAQ, already down 1% as we are near 12K on NASDAQ, and S&P 500 down 0.5%, around 40.70, 40.60 at the moment, actually. And Meta platforms finding some issues around $123. So I'm short right now. Where am I short? 122.80. And the high day is 123.10. So let's give it up to the high day on Meta platforms over here. See if we get burnt on this trade, or can we turn this into a nice little winner once again. You know, we got a nice little short on Meta before. It's almost a gamble trying to short a stock like Meta when it's so powerful for the last 3 days in a row. And even on a day like today, yeah, the market had a little bit of a negative catalyst that dropped it at 8:30, but then the market has been going north ever since. You want to be careful, because if the market brings in another leg of north side move out of nowhere, then Meta platforms most likely will march towards that 125 area that I'm so worried about that could come into play today. Hey, but thankfully, with this flush coming in on the market, the slightest flush in the market is paying us for our gamble on Meta platforms over here. 17 cents in the money right now. So let's just take our 10% off the board over here at 17 cents. We still have 90% of our size left. Let's see if we can get that flush below 122. Get a nice $1 per share for Meta platforms for myself. Let's go to Brando at the big desk for Happening Now.
Hey guys, yeah, into the afternoon on Friday here. That is shaping up to be a little bit better than it first appeared, as you're mentioning there, coming off that number at 8:30. That was not good, to the downside. Initially off the non-farm payrolls. Here's what things are looking like right now. 0.5% for the S&P, the Dow and the NASDAQ still red as well. It's the NASDAQ that's leading. It's been that way all day long. Look at the TSX here in Toronto, just trying to go positive once again after a negative start for us here as well. 0.25% back to the upside for crude oil. It was up way more than that before that non-farm payrolls report. If you were with us, we discussed UiPath, Marvell. We talked a little bit about Tesla as well with that semi-delivery to Pepsi yesterday. Not much of a reaction to that. Here's Path, just tested day highs again, coming back to the downside a little bit. Still, nice day for UiPath, guys.
Thanks.
Yeah, Chinese ADRs have all sorts of legs today. Proudly alerting me here to Baba. Baba very close to day's highs, 91.85. Day's highs, we're currently at 91.63. So this one, look at that bounce here, that aggressive V-shaped move back up. I mean, this is a bull flag, right? But it's a very prolonged bull flag, especially the retracement part of it, and it does break VWAP. These are 3-minute candles, by the way, not 1 minute. So this is a longer period of time. You're going to have to exercise a lot of patience. Probably a lot of people getting in here trying to pick up that bounce, and probably off VWAP as well, and then getting stopped out. These stocks, they can, a lot of these market traders and these algos, they're trying to fake you out, right? So, they know exactly where VWAP is, and they got a lot of buying power, so they can push it down and blow through your stops, and that's just the name of the game. So you got to be cognizant of that, but that looks like a really nice retracement back on Baba proudly. Peloton really taking its sweet time to reach up to that 13 level. I'm wondering if we've double topped here right below that 13 level. Like here's the first peak and this would be the second peak. In anticipation of that, I put the rest of my got over 60% actually of the trade left. I put it at break even just because I don't like the way that it's retracing here and possibly creating a bit of a double top at that level. So cognizant of that, but anticipating or getting ready for it to break through 3 by having a resting order there. Billy continues to print in the 80s. We're short 74, so we're like 8 pennies out of the money at the moment. But this one is still upwardly minded.
Upwardly minded, yes. Someone in the chat said, I think his name was Cypher Rahman. I like that name, the way it's spelled, S-A-I-F-U-R, Cypher. If that's how you pronounce it, hopefully I got that right. It's pretty sick if that's your name, Cypher. But you said you think that the Chinese ADRs are following SQQs. I don't think there's any correlation in there, honestly. The SQs are basically a 3 times leverage ETF of the QQQ, and they're to the short side. So if QQQ is going up, SQs go down, and if QQQ is going down, SQs go up. It's just a 3 times inverse ETF of the overall NASDAQ market. But more importantly, if you are trading these Chinese ADRs, you want to be watching FXI, which is your large cap Chinese ETF that holds all the stocks that are in the ADRs, basically your BABAs and so on. And FXI over here up 3.24% on the day, continuing to just rip to the north side. This is what you want to be tracking if you're trading your Pinduoduos, your BABAs, and so on. So I'm guessing when Pinduoduo and BABA pulled down to VWAP, and honestly, 100% transparency from me, I forgot about FXI when I was punching into BABA and Pinduoduo today. So I'm coming up with a theory at the moment that we can backtest right now. When I punched into my trades on BABA and Pinduoduo around VWAP, FXI was around this range of $28.30 and $28.40, around 11.10, 11.05. So let's go to BABA right now. See what time that I punched in, around 11 o'clock, right, around VWAP, and Pinduoduo also around 11 o'clock right there, 11:10, 11 o'clock, and look what FXI was at. FXI was at the top of that range and was giving you the perfect, as Sharif calls it. Look, I'm learning. I'm a fast learner. The flat top breakout, baby. The flat top, head top breakout coming in. That's the Will Smith haircut breakout coming in right
nice
here.
Call. I like that.
The Will Smith haircut breakout coming in and taking FXI to a new range. And I see people in the chat saying earlier, what's that? Kid in play. Kid in play? Who's that?
Neil is disappointed. He's walking away. All right, guys.
But to continue my statement over here,
yeah.
So people in the chat were saying, Baba coming in with the crazy buy out of nowhere. I think this is where that crazy buy was coming from, because FXI broke out of that range and went higher, but now we're forming another somewhat of a flat top coming in. Yep. Since Neil got mad at me and walked away, I'll use that analogy right now. The kid in play head top. The kid in play head top coming in.
He's going to play something for you. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, that's the head top. Yeah. the kid in play head top over here about to break out to the north side, maybe on FXI, and give us another leg up to the north side on these positions that were long, such as Pinduoduo and BABA. Pinduoduo now $2.10 in the money, and BABA $1.80 in the money. We're loving it. Meta Platforms 30 cents in the money. I'm going to go take more profits. Let's send it to Sharif.
FXI is a New York stock?
AM. It's an ETF, so Amex.
Okay. Amex. All right, I didn't even know what it was. Okay, there we go. Let's have a look at this, because that looked really good on Bradley's chart, I'm not going to lie. So let's click that again. Come on, FXI.am. Yes, I really do like that chart. Wow, that's a beauty of a double top. Flat top breakout there, and another one primed here to go. No big wicking candles, what we call reversal candles showing up here. So nothing to turn us off from a long trade here. It's just going to be a matter of waiting, to be honest with you, until the flat top breaks out. You're going to have to give yourself a range, obviously, to work with, whether that's going to be 20 or 30 pennies here off your entry. That's obviously going to depend on where your entry is, too. So, by the way, it looks like we got stopped at a Billy. Great. We stopped at a billion, then it retraces. But you know what? It's creating higher highs. So this one, I'm happy to be stopped out of this one, so that I know that I'm wrong. And instead of it, jettisoning through 20 and creating a newer high on the day and blowing and ripping my face off. So this one was probably the wrong move. Why? Because it was above VWAP. And I'm going against the trend. That's why I took half a position. But I thought maybe we would form some sort of a triple top here. Looks like it hasn't decided to do that at the moment. So you got to know when you're wrong. Now I got to start thinking, am I going to continue to trade this stock? And if so, what's my move? What's it looking like it's going to do? To be honest with you, it looks like it's going to continue the high side. I'm looking at BABA. I'm looking at all these other Chinese ADRs, and they're really not relenting in their ascent upwards. So this one, I'm looking long-minded. Now it's just going to be a matter of whether we incur heavy resistance at 20 or not. Like, I mean, on the tape, it doesn't show me. I mean, on the book, it doesn't show me anything quite yet. We'll have to get closer to that range. But when we do, I'll let you know what the book says at that time, whether we encounter heavy resistance. Evans sending a $5 super chat. Thank you for that,
Okay,
Evans.
First, I'm an immigrant. Second, I'm young. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, Evans sending a $5 Canadian super chat, spelling my name wrong. That's fine. You know, it's probably, you know, that's how it sounds. It's CHERIF, by the way, not SHARIF. Can you recommend me your top 2 trading books? Okay, I'll give you one technical and one psychological. The technical one is going to be Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John J. Murphy. I've read that book twice and I've done notes on it. I like it. It's not an easy read, but it gives you all that you need to know, and also written for people, you know, just getting into the topic. So it's not like you have to have a background information to get into that. So it's a really good read. It covers a lot of topics from Elliott wave theory, Dow theory, reversals, chart patterns, everything you need to know. I mean, and there's also some of that other charting stuff. What's that charting stuff with X's and stuff called? Anyway, I forgot about that. Chat, what's that weird charting with X's and stuff? Let me know in the chat. And then there's the psychological book, which is Trading in the Zone. But what's his name again? The dude that writes Trading in the Zone.
Mark Dougie?
Mark Douglas, yes. So that one is a nice one from the psychological perspective. So those are the 2 books that I would give you on that one. Point and figure charts. Thank you for that, Leroy Jenkins. Point and figure. They're supposed to be really good, but I don't like to use them.
All right, first, I'm an immigrant. All right. Second, I'm too young for this. These references that these guys be throwing at me, man. Like, you guys are expecting me to know stuff from the where is this reference from? Like the 1980s? I wasn't even born then.
That was like the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, so I wasn't
yeah.
even born then. You're expecting me to know something from 1980s, something that you saw when you were, what, 20 years old or 18 years old? Like, how am I supposed to know that? It's not my fault. So Chat's over here flaming me. Chat's like, oh, you don't know Kid and Play or whatever his name was? How do you not know that? Look,
Do you know Milli Vanilli?
No.
You do know Milli Vanilli.
No, I don't.
The people that were like faking the singing, and like they went on stage and then they completely.
No,
like,
I don't. Probably if you show me the song or if you show
Yeah.
me something, I might know them. But like, no, out of like the blue sky, like thin air, sorry, I'm not gonna know who they are. And a youth in Asia was asking, does Pratt even know College Dropout? Yes, I know College Dropout. That's out of the question over there.
Mid-2000s, man. Come on.
I actually had to punch out on my meta short, guys, because I was watching the S&P 500 not get below the 100-period EMA. So I punched out for a quick little 30-cent scalp on that. And now look at what Meta's doing, right back to the high of day, around 123. So that looks like a quick little 30-cent scalp on it. I'm happy with that gamble. And I was telling you about this trade when I was punching into it. I'm not too sure about this trade. This is a gamble. This is a risky trade. This might not even be a good trade, but think about it in a risk to reward setup. If I'm risking about 20 pennies and they're giving me 30 pennies, that's already a decent risk to reward trade. Now, it's not an A+ trade because you're not getting a 3:1. An A+ trade for me is a 3:1 or more. This is not an A+ trade, but a quick little risk to reward scalp on it. I'm in, I'm out. Deuces, Meta Platforms. We'll try you again at a later point. People in the chat saying short Baba, short Pinduoduo. Yeah, if you want to try that, go for it. But I'm actually long, and I'm actually long in such a good spot where I'm $2 in the money on both of these positions. So I don't want to be flipping short right now on Baba until or unless FXI tells me something differently. You saw me talk about FXI earlier on, and the idea is if FXI breaks this range low, let's say 2860, if FXI actually not even 2860, I'm going to give it up to this bottom of this candle over here. So let's zoom in. The bottom of that candle is 2857. So let's say 2855. If 2855 breaks on FXI and we go to the downside, that's too far of a number. I don't like that number. I think I'm gonna pull back to 2860 actually. 2860, 2857. If these levels break over here for the FXI and we start curling back to the downside, that's when I close my long on Pinduoduo and BABA, and then think about flipping into a short for a quick little scalp to the short side. Until then, I'm not ready to flip to the short side on both of those stocks. And then look at NASDAQ, look at S&P 500, still marching to the north side. That's why we jumped out of Meta Platforms not too long ago. Mobile Eye, that's right, I'm going to say it exactly like that until the person next to me changes the way he says Tesla. So Mobile Eye is currently pulling up to the high of day for a double top. A nice little double top coming into play very soon for Mobile Eye, which is up 6% on the day.
You're a joker. Ninad wants me to look at Armed. Let's have a look at Ninad. Let's have a look at Armed.
Is there a last name for that,
yeah.
Ninad?
Yeah.
Is that Karov? Okay, it's not Karov. Okay, good.
Yeah, Armed, I mean, we traded that one yesterday. It was obviously on, was moving. It's a multi-day winner. Let's first look at the daily chart to have a peek at what it's doing lately. Third green day in a row, supposing that we close where we're at currently. 444 is the high of day. Shout out to all my Asian viewers out there. 444 is a bad number for them. So low of day looks like we've have at 348. We're not making new highs today, at least not for the time being. So this is an engulfing candle, it looks like, which is, you know, a little bit iffy if you're in a swing trade on this one. But intraday trading, the levels are as follows. You got yesterday's close, which, the close. It is 423. You got yesterday's high, which is 511. You got today's open, which is 391 or 392. And then you got obviously the high of day, which is at 444 that we talked about. So that's how we're going to look at it from the daily perspective. Let's move to the 3-minute and see where we at intraday. Looks like we really had that big move that was after hours actually yesterday. We had an interesting move after hours on Armed. I didn't even notice this till now. So Armed, we were trading that one midday yesterday, but looks like after market, it just jettisoned up at around that 445 time slot. Geez, look at this, Bradley. Jumps all the way from where that 315 area, makes a high of 510. So that's a nice little move. I didn't even notice that. Okay, so Armed creating new levels after market. 8 a.m. we also have an interesting level here, but it has to be said on lower volume, that's a 460 high. We're currently at 415. So we have a 444 after the bell high, and we have a 460 pre-market high, and then we have an after hours high from yesterday of 511. So those are the levels to the high side. You know, in terms of entering a trade at the moment, you know, just reclaim VWAP, which is good. That's what you want with a small capper, to be above that VWAP, but it's got to be up there for a little bit of time, because if it's just going to break it momentarily and then come back down, having rejected the level from the downside, that's not where you want to be in as a trade. So this one, I'll keep it on watch. You know, I didn't realize that it had that aftermarket move yesterday. I definitely had a look at it this morning, but I thought it was just a continuation from yesterday's levels. I'll have to keep an eye on this one, but it's Friday afternoon, so I don't know if there'll be a pre-market move on this one today, Bradley. Quickly, let's talk about some positions that we're in. Billy, frustrating the you-know-what out of me. Look at that. It stops me out, and then it does the flush that I had been waiting for. It's my fault for having the stop where I had it. I mean, I wanted to give it to the high of this wick. The chart didn't care about that wick. It cared more about the whole dollar level. I should have had it above 20. I didn't. Anyway, I'm back in the short. Flat on it for the moment. This one looks like it's going to start creating a flat bottom breakdown a little bit. That aggressive move down, consolidation sideways. Maybe we can test some lows near the VWAP, Bradley.
Yeah, I'm back in the short over here for Meta Platforms. You know, the market slightest curl is all I need to see to get back into it. FXI still holding on the range that we were talking about, but Baba's actually giving a pretty decent pullback over here. So part of me wants to just jump out of Baba if it wants to continuously go to the downside. I mean, I probably should have had an order to stop me out on the break of 91. I'm thinking that's what Sean would have done, right? You always want to think about how you're your teachers and your mentors would have traded. That would have helped you with forming a structure and so on. So I'm guessing if Sean or Neil were long BABA at VWAP, if this gave them a $2 per share winner and they're holding their last few 20% shares left, I think their stop would be at the low of this ranges or on the break of 91 to the downside. So since that already happened, I didn't have a stop out. So I'm going to manually punch myself out over here on that trade. But noticing Pinduoduo, how strong this stock is compared to BABA. This stock is still stuck in that range over there and not really pulling back down. But FXI looks like it wants to dump. So you know what Prad's going to do? I'm going to exit stage left on Pinduoduo also. I did tell you, look, as soon as I see the smallest thing difference from what I've been noticing all day going into this trade, that's going to be my exit trigger on these positions. So the whole idea of, oh, I'm going to hold 50% of my size for the rest of the day, you want to hope that you can do it, but sometimes things change. Things change and you see some new information coming out of the market. You need to adapt, change, and if my adaptation and my change over here was a wrong call, that's fine with me. I'll learn from it, I'll grow from it, and moving on in the future, hopefully I don't make that same mistake, and the next time I'm able to hold it. Maybe next time I can throw a stop out. Technically over here for Pinduoduo, I should have a stop on the break of 87 to the downside instead of punching out over here. So because I didn't have that, because I didn't do that, that's my mistake right now. This is hindsight 2020. I'm thinking about it in the retrospective scale over here, so it doesn't even matter. But as I'm gonna note down when I go home later, I should have had a stop out for my last 20% on Pinduoduo on the break of 87. The same way I should have had a stop out for my last 20% on the break of 91 to the downside. Now, if FXI pulls down from that level that we were talking about, if FXI on Amex actually breaks to 2860, our thesis, our idea on jumping out of that longs actually ends up being good. We did get back into Meta Platforms, which is now once again 20 cents in the money. A quick little scalp, baby. We're just scalping the crap out of this position right now, non-stop, in and out, like that burger joint, which I've never tried. I've never tried In and Out. I would love to.
Good.
I've never been to California or any of the places that have it.
It's awesome. It's only
good?
in California, I think.
It's not good. It's good.
It's good. It's good.
Okay.
You can have it animal style. Okay, so I got
What's
a question
that mean?
for you. Just tell them animal style. They'll know.
Does that mean no burger, no buns?
No. Goodness, no. That's like.
They give me a full cow in the burger?
That's probably like what keto style.
Keto style. They kill it for you right then and there.
Okay, so listen to this, Bradley. I saw this on my feed, and I want to ask your opinion. How to fix soccer is the headline here. 1, the field is too huge. Shrink it.
Sorry, what?
How to fix soccer.
Oh.
What?
It's a hockey analogy, he says.
Okay. How to fix soccer. The field is too, huge. Shrink it. Number 2, too many players on the field. Limit to 3 forwards, 2 defenders, and a goalie. So it's essentially like it's hockey. Are you paying attention?
I'm listening.
3.
I have to multitask. I have to manage our Discord server. We got people acting like hooligans on there all day.
Players should get to come in and out whenever they want. Don't stop the game. Essentially hockey. Shrink the goal. Ice everywhere.
Yeah. That's hockey, basically. That's what he was
obviously,
saying. Obviously,
right?
reference.
Like, I didn't even get to the bottom of this one. But I wouldn't mind seeing, like, a smaller version of the field. Like, maybe multiple variations of soccer or something like that. I don't know. Something to diversify the sport a little bit. There's that foosball, which is played indoors with a smaller ball.
I love foosball.
Yeah.
Yo, we should get a foosball table in the office, man.
No, I meant, like, actual, like, indoor soccer, but like with a smaller ball and it like smaller. You can't kick the ball out. It's like inside almost a rink a little bit, right?
Okay.
So there's no throw-ins.
I thought you were talking about foosball.
What's that?
Like indoor football.
Arena football. Similar
indoor football, arena football, yeah.
Similar to arena football, but like on a smaller scale.
Like indoor cricket, bro?
Yeah, indoor soccer is already a thing, but it's like not as obviously popular as the main sport, guys. I get that. All right, let's have a look at some of these positions here. Piton just really like going to sleep a little bit. It's decided I'm going to go on my pace, my time, and it's, I'm in the money, but it's not doing much. Volume definitely dropping off on this one. FXI pulling back in a little bit here, but I still like it for a possible long. It did this here. You had that period of consolidation, then you had the flat top breakout. So let's watch what this one does. Also the Billy short that I'm in as well. Nice flat consolidation here. Now I'm looking for a good break of this level, that level being that 1968 level. If you can break it to the downside with any vigor, I think it's setting up for a good short. And the nice thing is we're at that 50 period and we're a little bit below it. So let's see what this one does. Mark Knight says the problem with soccer is the amount of goals. I found the sport itself is pretty spectacular otherwise. Yeah, it is. There should definitely be more scoring. Trust me, they really have thought of ways to increase the scoring. I know hockey went through that back in the early 2000s when they had the trap system and then the goals were down and goalies were wearing the huge equipment and saving the majority of the shots and stuff. So soccer's got to go through a reformation period, I think, if it wants, especially if it wants to win like North
I think
American.
all they need to do is one thing.
What?
They need to do one thing if they want to make soccer better. Just allow players to punch each other in the face. If I know someone's faking on the ground just because I touched them and they're like,
I'm so naive.
Then you got to fight them like a hockey style. You got to be able to throw gloves off like hockey style in soccer. I think that alone will change the game completely.
Yeah, I'm so naive. I'm like actually thinking he's gonna say something constructive.
No, that is constructive, man. If they start NHL style fighting each other, then people are not gonna be flopping on the ground every single day.
Have you seen these soccer players? They can't even like handle the wind blowing by them. They're not gonna punch each other.
Look,
They're
I have a
just not
solution.
gonna-
I have a solution. It's not my problem that they can't do it, but here's the real problem that I have. Ontario bans UFC banning.
Oh yeah.
Ontario bans UFC banning because they say, well, this is the real reason. The real reason why they ban UFC banning is because I was cleaning out the clearance houses with my $1 parlays, so they couldn't handle all the $1 parlays.
Can you tell me what UFC banning is?
They banned. So Ontario has their own gambling regulatory body. They came out yesterday and they said if you are a gambling house like DraftKings, FanDuel, you are not allowed to allow people to bet on UFC anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because in UFC, if you have inside information, you can still go out there and make a bet. Like you could be a doctor of Israel Adesanya, right? And if you know that Israel Adesanya has like a problem in his arm or a problem in his shoulder, you could in return go out there, put money on the opposite guy against him, and then win tons of money because you know that this guy has a crack in his leg.
Well,
the second he gets kicked, his leg's gonna break.
The same thing for like the doctor of a quarterback who knows that his shoulder is all messed up and he's
apparently
not gonna be able to,
NFL and all those other regulations do have those insider laws where they can't bet.
Good.
But UFC doesn't have that, so they banned UFC completely out of the banning realm.
So UFC's gotta just step up and have that insider betting ban.
That's it.
And then Ontario let them back
That's
in.
it.
Okay. So they're trying to make it. They're trying to keep the integrity of the betting system, and who can blame them for that? I mean, if people think that it's rigged, they're less likely to participate. Equals less revenue, right? It's not rocket science. All right. Trading, though, is rocket science. Trading is very hard. All right, guys. Still no updates in either of my positions. Pradley, FXI, Piton, and Billy doing the exact same thing.
This is actually a pretty good question. Thank you, Lucas, from catching that in the chat and throwing that in our work chat over here. Michael anyways, Michael, what kind of account do you have? I have a 30K account. I can only take a few trades. Then they say I'm using unsettled funds and I get a margin call. So Sharif can probably answer this for you.
Okay,
cash
so you probably
account?
have a cash account,
yeah.
right? And then you have a T+2 system, which means that you settle. So say you used, I don't know, 25,000 of your 30 to get into like a long on Facebook. You can't use that 25,000 for another 2 days unless you have a margin account, in which case you'll be able to use it immediately. So that's what they're saying there. That's basically your issue there. So you gotta switch to margin account. And I believe, I don't know how it's done in the States, but usually they run a credit check on you to have a margin account because they are fronting you money and they want to know that you're credit worthy, right? So you may have to go through some of those those avenues and those systems. Vetting, exactly. Thank you for that, Sean. A lot of vetting done there by the brokerage house. But again, don't quote me on that. I know that IBKR here has very lax vetting when it comes to margin. Let's just put it that way.
Huh? Put what up there? Put what? I'm so confused.
The question, it wasn't Lucas, it was him.
Well,
Right,
it's the message just says
Yeah,
Lucas.
yeah.
The
It's
message
all
says
good.
from Lucas.
It's all good. There you go.
You can't take credit for something that I see is from Lucas, but I see what you're
He's the only
saying.
one
I
saying
see what
there,
you're
yeah.
saying. So that's from Rob. He wants his credit, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give him his credit over there. He wants his credit. Hardest working man on the Trader TV live umbrella over here. So thank you, Sharif, obviously, for answering that. We do have another stock to talk about. It's going to be Boeing. UAL apparently to close a deal for a dozen of 787 Dreamliners. 1 dozen of those flights. I'm not sure how much that ends up coming down to in monetary value or the notional value, sorry. But UAL over here, I would expect it to go down if they're getting ready to dish X amount of dollars to Boeing's pocket, especially in this current environment, you know, inflation and so on. UAL, I'm expecting it to get flushed down a little bit off that catalyst. Already down 0.82% on the day, and right now rejecting VWAP, sorry, 100 period EMA, maybe getting ready to go down the VWAP. We're going to pull up to Boeing at the moment and see if Boeing has that's the move that we want to look at. Boeing off that catalyst, absolutely launching to the north side, creating a new high a day, now above 180, and the high a day slightly above 182. Let's see if the stock can move to the north side a little bit more. I guess, you know, being a little bit of a short-minded today, the first stock that I wanted to go look at was UAL because I wanted to short it, but no volume on it, no real trade on it. Instead, Boeing was the real trade. Boeing absolutely launching, taking out the previous high a day. That was the trade right there. I also want to quickly go to Pinduoduo. So I did tell you if FXI breaks that range to the downside, I want to be into a trade onto the shorts for Pinduoduo and Baba, but I'm not taking the same amount of size that I took on the long side. I'm taking maybe 50% of my size that I took on the long side or less for 2 reasons. One, I am still bullish about these positions. So I don't want to be gambling, giving back my whole day on these trades with these short positions. 2, it's just that time of the day. We're at 12:30. Volume has been going down ever since that 8:30 move that we saw and that 9:30 open move that we saw. So ever since then, volume going down. Why would I be gambling with the market, showing them my cards? Imagine today we're actually playing poker. Imagine you're playing poker at a casino table and you show the whole table that you have pocket aces. Now you're just telling them to fold on you, or you're showing the whole table that you have a 7 deuce, and you're basically telling them that you have the worst cards in the game, and they can bet on you against you very easily. So right now, taking trades with large amount of size, you're basically showing your cards to the algorithms, and they will push the market around. They will push the stocks around to those levels where they know the stops are at.
You know, the version of poker that I play and the one that like my family taught me is a little bit different than Hold'em. So in this case, everybody gets 5 cards. And there's no
it
community
doesn't work
cards.
like that. Yeah.
No community cards. Every person gets 5 cards. And then the person next to the person, so if you're serving, you're dealing, I mean, the person to your right is the person who has first say. And so they look at the 5 cards that they have. And they can't open unless they got minimum of 2 picture cards, meaning 2 jacks. So they can't, even 2 10s won't do it. 2 7s, 2 8s, they won't do it.
What do you mean they can't open?
Wait, and then you only play with number 7 and up. You don't play with 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. You only play with 6 when you have 5 people. You play with 7 and up when you got 4 people. So it means you can't open up, meaning that you can't like, okay, I'm in for, you can't bet, I'm in for like a 20 or whatever. You got to have minimum of 2 picture cards. If you don't, you say pass. The person to your right then has the right to speak. They say, okay, yeah, I've got, say, 2 of a kind, 2 queens. They throw in, they open up with 20. Once someone bets initially, everybody subsequent to them can go in. They don't have to have a minimum of 2 pictures. I think it's a French way of doing it.
Before.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't see it played too often here. I've never seen it in a casino, to be honest with you. That's the old, I don't know if it's a French way or if it's a French system or whatever it is. That's the only way that I know how to play. But the hands are the same. So the card combinations that you make, they're all the same. So you're familiar with them, you know, but it's a whole different strategy, I'm assuming, obviously. And you're allowed to take up to 3 cards, right? So you can change 3 of your cards, 3 of the 5 that you got after the first round of betting. After you change cards, there's a second round of betting. right? So it's an interesting system there. I don't know if anybody in the chat knows this system.
Yeah, we're gonna have some fun on poker today. Real quick, I look at Meta. That 123 short re-entry when the market had a nice little pop was perfect. Nice little 50-cent scalp on it. I'm gonna continue trying to scalp Meta like this. I don't want to take a real size trade on Meta to the short side because this is gonna be an absolute gamble. The stock is way too strong and is holding somewhat of a trend right now. So not gonna try doing that. But we are out of the trade. We risk what, 10 cents, then we got 50 cents out of it. A nice clean trade to the south side for ourselves on that one. But sadly, Pinduoduo right now 30 cents out of the money as FXI still doesn't know what it wants to do. Pinduoduo looks like it wants to squeeze me, and Baba is slightly under $91 and just forming a base under 91. So if I was to re-enter Baba, it might have to be over here because I don't know if I'll get the chance to go all the way back to 90, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna add in this range. I'm gonna wait at 90. Something that Greg always mentions to me, it rings in my head right now, actually talking about where I want to enter, which is, as a day trader, our prices are very important. So if my price is important, I'm not gonna waste my time over here in the middle of the range from the previous high and this low and the new high. I'm just gonna wait at my level where I think it's gonna drop down to. If it drops to 90, I'll try some ads over there. If it drops below 90 all the way to 89, that's my last line in the sand where I'll keep adding up to. And then if it breaks that 89, we're out of that trade. If it doesn't break that 89, we might just get another move up north, but I am not gambling with that 91 area. But Pinduoduo right now, we are getting a little bit of a pain on the short side as 30 cents out of the money. This is why I said I'm not going to take as much size on the short side on Pinduoduo as much as I had to the long side. I don't want to give back my whole day. It's also halfway through lunchtime. There is no volume right now. When volume comes back, that's where I want to be taking my thousands and thousands of share lots of trades. I don't want to be doing that at this time of the day.
So apparently it's called 5-card draw. Jacks are better.
Okay.
Okay, so that's nice to be able to put a name to that so that I can just ID it without having to explain it to people next time. Yeah, not much to report in my trades. Billy going a bit against me here. So since I took a half position here, I'm taking the opportunity to average. The break will be through 20 this time. That will be where my stop is. I'm not going to dilly-dally in front of it and get wicked out and then have it tank on me again. So Billy, that's what I'm doing on that. FXI pulling back a little bit. I'm going to give this one to the break of 50. These positions are super Mickey Mouse positions, by the way. It's slow. It's a Friday, so I'm just trading for the purpose of entertaining, I guess you could say. But it looks like my time here is up, ladies and gentlemen. My special guest coming on, very well known by the show. He'll be taking you through his trades, and I will see you guys Monday. So take care, Bradley. Thank you for having me.
Adios, amigo. Always a great time having you next to me. Sharif, the main man himself. Sharif the Sheriff is going to be heading out for the rest of the day over here. Heading to the gym early today?
After.
Make sure you come back for 4 o'clock, though, because I do want to take your 20 hard-earned bucks that you've been making off of trading over here. I want that 20 bucks in my pocket, baby. We're talking about poker night tonight that we're going to be having. Hopefully Neil shows up, but Neil did rob me last time.
Oof. I didn't rob you. You literally gave your...
No, you robbed me last time. The last card won you the game over there. At least that's how I remember after the whole Crown Royal that Luca got me drunk on. So I was pretty smashed. Got me drunk on. Luca forced shots down my throat. So we're gonna hopefully not get that drunk today, so we can protect some of our monies. Obviously, we're gonna be looking at Pinduoduo as it's going back down. Let's go, Pinduoduo. But more importantly, I want to be crying about a Meta platform, because Meta probably giving you as Sharif always says, giving up the GOAT. The GOAT is being given up on Meta right now. It's giving you $1 per share short off that 123. I wish I was still in this trade. Boy, I'm so upset at myself. How am I gonna get that trade 2 times in a row perfectly? Enter that trade perfectly 2 times in a row to the short side, but bungle it up both times. I guess I didn't really bungle it. I traded it according to my plan, so I should be happy about it. But it is moving down right now with the rest of the market. As Sean did say, the market might not turn green today for the S&P 500. And as I said, I can't see the NASDAQ reclaiming 12K. The shorts are back in play. FXI did break that 2860 area. So we are going back down on these Chinese ADRs. So Pinduoduo, let's go. 20 cents in the money on Pinduoduo. I wish I got into the BABA shorts too, actually, around the 91 area, and then flushed it to the $90 area where we could have flipped into a long. So I guess we could still do that, but just take smaller size in case it does pops back above 91. We're not sitting there taking a big loss on our position. So might have to take the short appropriately or take the size appropriately to how much money you're willing to lose in case 91 gets retaken to the north side on BABA. But I'm going to stay away from it. I'm going to stay away from it. I'll just wait for the long around 90 and around 89 for BABA. But Pinduoduo, we're going to love that position. Yesterday, we killed Pinduoduo to the north side on the long, and then we killed it to the south side on the short too. Currently, as Pinduoduo is going down, there's 104 lots at 87, and I want to see what happens. Obviously, 104 lots is not a lot of size for a stock that's been trading 11 million shares on the day with 1.0 relative volume. Not a lot of volume, but still decent volume in a relative scale. So let's see if this 105, 104 lots on Pinduoduo over here, 87, get whacked on the bid, and we get a nice little flush even more to the downside on which I can take some profits on. Oh, you're still not logged in. You're good. You're still not logged in. We'll give you a little bit more time over here. We're still looking for... maybe we can go to the like count a little bit, right? Let's go to the like count real quick and see where we're doing on that bad boy. Today, okay, 2K, not bad. We still got 4.4K watching. We did get to 3K before even asking yesterday. That was a miracle. We enjoyed watching that come out of nowhere. But let's see if we can get up to 2.5 or even 3K today. Keep in mind, it is a Friday, and Friday means you get rapper Neil coming on the show today going into the close. And rapper Neil will only come on if you... Mute? What do you mean mute? Am I muted? Rapper Neil will only come on if you get the closing show to 2K likes. So make sure you get the closing show up to 2K likes. And also this show up to 2.5K or 3K likes would be appreciated. Thank you for everyone who already has hit the like button. Make sure you're also hitting the subscribe button if you haven't hit that already. I know a lot of you, about 70% of you are subscribed, which I love, but 30% of you are not subscribed. So if you are not subscribed, hit that button. It helps us out with the YouTube algorithm. A lot of people in the chat have a green name, and you're probably wondering how you can acquire that green name yourself. You can click on this join button right next to the subscribe button. You'll get a nice little pop-up box with Brendo explaining to you what it entails being a Trader TV Live family member. You get badges, you get emojis, and maybe somewhere down the road more benefits of being a $5 optional donator per month. We also have merch on the YouTube store directly. If you click on the YouTube logo for our channel and click on the store right there, or do ! merch in the chat, you'll get a quick little link to click on, and that would redirect you to this page over here. I had that hoodie on yesterday, and so did Luca. Surprisingly enough, had the same hoodie on yesterday. And you can purchase that. You could look like me. You could look like Luca, and we could all be twinning with Trader TV Live merch. So buy some Trader TV merch, represent the best YouTube trading community out there in the world.
Yeah, what's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone having a great day, enjoying this Friday. And yeah, man, market's been crazy, things have been crazy. I'm seeing somebody in the chat from before saying AMC gonna dump, and I'm like, oh yeah, I located for a bunch. So yeah, you know, kind of ran up to that 860, but I'm really hoping that this, I mean, now it kind of feels like maybe, you know, dead back at VWAP, not really doing anything. I'll share some of my trades with you guys, just kind of catch up. This was like a little bit of a kind of, I want to see this go higher long. That was the justification for this. Like if VWAP holds, I'm taking the long. So this was like very, very small size. Then I added the majority of the portion that I wanted for the move back up. As soon as it got here, I was like, I don't know, like maybe it goes up, maybe it doesn't. Let me just get out of this for the small little scalp win. So that was that. It wasn't a real like kind of crazy trade that I really wanted to be in anyways. So I'm not really too upset about it. But yeah, missed. I really wanted this closer to 9. Yesterday we got to 9. Everybody remembers yesterday. I remember because Prad was going nuts saying like, oh my God, AMC halted. I'm in the back over there. I'm like, get out of here. And yeah, actually did halt and blow to the upside. I think a lot of people were watching this name. That $8 level was something special. And this is a good example that I want to cover because this is something that I was watching from before as well. And let me just quickly pull up maybe maybe the 15 or the 10. Hopefully the 10 shows this. So we were down at 7. Everybody remembers on AMC before. And when it was above 8, and this, we did not break 8 on this day over here. We're above 8, I think, on the 15th, yeah, give or take. Somewhere over here when it actually like had the run up, then did a bunch of volume, and it was over 8. At this point in time, people are getting short, right? People are getting short. So people are getting short. It finally fails. And you got to imagine that a lot of people are, some people are swing trading, some people are day trading, right? Like kind of a lot of players in the market. AMC is one of those names that I want to believe that, when you take a short above 8 and it starts to fail, you hold on to that short because it's AMC. I mean, this thing might go back to 5, right? It bottomed out around 5. So, good risk to return to hold on to that short. Then we came back to 8 on some type of news. I think Amazon related. Oh, we're buying. We're going to move into the movie business. I think that was this move up, if I'm not mistaken. But we actually didn't break 8, and we didn't break 8. And if you consider the fact that everybody is short above 8, we get back there, we don't break, we fail again to the downside, and you say, okay, you know what? Our stop's at 8, right? This is kind of my thoughts. I was like, oh, maybe yesterday if we break 8. But I didn't have the trade, as you guys can see. And the reason is because I'm just like, I don't know, maybe I'm just wrong. I don't really care. Like, it's just, it was a level over here. Maybe it was a level over here. But this is the thing. Don't forget the levels that you guys kind of map out for yourself, because this thing broke 8 and then just like off to the races into a halt, right? So I guess kind of point of the story is that like you have a level, you map it, keep that level in mind, keep it on your watch list, because this is a trade that you could literally take like, 2,000 shares, like very tight risk on, and you're like 50, 60 cents into a halt right away, like, like pad the stats, why not, right? And then obviously everybody having the short over here. So now I think, 9 is a level. It'll be very nice if we can actually get back to 9. I wouldn't be surprised. It's AMC, anything's possible. The fact that we're actually holding this trend, maybe it sets up next week, maybe we get to 10, that'll be really nice. But yeah, for the time being, now back down at VWAP, not really a trade for myself. Yeah, I was really hoping that we got to 9, but we didn't. But I think next significant level is, call it 9 to 950, and then 10 will be just pure games. If we get there, we're definitely going over 10. There's no way we stop at 997. Like, that's kind of my play on it. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. But yeah, it's definitely very exciting. I always love trading AMC when it's in play. Had a couple other trades today I'll share with you. NEO was nothing. I didn't really trade it too much. I had one trade on it. I actually, and I was just telling this I was talking to Max in the back over there. I traded a lot of XPEV today, and this might look really sloppy to you guys. It might not really make sense, but there's actually a method to the madness here. I was trading XPEV when it was up on the day. I traded quite a few of XPEV, like a lot of shares, but essentially I was really going for the move on this day. I really thought like, okay, here's the extension move to the upside. I caught some of the long, but I really liked the short for the move back down. I thought we would get that, but it was just a very overcrowded trade. As you guys can see, I was trying to short over here, and every time it would come back down, it would just pop back, so I would cover. And so I was like recycling a lot of shares, but the plan was not to actually take 10, 15 cent winners. The plan was, okay, short a lot of size, hold for the VWAP retracement, and then, it wasn't happening. A lot of size on the bid wasn't filling, so I just had to get out of my size, right? And then we actually went higher, and the move held. And so like essentially I was up on the name on this day. I had a lot of trades, but my bias was like, okay, we're gonna flush down through VWAP, so I'm gonna hold for like 9. That's what I was trying to do for this one. And it just didn't happen. And then go figure, the next day we're back at 10. So I'm like, okay, so clearly, move is happening in the overnight. Then go fast forward to today. Now we're up again. I think, okay, maybe people are getting squeezed. Let this thing exhaust to the upside. I'll try the same thing, but today I'm actually going to just recycle. I'm just going to like take the little bit of wins that I can get, like 10, 15 cents. I'll just size up. I'll take the wins. And that's kind of how I approached it today. So it doesn't really, I mean, I get it, right? It doesn't make sense maybe to a lot of people that are looking at this. But essentially as a day trader, as a scalper for myself, I'm just basically reading the tape. I'm waiting for it to kind of slow down to the upside, and then I just short and then cover. But I didn't realize that it was SSR today. I'm punching in, and I'm not getting the fill. I'm like, wait a second, why am I not getting the fill? I'm like, oh, it's SSR. I go, well, okay, let me flip long. So I flip long over here. Covered some like towards high a day, and then we had the next leg up. Unfortunately, missed that one. And then really like I was looking for this move, right? And I was like, I'm not willing to hold on until we get some sort of like volume catalyst, some death candle. And so this was like very, very quick scalps on the uptrend because it's holding trend. As soon as we broke trend, that's when I added the size, and that's when I held. And I just covered all the way down on the bottom flushes. And my final target was like 1160, 1170. So my best out was I think 1172 on this one. For the full size, and then for the rest of the day, it's just been kind of dead, right? Just kind of, rejecting VWAP, breaks above, back below. But yeah, this is the move that I wanted to see a few days ago on it, and we didn't get it. So today I said, you know what, let me change that up a little bit. Let me try to scalp, take winners a little bit faster. And then, like as we approach like 10, 11 o'clock, I thought that's maybe where we get the VWAP retracement. Yeah, and now back down. So definitely a very exciting trade. My best name on the day, pretty happy with it. And then traded a few other things, but nothing too substantial. Just kind of a couple fills on Amazon, nothing really too crazy. Yeah, my main focus was XPEV. It was definitely exciting. And yeah, thanks, Neil, for that in the chat there. Somebody asking, what is SSR? SSR is essentially if something goes down more than 10% from yesterday's close, then it goes SSR for 2 days, short sale restricted. You cannot slam the bids. So if you want to short, for example, Amazon, if it's SSR, you can't just like punch into the bids. You have to like wait on the offer. So yeah, it's definitely a surprise if you don't know it's SSR and you're punching into the bids and you're not getting the fill. And I'm just like, wait, what's going on? And then you get the fill, it just like rips up. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. So yeah, for anybody that traded XPEV today, I'm sure you realized very quickly that the soft side in the morning was to the long side. So very, very easy to make that money to the long side. And the shorts was a little more challenging, but yeah, still worked out for sure. And yeah, everything else kind of muted. I know AVXL was moving today. It's kind of like it's right away we had free shorts on this, and I'm like, well, we have free shorts. I'm like, I don't like that at all because is this going to be crowded? Failed right off the open. I think Max actually had a really good trade on this through 12. This was very clean, breaking 12 just back to the downside, but now back up, right? So like when you have these kind of gap ups on the day. And I don't really know the value of this company. I don't know kind of the situation. It wasn't my focus today. So, I tried one little trade on it thinking that maybe this over-under would work and we'd flush, but we didn't, right? We didn't. And it's kind of weird that like we run to the upside, we do some consolidation volume, then we get the volume pushed back through 13, trigger the stops, instantly flush back down. I slam the short, we don't go anywhere, we just stop. So I'm like, why are we stopping? This is like a huge red flag, so I got out of it. So not to say that the short was wrong, but I don't even care that I didn't hold because this kind of move should happen right away. So something to be said about like if you trade long enough, you can look at the tape and say, this should happen at this time. If it doesn't, then I have to reevaluate what I even thought of the trade. So yeah, I took an L on that one, but it was only maybe 20 cents or 15 cents, so it was nothing too crazy. Yeah, I didn't really have too much size on that. Yeah, guys, in the chat, let us know what you're trading, what's moving, what you're excited about. And I'll try to see if you guys have any questions as well. I'll try to get back to them. Somebody's saying AMD will go down, AMD long here. I didn't actually look at AMD today, but let's have a look here. I know some of the large cap names, like we're getting crazy moves in the market, and some of these large cap names are just kind of like, you got to really, really wait for your levels, right? Because sometimes, you look at the book and it looks really, really healthy, and you're like, okay, this is really nice. Like I'll play off this level. This looks really good. It's acting the way that I want to see. And then other times it's just like kind of chop around, dance around. And let me just look at where we are in the market. I'm not 100% sure. I guess, low of day, if this kind of level holds, bounce 3 times. This is me looking at AMD for the first time, by the way, for today. But yeah, we had that kind of flush overall market on the news catalyst at 8:30, and looking like it held this area, this general area. But AMD, let me drag over the daily because this is kind of, look at this consolidation pattern. This is a 52-week low. It did not trade below 60. It broke 60, did a lot of volume, and then stayed below 60 for so long, right? So this is like, in hindsight, it looks, yeah, that's consolidation. But during it, you're like, oh, maybe it's going to break out. Maybe it's going to break out. Maybe it's going to break out. It just took forever to actually break out, then finally breaks out, and you're going to, and I say to myself, like, okay, like now we're riding trend. Maybe we're going to continue to the upside and break 80. But we don't. Now we're doing some sort of, consolidation pattern as well. You could justify, maybe you could justify the long over here. I'm not going to take a position, but maybe you justify the long here for a move back to VWAP. But the fact that, like, we're not really, we didn't really spend too much time above VWAP. And so for myself, looking at this trade, it's like, okay, you have the morning covers that take place. Now we're back below VWAP. We couldn't make another high. Now we're back below VWAP again. And like even, okay, maybe you take the trade for another VWAP test, but I would much rather take like a bottom long on a name where I think like, okay, it could potentially get through VWAP. I don't want to just get long here for a VWAP test because it looks like selling coming in at VWAP, then maybe it just goes back down. It'll be tough to get the fill over there. Not to say that you don't get it, but that's kind of my thoughts on it. I think AMD gets really interesting if we get closer to like a 72 because of the daily, right? It's like this is the consolidation. Look at the last consolidation. It really didn't break outside of the range and do a lot of volume and continue, right? It just kind of, range, then you have the final, 2 days, and now boom, back to being in a range. So for myself, yeah, if AMD, like if next week we come in and for whatever reason AMD is above 70 but closer to 72, then for myself, I'll be like, okay, I'll try a long over here because there's potential that we could actually get back to 75, so $3 move to the upside. And if we break out of 80, maybe you could justify a long to the upside, but keep in mind market conditions. A lot of the time breakouts kind of feel sketchy. Every time we got close to 80, it just didn't want to really break to the upside. So 80 resistance, 72 support. For me, those are daily levels. I'm going to respect them. No trade on AMD for myself today, most likely, unless something kind of crazy happens. I just think that there's a really good chance that it stays where it is right now, like either here or here, like somewhere between call it 74.50 and 75.50 and 74.50. So it's like, it's in this kind of dollar range. I'm not really gonna take a stab at that unless like something crazy happens.
Right on. We're currently looking at Boeing. I know a lot of people in the chat were talking about Boeing today. Earlier on, we did get the catalyst update for it that UAL is planning to buy 12 planes from Boeing, the 787 Dreamliners. So Boeing over here up 3.2%. It did march right back to pretty close to the high of day, but didn't manage to break the high of day. And that's right about when the Boeing chatter in the chat died off. So I'm expecting that a lot of you guys are actually long and you're expecting Boeing to take out the high of day over there. We'll keep watching it. We have it on our radar for sure. I'm actually going to pull it up on my second screen now just to have it up and watch it just in case whenever it does break that 183, we'll be able to pull it up for you guys. Something that we haven't talked about for the most part of the day today is the Trader TV Live watch list. On the Trader TV Live watch list, you'll be able to understand why AMD, NVIDIA, Intel, Micron, Marvell, basically the chip stocks are doing what they're doing today. Part of that reason is because Marvell came out with their earnings report, a little bit of a disappointing earnings report, sadly. A lot of their products were apparently getting ordered less and less by their customers and inventory problems coming in. A lot of basically negative news for chip stocks thanks to MRVL, which is down on the day today. But even being negative on the day, it has actually pulled back towards the high of day, or at least the pre-market highs. It's currently above the 100-period EMA and trying to trade above it. And as Luca was talking about the weekly range or on the daily chart, look at the range of the whole week or multiple weeks in a row. For AMD, MRVL is basically in that same state. I'm guessing NVIDIA is in that same position too. Let's pull up NVIDIA over here on the daily chart and we'll see. There we go. See, almost picture perfect like AMD, just consolidating sideways, stuck in a range. And once this range breaks out, we're going to have a lot of fun on NVIDIA, on AMD, on MRVL. Any of these stocks breaking out of that range with the positive catalyst or a negative catalyst will bring in some overextended moves for us to take advantage of. So we'll keep those chip stocks, as always, on watch. Today, I actually tried to find this trade for myself on AMD and so on. I didn't manage to find a trade for myself, so instead Baba and Pinduoduo. Baba, my number 1 stock on the board. Pinduoduo, number 2 stock on the board. Meta Platforms, number 3, and my only real loser today, Affirm, and not even a real loser. I only lost $15 on that trade compared to all of my other trades that I have, which are well above X amount of dollars as winners. So we are doing good over here. The markets has been paying us for the longs and the shorts. A trade that I did close not too long ago, it's Pinduoduo short. I didn't like how FXI reclaimed that 60 area, the 24.60, if I remember correct, the price. It reclaimed that area for a little while, so I closed my position, but I guess I was wrong on it because the NASDAQ market did get back under the 100-period EMA and the S&P 500 got under the 100-period EMA. Both of them are still above VWAP though, so not sure what the market wants to do here. Something that we always like to talk about when we look at the overall market is the UVXY, which is actually positive now, up by 0.2%, 0.25 to be exact. Well, now 0.14, keeps fluctuating based on what penny it's printing. So we'll have to wait and see if UVXY can actually hold up above VWAP and start climbing back to the north side. If and when it does that, we'll watch the market most likely go all the way back to VWAP and then maybe break VWAP to the downside. So those are the moves we're looking for. I have no positions on board. Obviously, you see that. The board says that, no positions, duh. But that's because I can't really find myself a trade to be into right now. Most of the trades that I have been in are in ranges that I just have to wait for. I'd much rather be short closer to 88 on Pinduo than somewhere over here. So not going to punch into that one. Same thing with BABA. Much rather be short closer to 91 than 90.60. So not going to punch into that one. And Boeing, you know, obviously being the short trader that I am makes me want to short this double top over here, but we're nowhere close to that double top right now. Boeing, almost called it BABA. Boeing currently around 181, which is where it's trying to form a nice little base around. Maybe it has another leg up to run to the north side if volume does show up to come into the market around in the next 2 to 5 minutes or so when lunchtime does come into an end. We are at 12:58 Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, guys, I see people in the chat talking about CGC, Tilray. I'm actually pulling these up for the first time as well today. Very nice move. Obviously, CGC up 7%. I'm assuming there's some type of catalyst news. Definitely not on top of my my news today, I'll say that much. But, you know, is what it is. It's a Friday. Coming into sort of like just looking at the daily for the first time, not really sure what to think. I know the general idea is, okay, weed is going to become legal in the U.S. potentially, and then if that happens, these companies are positioned to do very well, and so that's kind of the general kind of.
The casinos in Vegas are going to have smoking rooms.
Okay, so casinos in
Like
Vegas are going to have
pot-smoking
smoking
rooms?
rooms. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's legal
That's-
in Vegas, right? Yeah, makes sense.
That's I mean that's a great reason as to why this goes from 3 to 4. But yeah, no, I think for CGC, I want to say that 5. I love weed stocks when they get to 5, 10, 15, 25, and 50. These are
I like it when they get to 500.
Yeah, but you know, it's like these 100, 500,000, 10,000. Yeah, why not? But no, these are names that for myself, I remember them trading very cleanly for whatever reason at 5 or at 10, right? So I was watching CGC originally when it popped up, didn't get to 5. Just keep this in mind. This name, everybody remembers, was like way up, like call it $7 stock. You know, beat down because call it, you know, maybe people overvalued, whatever type of valuation. Everybody thought, you know, maybe it's going to 150 when it was at 700. And then people were like, wait a second, nobody's smoking at unreasonable rate. And I remember these, it's kind of funny, just to take a quick step back. A lot of the bankers in the space, when I was chatting with them, they're like, oh yeah, like, you know, my neighbor who never smoked before in their life, they're gonna start buying ounces every month. Like that was a part of the valuation metric for these names. So that's why it's back down at $5, because these bankers were giving money thinking that, like, you know, Joe Schmo beside, who's never smoked before in his life, is gonna start buying ounces because, what do you mean? They drink alcohol, aren't they just gonna start smoking weed like crazy? Like, but no, I don't think that's the case, right? It's just kind of different dynamic. But going back to the technicals on this one, like when a name moves up the way that CGC did today, it's unfortunate because I can't really take a long right now. The only thing I can think of is maybe a potential short. But then again, it's like I don't really want to take a short right now. I really want this thing. You got to wait for some type of volume to come through. And this is me being kind of short biased on just a mean reversion play, very simple. You just got to kind of be patient and wait for it to get to these kind of areas where potentially people are getting squeezed and then it goes nuts and then it maybe gives you the short opportunity. And so then with that in mind, you know, if we can get over like that 460, things definitely get interesting, and then maybe we have a chance to get to 5. And then that's a real potential for a mean reversion play for myself. But I think we're going to pass it over to Brendo real quick for some update.
Hey guys, yeah, a little bit of a Friday wrap up for energy markets. Has been a positive week as well for crude oil, not only based off of further demand, but talk from OPEC on the possibility of further production cuts. Remember, that's how we started the week. Big move to the upside after OPEC said it could, and OPEC Plus countries said they could look at further cuts going into next year. This is just an opinion piece, but an interesting one I was reading through, talking about the prices, or the fact that prices could actually sink without that coming through. So we'll see what happens towards the end of the year as far as OPEC and OPEC Plus are concerned. Here's oil now, down 1%. We were positive early on this morning. This was the 8:30 number that we got, the non-farm payrolls number, sent this back down to almost 80. We bounced around 80 and a quarter. That's what's happening right now, trying to hold day lows here, down on a Friday, but up for the week for crude, guys.
Thank you, Brendo, for that crude update, energy update. Since you were talking about weed stocks real quick on that one, Luke, the CGCs and so on. My dad recently actually told me, like, can you go visit the dispensaries and see if you can get me some edibles for my sleep? And he wanted like something very specific. He's like, you know, THC X amount, CBD this amount, and so on. Because something that his brother or his sister told him, and he's like, okay, now I want to experiment too. So I go into the store, the dispensary store. The products for these edibles and these like tinctures and oil products that like a lot of the elderly people take for pain and sleep and so on, they're actually ridiculously expensive. Compared to like buying a flower or whatever, like buying flower with THC percentage of like 40% is like cheaper than actually buying edibles that help people who need it with pain and so on is way more expensive. So something about that has my head like really jumbled up a little bit. Like it's just like, you know, maybe charge more for the flower for the recreational person and charge less for the person who's using it for medicine reasons and for pain reasons and so on. And I think if they do something like that, we could see a big 180 on these weed stocks to the north side. That's just my opinion on it. I could be wrong, but hey, I don't want higher flower prices because that means more money out of my pocket into their pockets. So I don't want that at all. We're gonna go to a couple super chats over here to talk about that. You know, a lot of you guys send their super chats to support the show over here, and also to ask us questions, which we appreciate. We do apologize for any of those super chats that were not answered on a timely manner because you know the show's so busy. We're so busy with the positions moving all the time that we miss out on the super chats. So current super chats: Crewy coming in with the $5 super chat. AVXL is popping off. Positive news. Alzheimer's treatment with Anavex gap filled. Do you think this will run up at the open 9:30 a.m. too? So let's go check out AVXL. AVXL. Could this run up at the open? You would expect it to run up on the open like the rest of the market did. So here's the 9:30 move, but this stock was already up in pre-markets. Looks like it actually sold off the open a little bit, but then reclaimed the levels that it opened at and is now just trading sideways around this $12 area. Something to note, it is above the 100-period EMA throughout the day, so I'm expecting that some sort of a buyer is stepping in every time at the 100-period EMA, not letting the stock go too much further to the downside. Positive catalyst coming in, turning the stock from $9 yesterday to $12 today, so big move, and you did get a high of $15 in pre-market. So my guess is sometime Monday or sometime next week, we have a possible retest of that $15 after retesting the $10 to the downside, which it looks like we already did. That was the retest of the $10 to the downside. The reason why I'm saying 10 is because of this range over here. We retested that. We bounced off of it. We're above it. If this positive news is actually positive, like the move today is showing us, then we could see a retest of 15 and then a possible breakout of 15 if there's more buyers stepping in onto that position. Going back to super chats over here, Case Records, about to fly to Mexico and got that Wi-Fi for y'all boys. Hey, be safe, my friend. Obviously, happy journey. Have a safe flight wherever you're flying to, and have fun in Mexico. Go ball out, my friend. You're gonna have a great time. I wish I was actually flying out to Mexico instead of India. I'll be honest. Hopefully, my parents and my family members are not watching that because I'm gonna get yelled at for saying that. David.
Yeah, you're going soon, right?
Yeah, I'm out of here, baby. I'm zipping it. I'm zipping straight to India.
You're gonna have a blast, eh?
No, I'm not.
Why?
Dude, I'm gonna get forced to do stuff that I don't want to do.
Well, like get married?
Like not get married. I'm not gonna get forced to get married. No one can force me to do that. But I'm gonna get forced to like do like random stuff for events, like like stuff that I just don't want to do. So it's gonna be a great time. It's going to be a great time arguing with my family members, and then the second half of the night is going to be like, oh, why didn't you do this? After they're done, because I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to join them. Yeah, no, I'm not going to be doing anything that they ask me to. So first I'm going to get yelled before that, and then after they do it, I'm going to get yelled after that. So I'm just getting ready to get yelled at throughout the whole 2 weeks of being there. But anyways, coming back to the market, David coming with the $2 super chat about Tilray at 9:40 a.m. So you kind of already knew that the wheat stocks might be in play today. So they were being talked about, obviously, the last 5 minutes ago. ENPH News, $4.99 super chat for ENPH. Let me quickly see if I can find any news about that on my Trade Ideas scanner, trusty Trade Ideas scanner. You could sign up for that using code TraderTV to get 15% off. And if the 30% deal is still going through, Nightbot will tell you to use TraderTV30 to get 30% off. So here's the news for it. The Zacks analyst blog highlights Walmart, Toyota, Schlumberg, Lululemon, and Enphase Energy. So I'm guessing something in regards to Enphase. So where's Enphase, ENPH? Let me just do this. ENPH. Give me ENPH.
I just want to say very quickly, Wolf of Broad Street, welcome to the Trader TV family. That's a pretty sick name. I approve that one. And I wanted to also quickly cover my Google short that I took, just kind of looking like, are we going to hold above 100? Are we going to, really run? Overall market's kind of muted right now. So I was like trying to figure out what I want to short. So just kind of took that short above 100 with anticipation that we're going to, come back to VWAP. And then I covered some at 81s, majority of it, honestly, because, I'm not going to be too greedy. I don't think we're going to get down to 99s. This is just kind of a scalp trade. If we can, get a little bit lower, there was some size on the bid there that just filled. Yeah, if I can get 72s right now for the final position, I'll be happy with that. Just lock it in, base hit over there. Just to cover that trade for anybody that was wondering.
Yeah, honestly, guys, I can't find what exactly pinpoint reason for ENPH is. This is also at 1020. So I'm guessing most likely you already know the news now, because I do remember Sharif talking about it around 11 o'clock or so. So ENPH, solar-related stock. So the solar-related topics and the news catalyst that Sharif was talking about, most likely helping out ENPH today. El Capitan becoming a new member for Trader TV Live. Welcome to the family, El Capitan. Midday super chats coming in over here. We got Cecile, GME pumping, she says. So thank you for that. Thank you for becoming a member over here, Cecile. Yeah, we saw AMC, GME moving up a little bit, but GME, if I remember correctly, is still negative. No, we're actually positive now. Let's go. GME actually positive now and above the pre-market highs. So congratulations for anyone who did capitalize on that move. But the NASDAQ is right back to the downside, almost right back to VWAP. Well, NASDAQ is back to VWAP, but the S&P 500 almost back to VWAP itself. Let's see if this market is going to go under VWAP and if UVXY is going to finally start trading in the higher end of the ranges, especially above pre-market. If it can trade above pre-market, that's something to look out for. GME yesterday, if I remember correctly, was exactly in the same range. No, it was actually at 26.50 where we took those longs, and now we're at 27.40, 27.50. I do see some size at 27.50 on GME on the ask, 223 lots. So that might be a little bit of a barrier coming in for this position, not allowing it to go too much to the north side above it. We'll see if a buyer will come in, wipe out that level, and take GME more to the north side.
Yeah, guys, got the final fill there on Google. So pretty clean trade, just kind of playing the range on this one. A lot of the times when you get these kind of outsized moves in the morning that are, catalyst driven, it's, to broadly describe it, you got two types of, future trades that come for the rest of the day. You got the, okay, it was really bad news and we're just going to kind of stay below VWAP and not really get back up. And then, maybe more selling comes in at the end of the day. And then on the flip side, you get, okay, here's the selling, but maybe the market's just looking for a reason to sell off and it's not really that bad. And then everything kind of bounces back and then it's just in a range and it goes sideways, right? So I feel like we are in that kind of sideways action. And so right now I don't really want to hold for like a sell-off where somebody was like, oh, I'm short Meta right now and it's actually printing. Like maybe Meta has more of a chance to actually, like you short 123 is showing you that it's like some sort of resistance. And I have this as a 5-minute, but let me just quickly switch this back to a 1-minute because it looks pretty clean. Like, call it a triple top, double top, whatever you want. Basically, 123 is resistance. And I want to pull up the daily for everybody to kind of take this in with me as well. I had a trade on Meta, I think it was yesterday when it broke through 120. And I thought, okay, where is resistance on Meta right now? Is this thing going to keep going? And, where's this thing going to top out at? Keep in mind, this was the bottom before we fell from earnings. And so that bottom was actually 123, 124. And so now at 123, you're facing this daily resistance level that was support, now turned to resistance. And that's the reason as to why, most likely, as to why nobody wants to really buy it above 123, because now is it going to go back into this range? Maybe, but maybe not today. And so, you play off that scalp, take the 123 short, and then, where's your cover? Maybe VWAP, maybe hold for a potential. If we do sell off, maybe this is a, better likelihood. I don't think we do, personally. just because we got the sells in the morning, and now we're back up, right? Now we're back at the high. So, best target would probably be pre-market high, which would be like a 121 lining up with VWAP. But that's good, right? You go for like, what is that, like 2 points? You could risk like 20 cents. That's like a 10 to 1. It's not too bad, right, from a day trade perspective. Or you just kind of scalp it out along the way. I want to quickly check AMD. Somebody's saying AMD. Yeah, see, this is the thing. AMD is not really, now it's kind of back down. Yeah, I'm kind of happy that I stayed away from the long. A lot of the times I'll look at, you guys are calling things in the chat, and I might talk myself into a trade. I'm happy that I did talk myself into a trade on this one. So yeah, now back to flat out of the Google trade. Not really sure what I'm looking at. I think, oh yeah, Tilray. I want to look at Tilray and pull this up on the daily, because somebody was mentioning CGC and Tilray, and I didn't actually get to Tilray, and potentially has a very clean level on the daily over here. And so let's pull it up and see. Probably looks the same. Call it 450 to 5 air. Oh wow, this is actually really, really interesting, because look at this setup. And let me just kind of, same kind of setup. I love these when it's not really a small cap, right? But I love when these companies, like they don't really move and then they kind of move and go crazy and they run into these resistance levels. I think 450 to 5 is a short, and I almost want to say that you have to pay for shorts on this one. Yeah, I think you got to pay for shorts. So maybe I'll locate some on this. But yeah, if we can break 450 on this name and then get to like 480 and then play off that 5 resistance, I would love that for a mean reversion play back down. That would be pretty solid. This is the 1 minute on Tilray right now. So if this thing keeps continuing, if we consolidate a little bit over here, then break 450, break out, go to 480, that's where I really like the short, because that's where things are probably going to go crazy. Maybe people are short, they're getting stopped out. The tape is going to kind of spaz out. Nobody really knows what's going to happen next. That's the setup that I actually want to take the short, react to that. Right now, you could justify playing off the 450, take the short, but just keep in mind that most likely if this is going to go back, it's going to go back very, very slowly, because it didn't really stop anybody out. Nothing crazy happened. So you need that craziness. You need that kind of whipsaw reaction, breaking a level, and then coming back through for it to actually flush back down very quickly, or else it's just going to be a very slow trade. I wouldn't say there's a wrong way to do it. I would just say, manage your expectations if you're in that trade. Somebody said in the chat before, oh, scaled out of the Tilray long, only have a little bit left. Congratulations. Yeah, like the long was not wrong, clearly on these names. So very nice. Somebody's saying SHPH is moving to the upside. I pulled this up before. Where is this? I think 250 is interesting. This is giving a little bit of a head and shoulders, and I would not be surprised if this breaks. I think you have to pay for shorts, and I almost want to say that this feels like it could be expensive. Maybe I'll check it out. But if it's very close right now. Anybody who has shorts on this, who's looking at this, keep in mind that small. I'm assuming small cap. They do the same thing, right? There's a good chance that this breaks the high, does a lot of volume, quickly reverses, and then finally flushes back, right? So this is the setup that I would expect. It's just held trend this whole time. The dark blue line is the 50 period, right? So it's held the 50 period, held trend the whole time. Now it's creating sort of a topish pattern. Look at the volume, and let me just drag my chart up for everybody to see. The volume is picking up over here, and so it's showing you that like this is where a lot of the volume is being traded, and it still can't get higher, and it's up so much, maybe justifying a potential pullback. But with these names, I would much rather see this break 250, break 261, do a bunch of volume above 261, quickly reverse back, take the short, and then go for the flush. That would be like a pretty textbook setup on small caps, in my opinion. So I would be cautious. If I was long right now, I'd be very cautious, and that's something I would look at to the short side. Maybe I'm going to check out how expensive these shorts are.
How expensive these shorts are is never never what I want to look into. But I stay away from paying for shorts. I like it easier when a stock is free to short, which means much less of money for me to give to the market, less donations. Coming over here, though, looks like we did cover all of our super chats. Thank you for all the love and support that you guys been pouring onto the show over here every single day, nonstop. We appreciate that. Let's go look at the scanners. Trade ideas. Talking about trade ideas real quick. I did make myself look like a fool over there talking about 30 and 15%. Apparently, it's 20% now. So when it changes back to 15 or 30, I'll let you guys know. It is 20% off. Whatever Nightbot's telling you over there, just follow Nightbot. I don't know what it is anymore. Follow Nightbot. Do ! trade ideas. Nightbot will give you a link to the code, and also we'll give you the code itself for you to apply in that on that link. So if you haven't paid for it already, go check it out. And as Sean already mentioned, if you guys do want the scanners that Michael Noss built for me specifically, or for Sean specifically, just message Sean, just message me, and I will get that link out for you. You can just load it up through the cloud and so on and be good to go, baby. Ticker Riri. Riri like Rihanna, or Riri like the meme from the streamers and so on. So let's go check out Riri at the moment. Riri looks like a $2 stock, a little light on volume too, just from looking at the chart. Let's go see if I'm right about that on the relative volume scale. Okay, no, it's doing 2.73 relative volume, which is actually not bad. Anytime a stock is doing more than 1, it's good. If it's doing more than 2, that's great, because that means there's more volume in this stock at this moment than it previously was. According to Trade Ideas, I think the calculation is 14 days. That's my guess. I see something that Neil actually pointing out right now in the chat, that Marvell, even with the negative catalyst in it, is making a new high a day, breaking out of the pre-market highs, holding at the 100 period EMA, and now marching towards the $44 area. I'll be honest, I did not expect that. I was looking to short AMD, Marvell, and all those stocks to begin the day with, but thankfully, the way that the market was moving ever since that 830 number, it helped me stay away from shorting any of these stocks and saving a lot of money for myself. So thank you, market, for telling me that you are looking to go up to the north side well before the open, because if the market showed me that we wanted to go down well before the open and then it ripped my face off, I would have been very upset on the day today. And I'm just happy that the market clearly gave us signs of what it wanted to do after that 830. Very, very clear, obvious signs what it wanted to do. Now the question is, though, let's see if the Fed by any chance pivoted on their words. I mean, Wednesday we heard Powell coming in and talking about lowering rate hikes and so on. So we went from 60%. It says 75% over here, but I remember seeing 60%. So let's just go with what we see on the chart. It says we were 75% yesterday, but now we're 81% for the 50 rate hike. But now if we refresh it, we are back to 79. So we're actually going back down now, thanks to that payroll numbers that came out today, the non-pharma numbers that came out at 8:30, putting some fear in the market one more time, and also got people guessing to see if Papa Powell might want to pull that printer, plug the printer back out again. You know, he plugged in the printer on Wednesday, but is he going to plug out the printer one more time by any chance?
All right, guys, so I paid for shorts on SHPH, and it literally just happened exactly as I wanted it to see. So I initially shorted 20%, very small size, then got out of it, so took the L, then it went higher, then it went lower, then I short again, and now it's flushing back down. The only thing you got to be cautious of is make sure you're watching where people are kind of covering. I'm going to cover a little bit over here because size popping up on the bid, so I kind of feel like not an overcrowded trade, but what I like to see is the break of the high, the volume being done, then it comes back below, and I like to see the flush right away. And again, I'm not going for like a 2 target on this, to be honest. I'm going for a VWAP potential target. And so short 260 comes back down, size on the bid, so now people potentially are trying to cover. I'm gonna hold the rest for sure because I probably have the top if I had to guess. So I'll just put a break even stop, and I'll let you guys know that because whatever, it is what it is. I think it's hopefully does what I want to see. I think it flushed to 38s over there, and then I covered maybe like 45. So whatever, it is what it is, no problem. So now, I'm going to let this run, and hopefully we can actually get back down to 225 area. That would be very nice. That would be my next target, and I think I'm going to cover the majority of the size that I have left, and then I'll try to hold some for a run, but I'm not really too sure. What I like, when you get these kind of, it's not really parabolic, but when you get these very strong up moves to the upside, the way that I like to look is, okay, if I'm going to short like near the top because I think it's going to do some type of over-under, trigger stops, do a lot of volume, then flush, where's my target? It's always going to be 50%, right? So, if it started at 160 and it runs to 260, like where's my target? It's, I would love to get 2, but at the same time, maybe respect trend, maybe it doesn't get there, maybe it takes even longer to get there. I would much rather be in and out of the trade, take the money. So, cover some here, then I'll let like a very small portion go to 2. Like that'll be my final target. I'm not holding for like 170. Like I just don't think that makes any sense for myself. So I'm not going to hold. So every time I look on the tape, I think 240, if 240 goes, it probably will. I think we flush back down to 225. So that's pretty nice. Going to hold on to that one. another example of like, okay, where am I going to take my target on this kind of parabolic mover? And let me remove the fills because this is like very, very interesting. But yeah, so you get the parabolic mover right to the upside. This thing goes from 10 all the way to almost 13. Now it's coming back down. Like, where's your target? Like, I didn't just pull 1160 out of thin air, even though it might seem like I did. I didn't, right? I just said, okay, if 13 is now the top, when I'm shorting as it's going up, I don't know if this is going to be the top, right? So if this is the top, then I'm going to try to hold for 1080, right? I'm going to try to hold for 11. But because 13 is the top, I'm like, okay, you know what? Let me hold for 1160. That looks almost like 50% of the move. As long as we can get through VWAP, then we'll probably flush there. And then, like 1150 would be nice, but that's how I kind of determined that one, right? So it's like you got the parabolic move. Now it's retracing back. Where's your target? 50%, safe to say, right? It's going to be a really good move if it's 50%. It's going to be an amazing move if it retraces like 70%. Like, very rarely will you see parabolic moves like this to the upside and then retrace the whole move back to the downside. Like, that is like a plus, and it doesn't really happen all the time. So for myself, it's like, if I can get 50% retracement out of it, I'll be very happy with that one. I know somebody in the chat was saying XPEV finally printing, and yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like, if you're willing to hold through all of this chop action, if you're short over here, I mean, you're never out of the money, right? So why not hold? But for myself as a day trader, because I know I have to close by the end of the day anyways, I'm just like, whatever, man. I'll just like take the win as it's paying me, because there'll be like another opportunity that rolls around, and then I'll just be in another trade, and I'll just go from there and reevaluate. If I was going to turn this into a swing trade, if that was a possibility for me, which over here it is not because we're day traders, but if it was a possibility, I would consider like, okay, I'm so far in the money, let me hold a piece to see how it looks. And then if by the end of the day it's at 11 and my average is 13, maybe I would hold over the weekend because I'm already $2 in the money. Even if this thing gaps up to 15, I only lose $2, but it'll be a $4 up print, right? Like, as like a worst case scenario. So in that situation, then maybe I'll consider like, hey, like let me hold because maybe it gets back to 10, right? But yeah, it's like risk $2, $3, worst case scenario for maybe 10 or 9. Yeah, but two different trades. Sometimes you could split it up, but yeah, just keep that in mind when you kind of, structure your trade in the first place, right? I'm just going to glance back at this very quickly. Yeah, this is kind of very slow. And this is the market, man. This is the market. Like, I think it was August when small caps were going nuts. You'll get this over-under action. And if this was August right now with a lot of other things moving, SHPH right now would be back at like 220, 210 maybe, because there'll be a lot of volume. But it's just very, very muted. It's very, very slow. And that's why I covered some of it, because if we're just going to hold here and then go back up, like I'll probably cover if we get back to break even anyways with a kind of like a razor tight stop there. So yeah, it is what it is. So, but yeah, hopefully this thing fails, keeps going, and make sure my targets are out. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so that one's probably going to work. So pretty happy with that one. And yeah, somebody else saying COSM in the chat. So we could have a look here. COSM. I remember this was closer to 1. I didn't actually look at it today, although I knew it was going up. I'm not going to trade this, and I'll just tell you that straight up. But yeah, it's up 41% today. Yeah, this is just kind of loading here. It's up 41% today. It gets really interesting when it goes 80, 85 cents, closer towards $1. That's where I really like some type of mean reversion play on it. For right now, it's just kind of chill. I think I'm frozen here, so maybe you got something you're looking at?
Yes, sir. We're looking at BABA moving back to the north side. Well, hopefully moving back to the north side because we're long at the moment. And as always, as I keep saying, make sure you're watching FXI on the Amex market if you're trading any of these Chinese ETF stocks. FXI pulling back to the previous high that it broke out of. And I'm expecting that previous high on FXI to turn into, what happened? Oh, Super Mario? But the FXI over here, pulling back to the previous high that it broke out of, I'm expecting it to hold on to that as support now on the way down. So we are now punching into BABA long. I would have liked to punch into a Pinduoduo long also, but look at Pinduoduo already bouncing off of VWAP and right back into the range where we previously shorted at. Our boards are actually empty, so I got to take another fill. Oh, wait, BABA didn't even give me my full size, so I'm going to have to punch into more size over here onto this position over here. and ruin my average. Okay, well, let's ruin it, baby. Whatever. If it pulls back down, I'll add more to it. I'll keep adding until 90, and I said 89 if you guys remember from the start of Midday Movers show around 11 o'clock or so. So I did say I'll punch into 90 all the way up to 89. We'll see if this trade can turn into a nice little winner for us as it is moving back to the upside. Thank you, FXI. Let's go, FXI. Let's go, Baba. Punching. We were already 12 cents, 13 cents in the money, but we only got 10% of our size that we wanted on this position. So we had to chase it and ruin our average all the way up to the north side. And even after chasing it, we're still 12 cents in the money. So it looks like the stock really wants to go up for us. And I'm constantly watching FXI. I'm constantly watching Pinduoduo and Baba at the same time. Those are the three positions that I have open on my second screen over here. And those are my trades today. These are my trades today. So I'm going to continue putting the damage on these positions. But you guys are most likely expecting to see other stocks to be talked about. And I'm actually going to go over to ON. ON, if I remember correctly, is another semiconductor stock. Yeah, there you go. ON Semiconductor Corporation. Is there like a full name for ON, or is it just ON? That's their name? ON Semiconductor? Okay. I thought it looked like something. No, okay, it's just ON Semiconductor. That's their full name over there. Okay, ON Semiconductor, I guess, is how you're supposed to say it. Today, around $71 for this position. A big volume candle showing up just now. Let me go verify if that volume candle is legitimate or if that's a dark pool candle putting in that candle over there. So according to TradingView, looks like that candle was legitimate, but we only dropped about 20 cents on that big volume candle. So not a big flush on that big volume spike. Not sure how do I perceive that. Luca, since you are here, I guess I could ask you that question. When a stock shows you a big volume spike like ON is, but then it doesn't really have a big drop in price because it's still stuck in the same lower day range, what does that indicate to you?
Well, there's a few ways to look at it, right? And let me just quickly, what company is this?
ON, it's a semiconductor company.
Okay, so a lot of the times, this is kind of my take on big volume prints, right? So I'll give two examples. So for one, let's say it's like a small cap like SHPH, right? You got that big volume extension, and what's essentially happening, what I think is happening is I think shorts are getting squeezed, and these are just a lot of stop orders, and any algos on the name are just like, yeah, like I don't really believe this is going to run to 3. And if you look at the daily, 3 is like a kind of good level to play off for the shorts, right? This is kind of why I'm short this, because look at this, was support, then breaks down, has a big day, runs to the upside, playing off that 3 level, that kind of 250 to 3 resistance area. And so, you get a big volume spike, it pops, it drops. This is not going to happen on something like Amazon. It's just not for the most part, just because liquidity providing robots are very comfortable catching and bidding and offering, whereas liquidity providing robots on SHPH are potentially non-existent, and that's why you get these sharp flush to the downside. And now moving back to ON, which is on New York, I think you mentioned, or NASDAQ. Sorry.
Oh, NASDAQ.
ON on NASDAQ. You might just get a big volume spike, but that could just be a big block trade that went through in some type of dark pool, right? And so it's not really, it doesn't really have like a market moving event. It's not really a significant level. It's not anybody buying or selling, and then more selling or buying is going to come through, no follow through. It might just be, ON is at this area, and somebody is long, somebody is short, like institutions, think big money, and they're like, you know what, let's trade at these prices, right? Let's trade at these prices. And so essentially what happens is it prints this, and then nothing really happens. And so my take on something like this is like, this is not like support or resistance. This is just potentially a fair price for ON right now.
Okay.
And so maybe now robots that are looking at what just took place, and they said, oh, there's a big block trade that traded at, call it, I don't know the price that it traded at, but let's assume it was like 71.20. Oh, maybe 71.20 is a fair price because 1 million shares traded in one trade, big block trade that came through. And so now maybe price is going to stay around this price because, that's where big money traded, so that's where probably a fair price is.
I like that.
So now robots want to stay in and around this price and buy and sell in and around this price. So if I was a robot, I'll be buying here, I'll be selling 71.20, I'll be shorting up here, I'll be covering 71.20, because if that's where big money thinks valuation is, that's potentially where I want to get in and out at. That'll probably print the most volume. But again, as a day trader, I'm not going to if anybody's like, oh yeah, this is going to be free money, like it's not, right? Like you're not, you're playing a sketchy game by getting long here and getting out here and getting short. Like don't play the game that robots play. Like, find an easier trade. Like for example, SHPH, where it just goes over, you short it, it goes down, now you just hold and it's no big deal, right?
Yeah.
The notional value of something like a SHPH, like the notional value of your position matters, right? So for example, 100 shares of SHPH is different than 100 shares of Google, right? 1,000 shares of SHPH, like it's all relative, right? But essentially notional value matters because, like robots react to those trades. And, if you start punching in 10,000 shares of ON right now, robots are, wait a second, 10,000 shares, that's a huge position. Whereas, 10,000 shares of SHPH is like nothing, right? Like nobody really cares about that.
Real quick, since we're talking about a big spike in volumes over here, and unlike ON, FDX is actually moving with that spike in volume. So FedEx over here, for some reason, no real catalyst out that we know yet. Brando did put in our work chat saying FDX weird spike, not only in volume like ON, but also in price to the north side. So FDX now almost up 1 full percent on the day, breaking 182 slightly. Let's see if we can stay above 182. The bid does not show that it wants to hold 182, but we're waiting to see if 182 can hold and if we can keep on climbing over here on FDX. I also want to quickly talk about BABA before we throw it back to Luca. I didn't want to cut him off. I just wanted to mention a stock that was moving to the north side. BABA is now 20 cents in the money. We're happy that even though we had to chase this stock to the north side for our size, we're still making profits on it. So just imagine if we were vigilant enough to notice that we didn't get the full size we wanted at the previous price of $90.11, we would have already been 50 cents in the money, taking some size out on this move to the north side. So if that was the plan for the trade, then let's do that right now. I'm not going to complain that we're only 20 cents in the money to take this profit. The trade setup was me taking long 90.11 with my full 100% size. Sadly, I had to chase it to 90.32. So according to that trade setup, I should be taking 20% off, so I will be doing that right now.
And yeah, was there any news on FDX?
So someone actually said, Luca, for you over here, Roger I'm not going to try. Roger said, so nice that you covered SHPH, Luca. Now I know why my account is not growing.
Okay, I don't know. I'm not really sure. Yeah, hopefully that helped. Hopefully my words. I just say a lot of words. That's my play. I come on. I'm like, let me say a lot of words. Take what you want, and hopefully there's like some lessons to be learned. Right? Everybody can learn from everybody. I love learning. Always got to be a student in life because that's how you continue to grow and get better. Never think you know everything, even though you might think that you do. Because it just, even if you do know everything, how sad is that? You just know everything. How life is just so boring now. You can't learn anything else. So always think that you can learn more. And life is just better. What makes me laugh the most in the chat, though, is when people are like, so Betty Snow saying, guys, XPEV, long or short. It's a no trade. It's a no trade right now. There's no edge on XPEV right now. The trade is done. The trade was you're either long because whatever, you think shorts are getting squeezed. You're either scalping it when it's doing a lot of volume, or you're either looking for that mean reversion play. You could have all three trades. That's basically what I was doing on it today. But now there's no trade. You can't short here because if you short here, like, what do you really think is going to happen, right? Do you really think this is going to go to like 1080? Like it could, but look at the volume. The volume just dropped off. It is SSR. Everybody is short from over here. So the real trade on XPEV, if there's another trade to be had on it, is if it goes back through 12 and then runs back to 1280, that's a trade. Because now shorts are squeezed. We're now at a new level, 13. You could retake the short. You could take the long. But right now, you do not want to be in this name. Look at this. You do not want to be in this name. The majority of the flush took place. Hopefully you're in the short and you're holding it, trade management, or you just kind of let it go. You punch in here for what? Maybe you're going to get 10 cents. It just doesn't make any sense. There's probably easier trades out there. So that's kind of my thoughts on it. And if you're kind of late to the party, I traded it quite a bit. Long, short, I was just all over the place, painting candles like crazy. And then finally, when it actually failed, I held and cover. And then I could have held for a potentially 11.20, but doesn't matter, right? I don't care. I got paid, very quick trade. That was like 10 to 11, so 1 hour. And then I enjoyed the rest of my day and just kind of chilled out, right? That was very, very nice to kind of take a break and especially come on here with you guys as well. Someone's saying crypto is boring right now. Oh, yeah, crypto is hella boring right now, that's for sure. So there's something else that I wanted to bring up here, and I'm not really sure what. Oh, Tops. Somebody was saying Tops is moving. Just a quick note on this one, that $5 level is definitely interesting. Last I located it for it, it was like, I think we actually get cheaper shorts than a lot of other brokers provide at Day Trade the World. But when I see shorts are expensive for us, I go, no thanks. Like, I guess you know what you could say? You could say the shorts are so expensive that you have edge because not that many people want to pay that much. And so, maybe that's why, it's going to be a less crowded trade. On the flip side, you could say, oh, so many people located so much for this low float stock so early that now there's not that many shares left. So not only is it expensive, but it could be overcrowded. So there's kind of two perspectives on it. But yeah, that $5 level is interesting because it's expensive. I think it was like 50 cents for us. Which for me, that's expensive, right? Because let's say I locate, even if I short, even if it does the same setup, it breaks 5 to the upside, comes back down, I short it. It has to, like, is it really going to go to 4? And then I only make 50 cents because I'm just covering the shares. So when I see 50 cents, I say, you know what? It is what it is. It's unfortunate. I can't locate for this. It doesn't make sense from a risk to return basis. But maybe we'll see what happens. I'm not thinking long on this name. This is a classic setup where it kind of blow off top, it finally fails, then it kind of revives itself and maybe makes a run. I think the next trade, like from my perspective, if I actually had locates on this, the next trade on this name, I would try the 5 if it was cheaper locates, but the real next trade is if this can actually get to high a day and then kind of do a high a day clear out and then fail back down to 4. Then, at least in that situation, you're like, okay, there's a potential $2 move on a $6 stock. That's a 30%. That's like A+. Okay, then I'll locate because who cares? I'm going for 6 to 4 or to 5 area. You cover the locates, no problem. And the reason I say that's the trade that I'm looking for is because anybody that was trading this yesterday, I'm sure you guys were looking at this, guys. Like this thing was up. Look at this, right? Halted. It was up. Held all day. At the end of the day, boom, big rug pull. Come in this morning. This thing's at 6. It's at 6. So this is like savagery. And it kind of, to me, when I see this, I go, okay, the float is locked, and now these algos are looking for exits. So how do they get that exit? And I think they just continue to sell. They try to trigger stops. They try to play games. And so, like, I wasn't watching this today, so I'm not 100% sure. I can't really give my opinion on it. But if, for whatever reason, this makes a run to high a day, like, for me, my kind of take on that would be, okay, this is where I would be exiting if I was an algo, right? So for myself, I'm not going to do this because, again, shorts are expensive, but just to kind of summarize, if for whatever reason this gets to the high of the day, you have a potential high day clear out trade where it can actually retrace back to 5 in the same day going into a Friday. Like these algo exits at the end of the day on a Friday are savage, right? They're just rug pulls. So if we break, run 650 and then turn back down, best believe this thing will be at VWAP before you can even blink your eyes. So I think that'll be a very good A+ trade that I would take in a hypothetical scenario. But yeah, no trade for myself. I'm not taking a 5 break long to the upside. Just doesn't make sense for myself. And yeah, so Arc Degenerate saying 1 billion worth of dark pool prints on SPY today. Yeah, man, SPY is going to trade a lot in the dark pool. Make sure if you guys are trading, maybe this is like a little bit too much advanced information, but if you guys are trading, large caps, look to see where the volume is traded, which dark pools they're traded on, and maybe participate in those dark pools as opposed to routing to lit venues. If you want to be more kind of incognito and not seen, right? You get the fill regardless. I mean, but if you want to, have that incognito, if that's kind of your thing, if you take a lot of executions, maybe that's something you can look into. And I'm pretty sure FINRA's website does a really good job at providing. It's delayed by like 2 weeks, but it's not too crazy. And there we go. So top's actually breaking 5 now, doing a little bit of volume, triggering stops, and here we go, right? So, let's say this breaks, you short it, now it goes back down. Like you paid, right? So you need at least 50 cents to break even if that's how much you pay. And now look, it's holding. So yeah, that's why basically I'm not locating for this at all. And yeah, guys, let us know what else you're trading as well. XPEV is dropping. Yeah, it's going to continue to drop most likely. I think, yeah, oh man. I was looking at FedEx and I was like, should I short this? But no, it's okay, whatever. But yeah, that was actually a nice retracement back down. 182 back to 180. Retracing that whole move there. I think now we kind of balance out at that 180 level. Probably no trade for myself. And very slow. I don't like these names that like are slow. Like I get in position and now I gotta wait. The spread is there. It's not really moving. That's large caps for you. But yeah, no, definitely good learning lesson for sure. And I'm gonna just quickly check on this SHPH position. Yeah, here's the thing. This thing's doing nothing, man. Like look at this. That's why this is the trade. You got to understand where your window of edge is on these things, right? It's like you don't really want to short it here. Like you could, but you don't really want to get involved over here because it could just do nothing. You want to like let it do something, then you react to it. Now at least I have like a 260 average. Took a small L on it, paid back the L plus more, so I'm up on the name. And now I have a good average I can actually hold. And if it does nothing, whatever, I just punch out for whatever the win is, or if it's a break even, no big deal. But yeah, no, gonna hold on to that one. Again, my target is VWAP for that. We got 20 minutes left. I'm not sure if it's gonna have that flush in the next 20 minutes. But yeah, I'm either gonna get stopped out at 260, which is fine for myself, or I'm gonna try to hold for that 225 area. So yeah, we'll see what happens. No trade for most. Yeah, no, for sure. There's you gotta kind of pick your spots and you know take trades where they make sense for you guys.
Right on, brother. We got a super chat coming in from the new guy, $5 super chat. What's up, guys? I've been watching for a few sessions, liking all the info. Is anyone in your floor playing COSM? I don't know what people on the floor are doing, and honestly, that's because that's the way I like to keep it. I don't. Oh, my mic.
Mike, sorry, I was muted because I was talking to one of the traders behind me earlier on. But yeah, so the new super chat saying the new guy has. I love seeing what you guys are doing. You know, new here, been watching for a few sessions. Is anyone on the floor behind us trading COSM? I have no clue. I actually keep myself disconnected from what other traders are doing and what stocks they're trading and whatnot, because part of me, I know myself. If a person gives me a stock to trade in terms of a call out, like, oh, look at this stock, XYZ at 123 price, and I'm thinking short based or long biased, and if I take that trade and it doesn't work, I'm going to grow hatred for that person. I'm going to hate that person. I'm going to blame that person for everything. I'm going to blame that person for everything. So because I love everyone over here, I don't want to blame anyone for my mistakes that I punched into. You know, I'm pressing the keys. I'm pressing everything. But if Luca gives me Apple short 123 and it doesn't work, Luca's getting shanked that day.
Man,
so I don't want to shank Luca, nor do I want to go to jail. So we're not going to do anything like that. I keep myself disconnected. I put on my headphones. I trade my own levels. I trade my own stocks. So I have no clue what's going on about COSM in terms of other traders. But I'm sure that some of our low flow gods over there, like Demon, Max himself, and even maybe Sharif, might have traded COSM for the most part. So we'll see what's going on with that stock for them later on. Maybe at the end of the day. Currently, yeah, go for it.
I want to say quickly, Roger in the chat. I don't know. Let's help Luca get out of SHPH. I'm like, oh man, and then it starts to go up. I go, no.
That's scary.
No.
That's
you know what?
scary.
All I'm thinking is, I'm thinking this is why I hate saying this is where I'm gonna get out, because I know I'm like, oh man, you guys could this is such a low float. Like you guys could easily push me off this with not that much size, but. Whatever, my stops are in, you know where they are, you know where I'm covering. I don't really care too much. You know, having a good day. It's Friday beers, you know it. And yeah, as for the Crown Royal, what you were mentioning before, come on, man. I don't bring Crown Royal to poker games just to make everybody get drunk so I could take their money.
That's
That's
exactly
not
what he does.
I do, man.
He's scheming. He's always scheming.
I come to poker games to donate cash to you guys because you know, I just like to have fun, have a good time. Yeah, it's all about friends, beers, and
well, Luca, you
some
might
cards
not
are
have
flying.
done that this time, but I did take a page from your book and I brought this for that exact same reason. So, you know, you might not have done it, but I did do it today.
Oh, man. Yeah, this doesn't look too bad at all. Let the viewers see that. Nice Hennessy bottle there. I'm going to get myself some beers later on as well. And yeah, I'm just kind of looking what's moving. That meta trade up to 123, I still do like that if we can get there. But obviously, keep an eye on the market. Are things going to really break out? So yeah, let's see. I think 123, you know, probably holds. And the reason I say that is because are people really buying above 123 over the weekend with conviction, thinking that this has potential to open at 125, 126 next week? I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but I'll take those trades, those odds every single time. So I have orders scaled to get short if we go into 123, but it kind of feels like it could really just be a good trade, so it most likely doesn't get there. But yeah, if it does, it'll be very nice. I'll take that short and probably just try to hold for you know, maybe a 122 flush. But yeah, probably market dependent, right? Market dependent. The market's not really doing much. It's kind of, it had the move back to the upside, and now it's like, you know, sideways. It's Friday, volume probably dying off on a lot of these names. People are getting ready to enjoy their weekend. So just keep that in mind. If you guys made money today, you know, to put on more risk, especially now when you made money. It's a Friday, like, you know, it has to be a really, really good trade. That's what I like to tell myself. So yeah, I'm basically chilling right now. I have the one position on. Not really sure why it's not showing up on the board there, but I think I just reloaded my my system here. So yeah, maybe it just kind of has to update. Let me just get into a position. Maybe it updates here.
COSM still going north side apparently. I see a lot of people in chat, well, a couple people in chat getting happy about COSM. Congratulations to anyone who's in that long. Brendo updating us about a couple positions over here. It's going to be FTX. Sadly, FTX moved right back to the south side after getting that pump to the north side. And now we're only down, only up 0.19%, 0.2% on FTX. Not sure if we're going to continue going down right back to VWAP, back to 180. Or, I mean, we did go right back to 180, but we moved right back up after that also. So I'm guessing 180 is turning into somewhat of a support for FDX. Euthanasia, I like that. I like how you said Ravi Shankar, Praddy Shankar. That's pretty hilarious. Shankar is like a last name for anyone wondering what it is. But if you say it like not like how an Indian would say it, I guess you would say it Shankar. And that's coming back to what Luca and I were just joking about earlier on. Now, I would never shank Luca. Luca's a brother to me. Luca knows that.
Yeah, no razor blades going down.
No razor blades around us, for sure. That's an inside joke. For most of you won't get that one. But yeah, no razor blades around the homies over here, that's for sure.
Yeah, Dan in the chat saying, Luca, how is the birthday bottle of Casamigos? Oh, absolutely amazing, man. Anytime we're sharing drinks on the floor over here, we got a good group of guys. Man, it's so nice being on a trading floor with like-minded people, and you know, everybody is nice, right? Sometimes you meet people and they're crazy, and you're like, oh man, I don't know about this guy. But no, everybody here is like extra nice, and it's really cool. Like, we share drinks all the time. So yeah, they got me the Casamigos, for anybody that was wondering, for my birthday, which was back in early November. And yeah, we had it together. We drink together, right? Win or lose, we hit the booze, we have a good time, and life is good. So yeah, you know, continue to enjoy my time for the most part. And yeah, SHPH pushing that 260. My stop is 261. I'm out of this if it breaks 261. I don't mind, because I would love for this to actually break 270 and then give the exact same setup. Like, maybe it's not done, but I don't know. There's probably a lot of dark pool soaking going on right now on the offer. So, you know, it's, even if I get stopped out, I kind of feel like the trade might be good, but I'm okay to just stop out and chill for the rest of the day. I want to look back at some of these other names as well. Yeah, BA is kind of crazy there. And what else was I looking at? Oh yeah, Meta and AMC. Yeah, you know, AMC, I kind of wanted to see this towards 9. Like, 9 would have been really nice. I thought, like, over here we're going to get to 9, and then I was hoping that maybe there's more continuation. But yeah, there's about a couple hours to go now, so I really don't think I don't think it has it in it. But, you know, AMC wouldn't be surprised there. And Tilray as well. That's the last kind of trade that I'm looking at. We got 10. You know, hopefully this happens in the next 10 minutes, create some, you know, entertainment here. If we can get over that 450 and go crazy, then, you know, there's definitely a trade to be had there. So, yeah, that 450 level, that's an inflection point. That's where I'll be making decisions. Not really sure long or short, per se, but, yeah, I'm definitely going to continue to watch that and see what happens there. Yeah, keep it stress-free for sure, and see what happens.
Yeah, keep it stress-free. I like that. That's a very good way to go about in the market. Don't be going out there wasting your mental capital and blowing your mental capital, because once you blow your mental capital, you're very easily going to blow your actual capital, which is your money on the market. So always got to make sure that your brain's in the right place. If you ever feel like, you know, you're just not feeling it, you're not in the right headspace, you're not in the right mental space to trade, just stay away from the market that day. Or go to a paper trading software, trade on the paper trading software instead, and trade with the exact same share sizes that you might have traded on the live account. You don't need to go out there on a mentally down day or whatever it is and go and gamble with the market and lose more money and then just go spiral down that path even more. So check your headspace, check your mental space, and then slam the market every single day. I actually have changed a little bit in my lifestyle to help me with that, Luca. I wake up every day and I say, we're going to have an amazing day. And I've actually tried to like implement this into my system too, where I actually tweet it out every morning. The first thing I do, I wake up, I tweet out, good morning, let's have a great day, let's have a good day. And my idea in doing that is just throwing that out in the universe. Just even me saying that out loud when typing it, just throwing it out in the universe. Hopefully I'm attracting that positive energy. energy, and then I'm able to put that positive energy right back into the market and get some positive returns out of it. And if we don't get positive returns out of it, that's fine. As long as we did everything according to the plan, we didn't deviate from the plan, that's all it takes for me to be happy with my trading day. And today, a monster of a day so far. We are enjoying the opportunities that the market has been giving us on this day. S&P 500 right now, exactly at the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, around 40.60. And NASDAQ exactly, or slightly under the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, around 11,950. So still under 12K for the NASDAQ market. And I'm going to continue saying that we're going to be under 12K all the way into the close, which is going to be coming up in the next 7-8 minutes, actually. In 8 minutes, you're going to have, as Sharif puts it, the big kahunas, Brendo, Neil, Sean, coming back on for the closing show, covering the last 2 hours of the market, the last 2 hours of the week, to see what other types of Euro steps can the market give us.
Yeah, 100% there. And I'm just kind of glancing back over here. You know what's funny? So SHPH now finally going back down. So I guess 261 was a good area. There's some stack size 260s, 263, 265 over there. So yeah, definitely an interesting kind of area over there. But it's just kind of like, it's very muted, right? And going back to, because somebody was laughing saying I said soaking. I use that term very loosely, but what I should be saying is if there's algos involved that are soaking the float, for then
actually, we have something very important right here. Sure. Sorry, Luca. Sorry to cut you off on that side. Weed stocks are moving because Biden signs medical marijuana research bill. And I know you have Tilray up there already.
Maybe, yeah. There's actually like a lot of volume coming in on Tilray just now. And I'll pull it up for everybody to see here. Let me just get this here. Tilray, NASDAQ. This is what I'm looking at, right? Like it has the move. This is moving today, obviously. But look at the volume. Like the volume, it kind of moved up, faded back down, back up, like and volume coming in. So yeah, it'll be interesting. Hopefully these things go nuts because that'd be crazy. I really like another kind of trading opportunity on it, as I was mentioning. But yeah, if nothing, then we'll do nothing. Is what it is. We'll see. Oh, SNDL as well. Yeah, exactly. Everybody has their kind of weed watch list. I'll say that much. And you know, just trade the names that every kind of stock has a different personality. If you find that you do really well on Tilray, there's no need to, jump over to another one unless there's like some type of reason to. That's kind of how I look at it, at least. And yeah, Playmaker, what's up? Thanks for the super chat there. Just woke up. Did Sharif squeeze it?
Ignore that.
Okay, that was to you, right?
It's for Sharif and myself. We do appreciate the super chat over there, but Sharif's not here right now. We'll save that for Sharif, and that was pretty hilarious, though. What you sent to Sharif over there was absolutely hilarious. You want me to keep going? Yeah,
No, I got. Yeah. And what's up, everybody? To everybody that I didn't say hi to. Yeah, I'm just kind of chilling right now, and we got 5 minutes left here. Okay, now maybe we're actually getting the fail here. So let's go down. And again, my target before was 225. But I remove that bid because now it's now it's like 230. So I'll just be discretionary. If we could fail wherever we stop, I'm just going to punch out of this position. So if we keep flushing to the downside and no size is kind of bidding and it just keeps going, then I'm going to hold it. But if I'm not going to cover here. I'm going to actually try to get around 230. But yeah, if we get to 230 and then pop, then I'll just probably get out of the trade. If we don't, though, then maybe we actually flush down to 2. That would be nice. That'll be a little bit of a gift for the end of the week there. But yeah, sometimes most of the time you got to take what the market gives you, right? Like you have your ideas of what's potentially going to happen, and then the market only gives you 20 cents instead of 70, and it is what it is. You just kind of take it and continue to go from there. Betty White saying go for XPEV. I don't know if you're saying go XPEV because I'm in a trade. Yeah, XPEV not really doing much anymore. As I mentioned, not really a trade for myself. Google, you could probably recycle that area over and over again. I was hoping that we'd get back to the 120 where I originally shorted to do the same exact trade. But we only got just over 100, and now we're back down. I could have, but I don't want to short 100 and then cover for 20 cents. I'd rather try to make 30 cents just to make the risk make a little bit more sense. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for over there. And yeah, guys, hit the like button. If you're enjoying the show, hopefully having a great week, staying profitable, and all that. And somebody before was saying MRVL, and I wanted to get to this. Marvel. Before, this is the last thing I wanted to cover quickly from some of the comments I was seeing. Somebody's saying, why is Marvell not flushing? And I think, I'm looking at this, semiconductor company, $37 billion, so obviously large cap. This is probably the range for the day, right? This is the low, this is the high. It's not going to do much. It's not going to, I don't think it's going to flush. I don't know what the news is on it. It's down almost 4%. But I could tell you right now, a name like this is not really going to flush. This is the daily, right? It's just look how many sideways days, right? So I would not expect this to flush down the same way that I think that, SHPH could flush, right? So just keep that in mind. Trading's all about managing your expectations. And the more that you trade, the more that you get the reps in, and then you kind of have these expected moves and what's going to happen next. When you're in Amazon, it's not going to move $7 right away. It's just not, right? But when you're in, something that's $12, a small cap, it could go to 8, right, in the next 30 minutes, an hour. So yeah, manage your expectations for any of the new traders out there. That is super important when it comes to trading. There's a lot of trades that might look good, but you might have to just stay away from them because you might be creating a risk to return that doesn't really make sense in general. So yeah, those are just my thoughts over there. And yeah, last 2 trades I'm watching for the day as we get ready to pass it on are the Tilray potential short and just managing this SHPH, maybe adding to it or maybe just covering if we finally flush there. And yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy the show and hit the like button. We appreciate it so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, everyone. Once again, Luca, I do want to announce what's happening when I go to India?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, you could, yeah.
Go for it. Announce it.
Well, no, yeah, I'm gonna. It's so I'll be on the show. I'll be covering Prad's. Prad will be living life, doing things that he's not gonna be forced to do. He's not gonna be forced to do anything. Yeah, he's not gonna be forced to do anything. And in the interim, I'll be here drinking espressos, having a good time, and hopefully entertaining you guys, creating some banger trades. So yeah, you'll have me for 2 weeks, but I think
the funding has been secured for Luca to be on the show for 2 weeks.
Yes, funding secured. And you're not leaving next week. You're leaving
end of next week.
End of next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because I'm like, oh yeah, I thought you were leaving on the 12th for some reason.
A lot of people thought I was leaving on the 5th.
Or yeah. And
a lot of people thought I was leaving on December 5th, but yeah, I am leaving around 10th or 12th or so.
Yeah, so it should be very exciting. Hopefully the market. I feel like we're in this kind of stage that maybe things could really get going across the board just because we have the end of the year, people are repositioning, you got portfolio managers that are potentially window dressing, trying to get in and out of trades, you got not to say tax loss selling because probably everybody's down, but maybe the reverse of that, you got other hedge funds that are going to now put positions on, get out of positions, preparing for the beginning of next year, right? So hopefully December, it could be exciting, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, who knows? But we'll be here to trade it. It'll be super exciting for myself.
People in the chat are asking, where in India am I going? So I'm going to be in Hyderabad for a good period of time. That's where I was born. That's my home city. So I'm going to be there for a good period of time, living with my grandpa at his house. And then for the wedding, we're going to go to Jaipur, which I believe is in Rajasthan. Don't yell at me because I don't know geography. Look, I don't know where Quebec was till yesterday. So don't yell at me for not knowing where Jaipur is, but I believe it's in Rajasthan. So if you are from there, hit me up. I'll do a Trader TV live meetup with just Prad, and we can grab some pav bhaji or some golgappe or something and have a nice little meetup over there. So yeah, slide in my DMs if you are from Hyderabad or from Jaipur. It's gonna be my first time visiting Jaipur, first time in Rajasthan, even though I was born in India, which just sucks. I was telling a couple of my buddies back there that I've only seen Brampton, Toronto, and Hyderabad. I've never had a proper vacation in my life. I haven't seen any other country out there besides Canada and India. And in regards to cities, I only know, okay, maybe I know Mississauga. Fine, Mississauga, Brampton, Toronto, and Hyderabad. Those are the only 4 cities I've walked around or bussed around or driven around in. So I can't wait to go see a new city for the first time in my life at 28 years old.
Huh?
We have to fix that. We have to fix that.
I don't want to say anything, but you gotta get, traveling is the best.
Yeah.
Traveling is the best.
But right now they're going to travel.
To travel. That's what you do. That's what I do.
Right now we're going to travel all of you over to the closing show. So to Brendo, you go. Have a great weekend, guys. I'll see you Monday. Peace.
Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome in. A couple hours left on a Friday afternoon. That's turning out to be, another red day to end out. Still going to be a positive week after what happened going back a couple days ago with Fed Chair Powell's speech, and then that monster rally that ensued after that. If you missed it this morning, it was all about non-farm payrolls that came out at 8:30, coming in higher than expected. Yes, that's a positive. Lots of people